Chapter 51 Eggs by Era 33. Aoki saw this cave type, and hesitated for a moment. Why is there such a cave in this place? And it looks like, but it has some time. The cave has been excavated, but some places are natural. Obviously it was originally a natural cave, which was then excavated by an elf. The scratches at the excavation site have been blurred, and according to Aoki's understanding, this is obviously not a trace that can be produced by small boxing stones and large rocks. Stupid beast, feel, are there any elves in it? Aoki said to the beast next to him. Yeah, the dumb beast's eyes were slightly bright, and invisible mental fluctuations drifted away from him. After a short while, the dumb beast shook his head at Aoki, indicating that he did not feel the presence of an elf. After seeing the dumb beast nodding, Aoki looked slightly relaxed, took a flashlight out of the rocket's belt, opened it, took a picture of the cave, and could not see his head. I hesitated a little, and walked in. Due to the relatively small space, the dark crow fell on the dumb beast and, with the help of his mind, followed Aoki together. After walking for a few minutes, Aoki felt that the cave gradually grew larger, speeding up his pace slightly, and finally reached the deepest point after 5 minutes. Don't have a cave-like atmosphere. The deepest is a wide space. There is nothing other than stones. Strange, isn't it just a cave here? Aoki looked at the scene in front of him and said to himself, yeah? At this moment, the dumb beast pulled Aoki's trousers, pointed at a direction in the cave, and screamed lowly. Aoki moved his heart and walked in the direction of the dumb beast finger. It turned out that on the dark stone wall, there was a stalagmite with a thickness of 1 person. From top to bottom, I saw a drop of milky white viscous liquid hanging from the bottom of the stalagmite. It was round and full, but there was no dripping, and it stuck tightly. The stalagmite is on the tip. Slightly refreshing scent emanated from the drop of milky liquid, and it only disappeared in the air after a distance of less than 1 meter, and it is no wonder that Aoki did not smell it at first. This is the heart milk. Aoki couldn't help but exclaim. Earth core milk is a kind of heaven and earth treasure in the elven world, condensed by nature, which contains rich energy and minerals. Taking it alone can enhance the physical strength and physical defense of the elves. If combined with various materials, it can be made with the right energy block. The effect will be multiplied. Even human beings can take ground heart milk, which can not only prevent diseases, increase physical resistance, but also prolong life and enhance physical fitness. The rockets also have a redemption order, but because they are extremely scarce and powerful, they often get robbed by factions as soon as they appear. Aoki remembered that in the past life, when a batch of ground milk was on the redemption list, it took less than a minute to be robbed, and the price was 1,000 points per drop. Because the earth core milk has the effect of prolonging life, it is very sought after by the big family forces. If it is not extremely short of money, I believe no one is willing to sell it. It takes months to condense a drop of ground milk. It's just a pity that there are too few, and they don't condense. Sighed again. I did not remind Aoki this time. The dull beast looked at the ground, and blue light gradually appeared in his eyes. A pot-sized stone was lifted up by the dumb beast. Suddenly, a strong fragrance smelt, and just smelling it, I felt the whole body relaxed. I saw that the whole stone was covered with a small beach pericardium. The stalagmite had been sticking to the mellow pericardium, and it finally broke away from the shackles, fell vertically in the air, and finally smashed into it gently. A pool of ground on the ground. The smashing of the ground milk caused ripples on the surface of the original calm ground milk, but there was no splashing of the milk. Aoki looked at the scene in shock, never thinking that there would be so many core milks condensed here. Watching these milky whites emit a little starlight liquid, and swallowed unconsciously. Mum. In the silence surrounding him, the sound of the drool falling from his throat was very obvious. I finally reacted to Aoki, who had reacted, and quickly took out some bottles and canisters from the belt. Let the beastly animal help clean it, and then let the dark crow dry without a drop of water. He then took out a spoon that was originally used to make energy cubes, and put a little bit of breast milk into the container. But, what made Aoki even more surprised was that just after filling a glass bottle with ground milk, he actually saw an elven egg in this ground milk. I don't know how many years have been stored in the Earth's breast milk, but actually there is an elven egg stored! For a moment, Aoki thought about the scratches and excavations at the entrance and everywhere in the cave when he first entered the cave. Did the elf put this elf egg here? Aoki's heart moved slightly. It's been so long, I'm afraid this elf egg has already died. I just saw an eggshell, and even the chip couldn't scan out the egg. Aoki was not in a hurry, and continued to steadily fill the geocentric milk into the container. As the container was gradually filled, the underground geocentric emulsion was gradually reduced, and the elf egg finally showed the whole picture. The chip was activated with consciousness. This elven egg, who didn't know how long it had been in, had complete data in front of Aoki's eyes. Pokemon, Spike Era egg shape, not hatchable cyan, gender, male. Level 1. Attribute, Rock Series plus Ground Series. Characteristics, Perseverance. Carrying props, Essence of breast milk. Genetic skills, Dragon Dance, Inverse Scale. Primal Force, Invisible Rock. Basic skills, Bite, Stare. Teaching skills, none. Skill learner, none. Looking dumbly at the data of this elf egg, the spoon in his hand fell unconsciously to the ground. How could Aoki never think that the elven egg in the breast of this place is actually an elven egg by Era? But this can also explain the scratches at the entrance and the size of the cave entrance. And look at the genetic skills of Era, who has two such powerful skills as Dragon Dance and Inverse Scale at the same time. It is entirely possible to imagine how strong his parents are and how talented they are. As long as the quasi-qualified quasi-god grows up, the strength of the quasi-heavenly king is almost complete. You are reading at www.uukanzu.com. By virtue of the advantages of the chip, the former life of Aoki also had a quasi-god elf, but it was not by Era, and it was because of that quasi-god that he stepped into the threshold of the quasi-god king's strength. What does this mean, not hatchable? Aoki noticed behind the elf egg, followed by the words not hatchable. It is the first time that I have used the chip for so long to see the note incubation note. If this elven egg is dead, it is normal that it cannot be hatched, but now it seems that the vitality in this elven egg is very good. Even a little too strong, which is a bit puzzling. Gently took the elven egg out of the earth's breast milk, and placed it on the ground with a cloth, and placed the elven egg on it, and saw that the originally smooth elven egg exudes a faint light, which is almost the same as the earth's breast milk. Dark crows and dumb beasts also came over, and as the elves, their feelings were clearer. I can clearly feel the existence of the small life in the egg, but I don't know why. It seems that a sadness comes out of the egg. The dumb beast gently leaned its pink, round head. Aoki looked at the movement of the dumb beast without obstruction. He seemed to understand what the dumb beast wanted to do. I saw the dumb beast leaning its head on the elven egg, and pulled Aoki with one hand, motioned him to put his hand on his back, and motioned the dark crow to do the same. I didn't hesitate. Aoki put his hand lightly on the dumb beast's smooth back. Instantly, the scenery changed. P.S. In response to the needs of smaller partners, each of the 3 chapters today is about 2,500 words. I hope everyone can enjoy it. Seeking collection, recommendation, investment. Thank you all. Chapter 52 The Great Bangalaman. Wednesday. The original dark cave was not seen. I saw the sun in front of me, and the dark crows of Aoki and the drowling beast were on a meadow. The birds and flowers were pleasant and uncomfortable. Suddenly, a huge creature wearing light green armor appeared on this grass. Everything changed. The original pleasant scenery disappeared. The yellow sand began to spread from all around, and kept flying in the wind. Cover all trees and grass gradually. Roar. With the roar of the elf, the whole grass finally became a piece of sand. The elves with spikes on their backs and covered with green armor are the ultimate evolution of Era, the quasi-god of the gods. Bangala can also be called Sandstorm Elf Bangala. Bagheera arrived here and turned the entire grassland into a desert. Then she found a relatively comfortable place and sat down. When I sat down, I didn't know how many suns and moons. In such a long time, Bangla hadn't moved her position. She just sat there so quietly. Her violent character also converged and became very quiet. Alas, when Bagheera sat, a group of uninvited guests came to this desert. A group of Herugas came, about a dozen in number. When they saw Bangla, they rushed straight up without any hesitation, as if they had planned it. I sat quietly in the desert for nearly a month in the desert, and ate and drank. Her body was at its weakest moment. However, in the face of a group of Herugas' attacks, without any hesitation and fear, stood up to meet. Quasar is indeed Quasar. Even if you haven't eaten or drank for so long, you can easily repulse Heruga who rushed up. However, when Bangla stood up, Oki saw the place where he had been sitting, and a deep pit appeared, and in the pit was an elf egg with a faint yellow light, and it was on the ground before. The elven eggs found in the looked exactly the same. It turned out that Bangla stayed there for so long just to give birth to this elven egg and give birth to his child. Weakness after childbirth, and 1 month's stop of eating, made Bagheera's body reach the weakest state from the time he became a Quasar. Presumably, the group of Herugas planned their time and wanted to be here. Pull the Quasar down the altar. Bagheera is far stronger than their imagination, especially now in the desert. Here is his home. After a day and night of fighting, the bruised Bangla finally buried all Heruga in the desert forever. But, because the fighting was too fierce, Bangla could not take care of her children all the time. When he returned to the bunker where he had been for a month, he was furious, desperate, confused, and sad. Because of his unborn child, affected by the aftermath of the battle, a crack appeared in the egg. As a mother, he can clearly feel the passage of vitality in the elven eggs. Bagheera knelt in front of the egg, tears falling from his seemingly fierce eyes. In this way, another day has passed. When Bangla stood up again, she couldn't hide the sadness in her eyes. Regardless of the injuries on her body, she gently held the elven egg in her hand and began her journey to save her child. Their eyes began to move as Bagheera moved. I don't know how long it has passed. Bagheera's body is getting weaker and weaker, but she has not given up the child in her arms. As a Quasar who fights all over the world, she cannot protect her children. From her eyes, she can see to deep guilt and self-blame. When the picture changed again, it appeared in the stone forest that made Oki somewhat familiar, as well as the more familiar first-line sky. Bagheera's steps have been faltering, but the Quasar's momentum is still there, and no elves dare to stop on the road. When Bangla came to the front line, she had lost her glorious eyes and gradually lighted up, and even a look of joy was visible from her face. I walked directly into the first line of heaven, and halfway through the cave on the mountain wall, Bangla stopped. As a Quasar of the rock system and the evil system, Bagheera's sensitivity to rocks is much more sensitive than the simple fists such as small fist stones and big rock snakes. She sensed the waves coming out from this cave, telling her that there might be what she needed. But the cave is too small for her to enter. As a result, with one hand guarding the elven egg, the other began to dig the rock wall frantically. The hard rock wall was under Bagheera's sharp claws, just like tofu, and easily dug out a size enough for her to pass. The appearance in the cave is almost the same as that of Oki now. Bangla, who was keen, went straight to the pool of geosperm. At that time the geosperm was not covered by rocks. Bangla was excited when she saw the earth core milk. As a rock spirit, she also knew the energy and magical power contained in the earth core milk. She shivered and carefully took out the elven egg in her arms. After such a long time, the appearance of this elven egg Bagheera has been much worse than before. The shell of the crystal silver and antimony has now become very dull, and the smooth surface has become much rougher. He took a deep look at the elven egg. There were too many things in his eyes. He could not understand all of his children's Oki, but he understood a little, that is, his love as a mother. Bangla put the elven eggs carefully into the pool. Maybe it is doomed in the deep, The liquid of the earth's breast milk just flooded the whole elven eggs without leaving a gap. www.mtlnovel.com. Watching myself, always the child who has lost the breath of life has finally stopped passing, and Bangla has been holding her heart and let go. But she put down, and her tired body experienced the weakness of childbirth, the fierce fighting after childbirth, the excitement of her child's imminent death, coupled with such a long walk. Even if she is a quasi-god, her body is also early, it won't work. Gritting his teeth, he used the last strength to cover the pond of the earths with stones. Bangla fell heavily on the ground, with a look of relief, and the expression in his eyes gradually disappeared. In fact, with the magic of earth core milk, if you drink a part of Bang Jira, your injuries can be completely recovered, and as a rock spirit, earth core milk has a great effect on her, and can even increase her strength by 1 stairs. But she didn't hesitate at all. Didn't even have the idea, because her child, if it can't be completely immersed in the earth's core milk, it can't stop the flow of life if it has cracks. As a great mother, she would rather choose to give up her life than choose to let her child survive. Bangla was born and eaten by rocks. Over time, her body gradually turned into a pile of rocks. She was by her child's side, waiting for the day he came to live. The light changed. Oki slowly opened his eyes, and the foolish beast communicated to the eldest Bengala's obsession on this elven egg through mental force, so that they could see the cause and process of all this. He looked at the elven egg from Kira with a complex look, and Oki felt a heavy motherly love from it. He saw the drowsy beast and the dark crow together with his eyes. There was a gleam of crystals in his eyes, but under their strength, he did not fall. Chapter 53. See also the cave 23. I squatted down, put my hand on the stones next to it, and felt a coolness from the palm of my hand, but I don't know why. There seemed to be a feeling of relief on these stones. I shook my head, shook this illusion out of my mind, and carefully lifted Kira's hand. Sure enough, there was a small crack on the surface of the egg. Today's crack is tightly sealed. This is because the Earth's core is condensed on the crack of the egg, and the egg is repaired with the magic of nature. Also, as a treasure that can prolong life, Earth's core milk will also supplement the vitality originally lost by Kira. Feeling the surging vitality in the egg, Oki sighed, "Great mother, great nature." It was only by coincidence that Oki encountered this elven egg from Kira, which may be doomed. The covering of the simmering heart milk can restore the vitality of the elven eggs. Even if it can hatch, Kira's talent for the rock system will definitely be bursting. But sometimes it is a success and a failure, and it is because the energy contained in the core milk is so powerful that it has been wrapped with the eggshell for so many years and has been integrated with the eggshell, so it is almost impossible to hatch. Therefore, under the detection of the chip, such a precious quasi-god elf egg has become an elf egg that contains a lot of vitality but cannot hatch. With a complicated mood, Xun gave the egg to the foolish beast, and let him hold it carefully with thought. Although it is a pity that this elven egg cannot be hatched, Oki will try every means to try to hatch him. Collect all the ground milk, whether it is directly invested in the Rockets Exchange Center or traded with other forces or people, you can get huge resources, and Oki, after having these resources, for training their own elves will be more handy. This is a virtuous circle, as Oki's most important resource. It cannot be wasted. Collected the ground milk in the entire pond. Oki filled 10 glass bottles in total, and even the original bottle used to store water was used by Oki for ground milk. If all 10 bottles of heart milk are redeemed for points, Oki may earn nearly 1 million points. But he was not able to do so. He was guilty, letting others know that he had so many resources. That is, when his death was approaching, and when his strength was not enough, these things could not be known. Of course, there is no problem if you take out a part in exchange for resources. At least it solves the huge problem that Oki worried about, the lack of resources after conquering the elves in the future. Starting today, as long as it is an elf who meets his requirements, he can begin to conquer, and first gather the combat power of the 6 main elves. However, This does not mean that you will accept at will. You will consider taking in only if your qualifications and personality meet. Aoki. I put all the 10 bottles of breast milk in the belt. Aoki breathed out a sigh of relief. And just these breast milk didn't waste his time running to complete the task. Earth core milk can not only be used as medicine, if there is a rock or ground spirit under its catalysis, I am afraid that its strength will be quite horrible. Aoki thought in his heart, whether to try to conquer a ground or rock system elf. Forget it, let's complete the task first. If you encounter it, you can think about it, and don't force it. Press and immediately go out to find an excellent rock-based spirit. The rock spirits here are not the elves in Oka's mind, except for the small fist stone, which is not the spirit in Oka's mind, so he would not consider it if he did not encounter very good qualifications. In fact, he has a hint of luck in his heart. If the eggs of Gira can hatch, there is no better place for these ecstasies than Quasigods. Take out a little elf egg incubator from the rocket's belt. This was prepared by Aoki in advance, in order to prepare for the encounter with the big needle bee elf egg like last time. I did not expect to give this Yuki exactly pulled of eggs. Although it cannot hatch, it is only temporary and does not mean that it cannot be hatched in the future. I just need to find a way to drain the ground milk that is integrated with the eggshell without harming the elves inside, or simply make the eggshell fragile, and it may hatch smoothly. Elven eggs cannot be put into storage space, so from now on, the dumb beast has an additional task, which is to hold the incubator containing the elven eggs with mental force. This is also a kind of super ability anytime, anywhere exercise. When it appeared in the first line sky again, Aoki also understood why the rocks here are so rich, but the mineral energy in the rocks seems to be very small, so all the small boxing stones are not very high. It turned out that in the rock caves deep in the stone forest, the core milk was continually gathering, and the minerals in the rocks in the surrounding soil were absorbed. This also explains why the big rock snake can reach level 30, and has always liked to lie in that place to bask in the sun. It is because there is relatively closest to the core milk that there are more minerals in the rock than in the distant stone pillars. So the big rock snake has also got enough energy to grow. The big rock snake also eats the stones there and feels that the body grows faster, so it likes to stay there. Over time, it develops a habit. This is probably the thing in nature must be reversed. www.mentalnovel.com. Some extremely cold places can produce the most masculine items, and some of the most positive places can have the most powerful demon. So this is the stone forest with the rarest mineral elements, but the most mineral-rich geosperm is produced in the depth of the stone forest. This is the magic of nature. Even the elf is only a part of the magic of nature. As long as you pass through this line of sky, you will be able to go to the place. Having just recovered from the influence of the Great Mother of Bangla, Aoki will bring the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast to continue the mission. Although the 10,000 point rewards for this mission have turned into small heads because of the harvest of this Earth's heart, Aoki is not ready to give up. Especially it also depends on whether he can join the Shadow mission. After nearly 5 days of hurrying, after crossing a ray of sky, he finally reached the task location marked on the map. When I saw that the mission location was actually in a cave again, Aoki couldn't help crying and laughing. On with these caves. Is this to explore all the caves on the trial island? Although pouting, some complaining words were spoken, but the movements of the feet kept on, and it was so easy to get here. Did you give up for a cave? For example, when they first entered, Aoki caused a commotion because of a little movement and caused the supersonic bats who were resting on the top of the cave. Fortunately, the supersonic bat belongs to the poisonous spirit, and is restrained by the superpower of the dumb beast. After using the superpower skills to swipe inside and out, in addition to leaving a pile of corpses on the ground, the remaining supersonic bats are finally honest. Chapter 54 ECG Induction 3:3. The wet and slippery ground is covered with moss, and every time you step on it, it makes a snap sound, and you must pay attention to the angle of the force to prevent it from slipping. Yeah? Suddenly, the dumb beast screamed. The blue light in his eyes apparently made preparations for attack. When I heard the sound of a foolish beast, Oka's heart moved slightly, and she felt a little wrong, too quiet. This is not the cave in Bangala, it's cold and dry, and no elves like it. But this wet and cold cave is different. It is cold and wet here, and there are not many elves who like this environment. But as I went deeper, I hadn't seen any other elves except in the beginning when I encountered a group of supersonic bats. Perhaps the clue of the dumb beast played a role, and I saw a spheroid gradually showing up, purple gas spreading in the air, wrapping a black sphere in the middle, two eyes occupying half of the body. The lower half belongs to a large mouth with two tiger teeth. This elf appears, named Ghost, Gas Pokemon, Poison and Ghost Elf, naughty personality, like pranks. What just felt was the existence of this ghost. As a super elves, she is inherently sensitive to phantom energy, so when the ghosts appear and are ready to scare them, they remind them. The dark crow wings trembled, blowing the purple gas wrapped around the ghosts a little, and appeared in front of Oki. As an evil spirit, the dark crow has natural restraint to the ghost system, so even if it is a sudden appearing ghost, he will not have the slightest fear. I didn't panic in the face of the dark crow, and the foolish beast smiled exaggeratedly, and made a grimace with a smile. It's really unscrupulous looking at Guy's behavior. Oki was not angry, and sighed with a sigh. Stupid beast, catch it. It's just a level 16 ghost, and the qualifications are not very high. All of them can't walk for a round. Holding a big invisible hand, he grabbed Guise's body so abruptly I caught it. Mengizzy was apparently stunned. His body was composed of all gas. In normal life, no elves could touch their bodies except for their companions. Moreover, this intangible power makes you very uncomfortable. Just like the water meets fire, the captured body feels a burning sensation! Grief, who was in pain, screamed tilde. As the sound of ghosts grew louder, ghosts appeared around him, staring at Oki with fierce eyes, but because they felt the kind of energy wave they hated most, Pestle didn't dare easy to attack. As the number of ghosts increased, Oka's mouth and face rose higher and higher. It's amazing. I didn't expect to enter a ghost cave. Oki doesn't care much about the huge number of ghosts. The super capable dumb beast and the evil dark crow guard, plus the instantaneous movement skills, are very safe. In the face of so many ghosts, the dark crow and the foolish beasts are not illusory, and they scream fiercely, bursting out their momentum. Although the stupid beast looks more adorable when it is angry, the momentum is still sufficient, especially when facing the ghost elves who restrain each other. The first few ghosts in the forefront were stagnant for a moment, and from the dark crow and the foolish beasts, they felt a deadly threat. When the two sides were tit-for-tat, a channel was separated from the dense group of ghosts, and a slightly different ghost was slowly floating from the back to the front. With his appearance, the shrieks of the ghosts gradually subsided. "Hello, young human teenager." Suddenly, an old voice sounded in Oka's brain. Listening to the sudden sound in his brain, Oki was a little surprised, looking at the ghosts in front of him, and saw a faint black light in his eyes. Electrocardiogram. "Is that you talking?" Oki asked, although there was some speculation in his heart. I saw the ghost nodded, and the voice in Oki's brain sounded again. "Human, your companion is very strong. If you fight, it will not be good for us." I only listen to the old ghost who speaks fluently, and there is no obstacle to communication with humans. Oki listened to his words, nodded, and accidentally activated the chip to scan the data of this ghost. Pokemon, Ghosts Yellow. Gender, male. Level, 28. Attribute, Ghost System plus Poison System. Characteristics, floating. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Ghost Face, Immobilization. Basic skills, Dark Eye, Curse, Night Shadow, Strange Light, Assault, Tooth for Tooth. Teaching skills, Fright, Spirit Wave, Cloudy Mist, Fraud. Skill Learner, none. The 28th level is still in the state of ghosts. It looks a bit special to see him. It is probably an old man. Looking at the data of this ghost, Aoki thought silently. He didn't show the thoughts in his heart. Aoki said, I want to go in and find something, and leave when I find me. In the face of this old immortality, I don't have to bend corners and tell my purpose directly. As long as you promise to do one thing for us, we can let you go and even help you find what you want. Rest assured, it's simple. Lao Gizi is also not in touch with Aoki. Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com told his own conditions. Aoki was a little tempted. In such a place where you can't see your 5 fingers, you don't know how big the cave is. If you only look for it blindly, you don't know when to find it. Quiet, Aoki said lightly. I'm going in. You can't stop me. Lao Gizi's expression was obviously stagnant. In his heart, he measured the result of the war with Aoki. After a moment of silence, the old voice continued to sound in Aoki's brain. We can give you a generous reward. As a ghost who has lived for nearly 1,000 years, he has dealt with hypocritical humans. For him, humans are greedy, but as long as they are paid accordingly, there is nothing that they cannot do. Not enough. But Aoki obviously did not play cards according to common sense. He was ready to tell the matter, but he heard one sentence. He was a little angry. I saw Lao Gizi's expression change in his eyes. Aoki smiled, pointed to the dumb beast around him and said, teach him the electrocardiogram. Suddenly, he thought that Aoki wanted the lion to open his mouth, but he didn't expect it to be this request. For other elves, electrocardiographic induction is difficult to reach the sky, even if he also mastered the spiritual power accumulated for thousands of years. However, this world has a persistent preference for superpowered elves. As one of the most intelligent races in the entire elven world, superpowered elves often have powerful superpowers, but also have wisdom comparable to humans. Gizi already knew that this cute pink elf next to this human was a superpowered elf, and from his perception, the superpower of this elf was horrible, but he didn't know why he didn't know electric induction. Chapter 55 Genguiman. Wednesday. In fact, Aoki has always had this doubt. Judging by the superpowers of the foolish beast, it should be easy to master the electrocardiogram, but the foolish beast has not been able to learn, and Aoki has no way to do it. But fortunately, he actually encountered a ghost who could sense the telepathy, which allowed him to teach the stupid beast how to learn this ability. Yes, this time Ghost seems very indifferent. It is not difficult or even very easy to teach an elf who should have learned ECG to learn ECG. After he agreed, Gizi saw that Aoki didn't ask for anything else, and his heart was slightly relieved. He was really afraid that Aoki would open a lion, although he felt that it would be possible to leave Aoki if they spent the power of the whole family, but the cost was too great, and he wanted Aoki to do something for them. They couldn't do it themselves. I organized the language, and Gizi said, I have lived here for many years. I haven't seen a few humans, but not long ago, someone came here, recalling a flatboat in the sea of huge memories in his mind. Lao Gizi continued, that human is very powerful, much more powerful than you. I glanced at Aoki and said that he had no expression. I just dared to look at him at a distance, but didn't dare to approach. But I could feel that, in fact, he knew my existence. Said that the man was strong. Gizi could not help shaking. He put a thing at the very center of where we originally lived and it disappeared. Originally we thought that this was the end of the thing, but I didn't expect it to gradually absorb the ghost system energy here. Take a deep breath. The longer the thing is kept, the faster the energy is absorbed. Soon, he was swept away by the phantom energy in the cave, and we had to run to the cave periphery. Although he couldn't make too many expressions, Aoki felt his helplessness and asked, why don't you destroy that thing or take it out? This is what we want you to do for us. We can't get close to such things, but you can. Gizi's helpless voice, Aoki heard clearly. You can take out so many elves. Do you think I can? Aoki asked. The helplessness of this old ghost can be seen from his expression. Come with me, and when you see it, you will understand. After speaking, He turned around and signaled Aoki to keep up, and the surrounding ghosts gradually dispersed, leaving enough room for Aoki to pass. Although the ghosts used to make funny faces and scared expressions when they passed by, they did not dare to move their hands. Aoki's face should not be in color, and slowly followed the old ghosts, while the dark crows and foolish beasts were tightly guarded by Aoki, watching the surrounding ghosts vigilantly to prevent them from having other actions. The old ghosts did not prevent their behavior. This is the nature of the ghosts, and he was not easy to correct, so he went straight into the cave with Aoki. The caves here are indeed very complicated. Compared with the former Bangla caves, they are really little witches. After passing through dozens of bifurcation intersections, after limping around, I finally reached a relatively empty hole. There is no darkness in this cave. Some things that don't know what are exuding a faint fluorescence. These glowing things exist on the walls and on the ground. After walking into it, I found out that it was some bryophyte herbs that glow. Lao Gizi came to the entrance here and stopped moving. The old voice of Jukang appeared in Oka's brain again. This is where we originally lived, but because of that thing, we dare not approach it now. Looking in the direction described by Lao Gizi, under the weak fluorescence, Aoki was still seen at the center of the cave, above a protruding stone platform, and there was actually an elf ball. Aoki was slightly surprised. Someone who came a while ago had some speculation in his heart. If there is nothing wrong, it should be the shadow of the mission, the shadow of the deputy team leader of the Rockets Shadow Group. With his strength and momentum, guess it is taken for granted that they dare not approach. But why put a fairy ball here? Probably, this quest item is this elven ball. Aoki thought to himself. Since Lao Gizi dare not approach, then Aoki could only walk over by himself. The dark crow and the foolish beasts are beside Aoki, always keeping an eye on the surroundings to prevent anything from appearing. The reason why Aoki believes what Lao Gizi said is partly because the spirits of the elves are often simpler than humans. If it is not a special situation, the general spirit treats others, likes it, or dislikes it. What disguise or disguise is made. Although Lao Gizi has lived for a long time, he has learned some human ways of speaking and understood some human behaviors. But after all, it is an elf. There is no long time in the human world. The habit of being an elf is unavoidable, not to mention that he does not know his own habit. Another part of the reason is that out of self-confidence in his own strength, a dull beast with a momentary movement allows him to escape directly through a momentary movement if necessary. As for the compensation that Lao Gizi said, in fact, Aoki didn't care. In such a barren place, he couldn't come up with anything that made him particularly interested. You must know that not every place can produce such wonderful treasures as the Heart and Heart Milk, and the two places are so close together. With a calm mood, Aoki slowly walked into the stone pillar www.mentalnovel.com. When the elf ball on the stone pillar reached the scanning area of the chip also started. I saw an elf's trace flashing in the elf ball printed with the Rockets logo. Pokemon, Gengui Light Cyan. Gender, male. Level, 48. Attribute, Ghost System plus Poison System. Characteristics, Cursed Body. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Ghost Face, Flame Punch, Scare, Provocation. Basic skills, Hypnosis, Tongue Licking, Resentment, Black Eyes, Curses, Night Shadow, Strange Light, Assault, Tooth for Tooth, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Evil Wave. Teach skills, Robbery, Fraud, Ultimate Absorption, Fire Fist. Skill Learner, Sleep, Hold, Dream Words, Poisonous, Awakening Power. Middle. Water, 100,000 volts. Aoki took a sharp breath after seeing the attributes of the elf in the elf ball. This is Shadow Zone Elf, Aoki murmured. After seeing this Genghis-rich skill reserve, Aoki couldn't help thinking of this. Only those skills that are taught by skills and skill learners are a huge resource consumption. In addition to the rich capital of the venomous snake, this island can only possess such elves. Since it is the task of the film arrangement, it can basically be determined. This is only the ghost of the film. I think of it here, Aoki is somewhat relieved. As a Danwanga level trainer, this Genghis level is obviously not the shadow of the first echelon of the shadow, it may only be his second echelon. The Pale Cyan qualification is a classification of top qualification in the rocket's calculations. In the consensus of the trainer, the top qualified elf is the highest qualified. Chapter 56 Mysterious Stone Pillar 23. If you really want to calculate the difference between different qualifications, at the same level, use the 50 level red qualifications as the basis of calculation. The 50 level elf with orange qualification higher than red can defeat 8 50 level red elven elf, the yellow qualification can defeat 8 orange eligible elf, and so on. After reaching the cyan qualification, the top 3 are nearly 10,000 red qualified elves. Of course, this is just the ideal state. Even if the cyan eligible elves are powerful, they cannot have unlimited physical strength, so this is only theoretical data. But in contrast, as long as the physical strength has not been exhausted, as many red qualified sprites of the same level are useless. This is the crushing of qualifications. However, there are exceptions, that is, the trainer's command art, the attribute restraint between the elves, and the weak to the strong fight is not uncommon. This is also one of the many attractive places in the elven world. Of course, this premise is that in the case of little difference in qualifications and grades, if it is a red qualified elf, no matter how hard the trainer tries, it is impossible to defeat the green qualified elf. I said back to the topic. If this Genghost is placed here, the words of Lao Gizi will make sense. Since I put it here, I have been absorbing the ghost energy here. I am afraid that this is the main reason why Genghost is here. Listening to the old ghosts means that there was originally a surging ghost system energy. Even if there are a lot of their people, the energy here is enough for so many people of their ethnicity. There are even some good quality ghosts that can evolve into ghosts. But since this Genghost came, the energy here has begun to decrease sharply. Even the people who originally evolved into Ghost Stone have been degraded into ghost form because of the scarcity of energy. You have to know that after the elves have evolved and then degraded for external reasons, this will hurt the foundation. Gengui, as the final evolution of Ghost and Ghost Stone, has greatly suppressed them in the sky, and this Gengui is not an ordinary Gengui. His qualifications are as high as Cyan, making these generally red qualifications. Ghosts couldn't even raise a trace of resistance. In order to avoid the absorption of Gengui, the ghosts had to run outside the cave. Although there is very little energy in the ghost system there, it still has it, doesn't it? Use your hand to gently pick up this Genghost elf ball printed with R, and notice that the switch of the ghost ball has been turned off. In order to prevent Genghost from coming out, you can only stay in the ghost ball absorb energy. As the Genghis elf ball was picked up, a slight black mist slowly drifted out of the groove where the elf ball was originally placed. This is such a thick phantom energy. Aoki curiously saw that it was dark mist, as if to verify Oka's statement. When this black gas approached Genghis elven ball, he was directly absorbed into it. Through the half-visible place above the elf ball, you can see that the Genghost is lying comfortably in the elf ball and swallowing the ghost system energy just sucked into the body. In the data chart of the chip scan, Genghis data also has a slight fluctuation, although it is not obvious, but it does improve. Is Ying Genghost here to improve his level, or is there any injury that needs to be recovered? In addition to these two reasons, Aoki could not think of why Ying did this. He is not naive to think that Genghost was placed here only to test him. However, this is not something Aoki needs to consider, and his task is only to bring this elven ball back. What he is thinking now is whether to dig this stone pillar to see what is in it, which can actually produce such rich phantom energy. I gave up after careful consideration. Not to mention that this place is not as good as the Bangla caves. There are no other creatures. Anything can be done. Look at the ghosts who are staring at Aoki tightly at the entrance of the cave. I'm afraid that what Aoki will do will affect their feng shui treasure of life. If Aoki wants to move this stone pillar, the first one who disagrees is the Gizi group. This is the main source of their survival. Ghosts generally do not need to eat food, as long as they have enough energy to live. The rich energy produced on this stone pillar is their main food. If it is destroyed by Greenwood, then the original huge ethnic group will at least die more than half, and then the ghosts who survive will no longer have the opportunity to grow. This is the foundation of the ghosts. If you move this yourself, I am afraid that the ghosts will really fight against themselves. It's all dead anyway, why not kill this who might destroy himself? This will also be the thought of all ghosts. As for the second reason that Aoki gave up, that is, even the strong man who needs Lee's energy so much did not move this stone pillar, so should he still move him? Although I don't know what the shadow is worried about, but as long as he knows that even a strong king like him needs to worry about it. It's not long before the name Aoki just became a trainer. Obediently let the thick phantom energy drift in the air. Aoki gave up the preparation for a thorough exploration, hoping that next time I come back, I can gain something. Shrink the elven ball containing Geng Ghost and place it on the belt's unique elven ball to buckle it. After seeing Aoki gathering Genghis self ball, the courageous ghost slowly floated over, feeling the gradual thickening of the phantom energy in the air, took a deep breath, and felt that the entire body was more energetic. www.mtlnovel.com. Ghosts such as ghosts like this kind of energy very much, but the foolish beast that has been with Aoki frowns. Since Aoki took the ghost ball of Geng Ghost, the energy of the ghost system began to spread. After that, the dumb beasts began to feel a little uncomfortable and uncomfortable. A cricket is like a piece of ice. Put him into a water whose temperature is gradually rising, and the ice will slowly melt. Thank you, human teenager. Lao Gizzy sincerely thanked Aoki. Aoki felt the discomfort of the dumb beast, and signaled the old ghost to go out. Lao Gizzy also found the expression of dumb beasts, and immediately understood, and followed Aoki to the entrance. After he came out, the dull beast finally relaxed his body. Just inside, the uncomfortable atmosphere surrounding him kept his body tight. Human teenager, now I want you to do what we have done for you. You can say what you want to find. After coming out, Lao Gai's voice sounded immediately in Aoki's brain, looking a little eager. I don't know if I want Aoki to find something to leave early, or if I can't help but want to absorb some phantom energy. After all, I'm basically empty. Yan Wenyan, Aoki's expression was a bit strange. At first he didn't know. What Lao Gizzy wanted him to do was what he wanted to do, but now that he is done, Lao Gizzy asks him what he is looking for. Well, like this, have you ever seen a palm-sized stone that contains a huge amount of energy, no matter what kind of energy, fire, water, electricity, etc. Aoki thought about it. Still say. Aoki decided to say a new request casually. Chapter 57 Darkstone 3:3. Honestly, Aoki didn't want to take advantage of the ghosts. After all, although they looked cunning and horrible, after so much contact, he found that the ghosts were not much different from other elves, and they were also honest. A kind of elf, although it may be a little less kind. What Aoki is talking about is the evolutionary stone. He will expose it once, regardless of whether the ghosts have seen it. This time, he can successfully get the quest items. In addition, let the beastly animals learn the electrocardiogram, which has reached his purpose. What surprised Aoki was that after he finished speaking, Lao Gizzy looked strangely from a corner of a cave, took out 2 black stones, floated to Aoki, and said, Are you talking about this kind of stone? I watched as ghosts evolved with gas. 2 virtual hands were placed in the air, and 2 black stones and dark stones were placed in the gasified hands. Aoki can't help but be speechless. In fact, he really just has no intention of speaking. He didn't really want Gizzy to take out evolutionary stones, and he still had to. I saw the 2 dark stones in Guy's hand. The first response was the dark crow. He squeaked gently, and then pulled Aoki's trousers with his paw. The dark crow looked at the 2 dark stones, not knowing why. A longing that appeared from the bottom of his heart told him that he must get these 2 strange stones. These 2 stones can make him stronger and much stronger. It can be said that qualitative changes can occur. Although he didn't know why this idea appeared in his mind, he pulled Oki's trousers and told him he needed the stone. Oki looked at the dark crow, crouched down and touched his feathers, and said softly, "Dark crow, I know, but don't worry, it's not when you use these stones." Dark crow heard Oki's voice and gradually quieted down, no matter how the thoughts in his heart kept appearing in his mind. But he knew that Oki would not harm him. Just do what Oki said. Oki also knows what the dark crow is excited about. This is an instinct in the blood. As long as the dark stone passes through, it can evolve into a crow head, and its strength will definitely be greatly improved. But in Oki's plan, the dark crow has not yet reached the conditions for evolution. Now evolution is completely wasting his excellent talents and qualifications. Originally, he did not intentionally want the evolutionary stones of the greedy ghosts, but he did not expect that the old ghosts were so upright, and he just took a casual talk and really took out 2 dark stones. That's right. Oki's heart moved a little, and said silently in his heart, and then the chip started, and the quality of the 2 dark stones was scanned. Dark Stone Intermediate, a magical stone that allows certain specific Pokémon to evolve. It's as dark as the night, able to slightly improve the qualifications of the wizard. Dark Stone Elementary, a magical stone that allows certain specific Pokémon to evolve, as dark as night. Can let the elf evolve, but can't optimize qualifications. Sure enough, as in previous lives, even evolutionary stones have different quality and different effects. Intermediate evolutionary stones can slightly improve the qualifications of elves. If dark crows use intermediate evolutionary stones, the qualification will take another step after evolution. It is not impossible to get dark green, Oki thought silently. So, if it is a high-level evolution stone, Oki couldn't help but think of a possibility. Although the possibility of encountering a high-level evolution stone is too low, the dark crow has not reached the time when it needs to evolve. He still can't wait, right? I still didn't say a word of rejection, and silently put the 2 evolution stones in the air into the rocket's belt, and said, "Thank you." It should be, "You help us, we help you too." And for us, these 2 stones are useless, but the power contained in them is too strong, so they are collected. Otherwise it would not be so. Find what you want soon, explained old ghosts. Nodded slightly. It is true that the dark stone is only effective for those elves that need evolutionary stones to evolve, and it has no special effect for the ghosts. After he finished speaking, in the eyes of Lao Gizi, the dark air was permeated, and the visible gas gradually spread from him to the stupid beast. Seeing Lao Gizi's behavior, the dark crow was anxious immediately and wanted to take a shot. The dumb beast is his companion, and the dark crow does not allow anyone to hurt him. Oki reached out to prevent the dark crow from tightening his body. He narrowed his eyes slowly as he watched the behavior of the old ghost. Although he didn't know what the ghost was doing, he vaguely guessed that it might be related to the electrocardiogram relationship, and the dumb beast did not act in resistance. Did not let Oki and Dark Crow wait for a long time. The black gas disappeared from the foolish beast, and slowly returned to Gizi. "Well, I have taught him electrocardiogram." The voice of Lao Gizi appeared in Oki's brain again, and as he expected, this was teaching the foolish animal to learn electrocardiogram. His talent is very high, but he only needs a leader. Lao Gizi continued, "I can feel the huge power in him, but he doesn't have all the mastery. This requires your good guidance, human." Oki nodded. He knew that the talent of the foolish beast was very high, but did not expect that he had not reached his limit. "Master, master, master." Suddenly, a boyish voice appeared in Oki's mind. Oki glanced at the dumb beast in surprise. "And you read the book www.yuukanzu.com," and saw a faint blue light in his eyes, which was clearly his voice. "Is that you, a beast?" Oki asked. "I saw." A dumb beast nodded, but didn't use the telepathy. "I didn't think I was used to using this ability, and he wasn't good at talking." Touched the dull beast's smooth pale pink head and encouraged with a smile, "It's okay, let's take it slowly. and we will slowly know how to use it. The voice belonging to the dumb beast sounded again. If it is judged by human standards, the dumb beast must be a very cute lady. The dark crow also felt the sound of the drowsy beast in their heads. As elves, they didn't actually need spiritual communication, but they felt very magical. The dark crow turned around the drowly beast curiously and thought about there his companion actually learned such a fun ability, and he was a little embarrassed by what he saw. Telepathy is a very magical ability. It does not represent learning the words of that race. It is mainly about spiritual communication. It can automatically simulate the sounds you understand. In fact, it only communicates spiritually. There is no language communication. For this trip, it basically ended here. Aoki is still very satisfied with the result. The main receipt may be the elven egg of Era, although it is not hatchable. But as long as it is not hatchable, this egg hasn't died, then there must be a way to hatch. But it hasn't been found yet. The second receipt is the 10 bottles of geosperm that are slowly owned. This is a huge asset. If you let the strong kings know, you may be tempted to take it. Then came 2 dark stones, which was also an unexpected gain. Chapter 58 Reward. Ghostman. Wednesday after the old ghosts slowly walked out of the complex labyrinth-like cave, the ghosts they met on the way no longer looked at Aoki with cold eyes. But there was a feeling of intimacy, even the beasts. We all have some good feelings. He reached a new cave entrance. The old ghosts stopped and saw a lot of ghosts gathered inside. Aoki gave him a strange look. Shouldn't he take him out of the cave now? Why did he come to a new place? I really don't think Gizzy will attack them because there is no need to do so now. I believe that Gizzy also know that it is just a loss to both hands. I didn't wait for Aoki to ask. Lao Gizzy said to himself, I said before that you would do something for us and we would be paid. He said. He floated in first, motioning to Aoki to keep up. Aoki after they entered, the ghosts in the cave looked at them with curious eyes and gradually surrounded them. I watched the actions of the ghosts, and Aoki frowned. Although I didn't know what the old ghosts wanted to do, I was still a little uncomfortable when I was treated like an animal. Here are all our clan who are willing to go out with you. You can choose one of them to be your elf. Lao Gizzy finally said what the reward is. Aoki felt speechless again. What the old ghost said. The reward after completing things is this. Let Aoki choose a ghost at. In fact, for the old ghost, letting Aoki take a ghost is good for both sides. When Zheng Jinsui was still young, he had reached the human world and had been a companion of one person, but at that time, the overall living environment of humans was not very good, plus various crises. The person without persisting for too long, he died unexpectedly, and Lao Gizzy returned to the place where he was born. For him who has been to the human world today, he still has some knowledge of humans. At that time, humans and elves helped each other and gradually survived the harsh living environment. General Wild Elves, after getting help from humans, will grow at a flying speed, much faster than the wild themselves. He knows that although he has always lived here without any care, in the same way, there will be no special growth, no special ghosts, and even evolution to ghost stones is very difficult, let alone the final evolutionary type. Gengui. The idea of letting a ghost go after a human, even when he saw the Geng ghost occupying the area where they live, has always been the idea. Then Aoki came, and he also had a better impression of Aoki, so he decided to let Aoki choose a ghost as his elf. The ghosts who I have been waiting for have been here. When they saw Aoki coming in, they were very curious because they were the first to see humans. The ghosts here are relatively young ghosts, and they gradually grew up listening to the stories told by the old ghosts, so they are more yearning for the human world that the old ghosts talk about. After seeing humans for the first time, his curiosity is even more unstoppable. Aoki's heart is also complicated. He didn't really think about it. He never let him choose a ghost as his elf. This kind of elf is a kind of elf who loves to play games on Earth or as a member of the Rockets in the last life. Although is just a ghost, and does not look good, this does not prevent Aoki's enthusiasm for Gizzy. or Gengi's enthusiasm for the final evolution of Gizzy. First of all, Gengi has extremely high special attack and speed race values, and his growth direction and fighting methods meet the requirements of Aoki. Also, Gengi is a ghost of the ghost system and the poisonous system. There are many changes in the battle. Many times, as long as the trainer is properly commanded, it is often possible to use weak to strong. The most important point is that Gengi is a super evolved elf. After super evolved, it is directly converted into a special attack turret, and the output should not be too scary. Now Aoki's main life safety is protected by dumb beasts, but if you enter the human world in some places, you can't carry elves outside. At that time, you may not even have time to throw the elven ball when you encounter a sudden attack. But if there is a ghost, let him hide in his shadow. He can protect himself anytime, anywhere, enough to deal with various unexpected situations. When the old ghost said that Aoki chose a ghost, some of them were actually in the middle of Aoki. As soon as I entered this cave, when I met the ghost, Aoki had some emotions, and wanted to conquer a good ghost as an elf. But more and more ghosts came out later, and he gradually converged on his own idea. It is really among so many ghosts, it is a little difficult to retreat safely after conquering one. And the ghosts conquered in this way will be extremely difficult to tame, and may even become uncontrollable. I did not expect that the old guy's reward happened to hit Aoki's muzzle. Along with the trend, Aoki decided at once. If so many ghosts have the qualifications that can meet his requirements, www.mentalnovel.com, directly accept takeaway. Of course, if he hasn't been able to meet Aoki's requirements all the time, he would rather have no shortage of resources, and he would not waste resources to train a qualified elf. Aoki took the elite route, and the requirements for the elves were still very high. Originally, the resources are not very rich, so I would rather train less, but each elven who has to be trained can stand on his own. I just felt like I had been taking advantage of the ghosts, but they were still very happy. This was the first time since Aoki was born again that I was a little embarrassed by the behavior of the elves. I nodded my head to Lao Gizzy, and got the strange look of Lao Gizzy. For others, it is more difficult to choose one of the hundreds of ghosts. But for Aoki, who has a chip, it is just a few more scans. As the eyes passed, the corresponding data maps appeared in front of Aoki's eyes. In this way, I used to have all the red qualifications in the past. Occasionally, there were a few orange ones, and then there were one or two yellow ones, but it was only a pale yellow, which was a little worse than the old GIS qualifications. Aoki's brows gradually frowned. If this kind of ghost community were all of this qualification, there would be no need for Aoki to conquer one to cultivate, which is a waste of resources. Seeing Aoki frown, Lao Gizzy said, "What's wrong? Didn't you fancy it? There are so many ghosts here." Aoki didn't even look right, but he was a bit surprised. Although not all of the people here, they also accounted for almost half. The second push, please collect, recommend, thank you all the lovely trainers. Chapter 59 Conquering Ghosts 23 Chi Wenyan nodded, and Aoki nodded. I wanted to turn away with the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast. It wasn't very demanding, so Aoki had no regrets. There are no ghosts that meet his requirements here, and they will always be encountered elsewhere. Looking at Aoki's movement, Lao Gizzy hesitated for a while, then seemed to make some determination, called a few times to a ghost, and said something. Wait a moment, there are still a few that haven't arrived. Lao Gizzy stopped Aoki, who was about to leave. Aoki froze and nodded. After waiting for a while, a ghost came to the cave with several ghosts. When I saw the new ghosts coming, Aoki's eyes brightened. Just looking at the surface, we can see that they are clearly different from the previous ghosts. First of all, she has a spiritual look. Her eyes are more godlike, her purple gas is more solid, her mouth wide with an unbelievable excited smile. Glimmer flashed in his eyes, and the chip showed the data of these ghosts. Yellow, yellow, dark yellow, yellow, pale green, dark green. Along with the appearance of data maps, Aoki silently remembered the qualifications of these ghosts in his heart, and then became more and more surprised until he saw the last ghost. His qualifications have actually reached a dark green. Pokemon, Ghosts dark green. Gender, male. Level 10. Attribute, Ghost System plus Poison System. Characteristics, floating. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Flame Fist, Ghost Face, Black Mist. Basic skills, Hypnosis, Tongue Licking, Resentment, Black Eyes. Teaching skills, Sleep, Shadow Ball, Spiritual Strong Thoughts, Trait Exchange, Snoring. Skill learner, none. The old ghost looked at Aoki and stared tightly at a ghost, grinning bitterly, and said, "It seems you should be able to judge their qualifications. This ghost is the most qualified in our tribe. The strong is also the object of our key training. I originally wanted him to grow here and become the patriarch after my death." Aoki was stunned. It was not surprising that the old ghost could see that he could see the quality of the elves. What surprised him was that the level of this ghost was not very high, but he had learned so many skills. Is it the result of talents and key training? The ghost who had been staring at Aoki also noticed Aoki's gaze. He was curious to look at Aoki, and he saw humans for the first time. He is very yearning for the human world in the story that the old patriarch has been telling. When he first learned that there were humans here, they were so excited that they would have appeared here in the first place. He was stopped by the old patriarch, but in the end, for no reason, they were brought here anxiously, and saw the human form they were thinking about. I decided it was him. I am very optimistic about him. Aoki said, without hesitation, went straight to the best qualified ghost. Lao Gui smiled bitterly, hesitated for a moment without stopping. Since he made people bring these outstanding people here, it was decided that he would not stop Aoki's choice. I just didn't expect that Aoki's eyes were so spicy. So I chose the one with the most talent. Yes. Lao Gizi spit out these two words slowly, feeling his heart dripping blood. I walked in front of the ghost. Aoki smiled, and asked, "Would you like to follow me? Go and see this vast, colorful world outside!" Hearing Aoki's words, the ghost was a little froze, glanced at the patriarch without objection, and nodded excitedly. Aoki laughed even more happily, took a super ball from the rocket's belt, and said to ghosts, "If you agree, then come in." The dark crow and the foolish beast also looked at this ghost, and they were a little delighted. They knew that there would be another companion soon, and they felt heartfelt joy. In all eyes, the ghost slowly approached the super ball in Aoki's hand, lightly touched the button in the middle of the elf ball, and was received in a red light! With the crisp sound of the super ball, without any struggle, the ghosts were directly subdued after entering. Aoki smiled with satisfaction, and it was an unexpected surprise. It was very satisfying to be able to conquer a ghost with high qualifications and obviously being cultivated. I also forgot about his mind at the same time, and never have to worry about being attacked again. I just watched the most qualified kin in the clan being subdued by Aoki, and Lao Gizi was very distressed. But now that he has made a decision, even if it is for the future development of the ethnic group, he will not regret it again. Although repentance is useless. Released the ghost that had just been conquered, and Aoki said to him, "Welcome to join, ghost. Please advise me in the future." Quack. Yeah. The dark crow and the foolish beast also laughed together and welcomed the new companions to join. Haggis seemed very lively and active, and they started to circle around Aoki and the dark raven, obviously also very happy. I saw that obviously older than the dark crows and foolish beasts, but with a younger mentality. Aoki smiled, and maybe add some vitality to the team in the future. Lao Gizi seemed more helpless, but he still had to pretend to be generous, holding back his distress. After seeing Guy's happy appearance, she let go a little. After conquering ghosts www.mentalnovel.com, Lao Ghosts finally took Aoki to the entrance of the wet cold cave. I saw the sun again and felt the temperature shining on my body, a relief from my heart. After all, as long as you are an individual, you have been in the cold and humid underground world for a long time, and there are ghosts around you, you will definitely feel uncomfortable. I stretched to waist, and as the body made a snap sound, Oki was ready to say goodbye to the old ghost. When I looked back, I saw Laogizi hiding in the cave far away from the sun. Obviously as a ghost, although he was not afraid of the sun, he still didn't like it. Also, Oka's ghost is an expression that doesn't like sunlight, but there is no physical discomfort. Ghost, you hide in my shadow first, Oki said to Ghost with a smile. Although just conquered, Oka's trust in Gizzy is not low at all. Ghost nodded. For him, the shadow is much more comfortable than basking in the sun, and he has always been in the cave. In fact, there is no difference from living in the shadow. The shadow is smaller, but for him still enough. Oki does not collect ghosts into the Elven Ball. Also considering that one of Ghost's main duties in the future is to protect him at any time, let him adapt to it now. I waved at the old ghost gently and signaled to leave. Sooner or later, I will have to come back anyway. It is just the magical stone pillar in the cave that is worth him to come back. Moreover, now that he has taken away the ghosts, he will definitely return him to his hometown in the future. At that time, he will startle all eyes. The second push, please collect and recommend. Dear trainers, let's subdue the elves together. Chapter 60 Magical Skills, Teleportation 3-3. Watching Oki as they left, Laogizi stayed at the mouth of the cave for a long time, and finally sighed, and returned to the cave alone. The back was a bit lonely. After a short while, in a ghost-like cave, they stood under a tree and looked at the dumb beasts together. Oki lightly touched the back of the dumb beast and said with a smile, "Stupid beast, take us back with a momentary move, no need to force. You can go wherever you can, and focus on maintaining your own combat power." Alas, the way back, Oki was not ready to go back. At least 3 days away from the rocket space from here, how could I go back all at once? Fortunately, the momentary movement of the dumb beast had been calculated long ago, otherwise Oki would not be hurrying while training on the way, calm. I have to say that the ability to move instantly is really a field skill. The stupid beast's electrocardiogram was not very proficient, did not speak, nodded slightly, and wrapped Oki in them with instinct. Even the ghosts in Oki's shadow were wrapped in intent. Haggis slowly appeared in the shadow of Oki, with curiosity in his eyes, and he was pulled directly out of the shadow for the first time. He ignored the strange eyes of ghosts, and the dumb beast was concentrating on finding the coordinates of the positioning. It was a burden for him now to transport so many creatures and move long distances. As the superpowers strengthened, the light in the eyes of the dumb beasts became even more. With the flash of superpowers wrapped around them in Oki, the group disappeared in place. Apart from a slowly falling leaf, there are no more Oki them! On the island of Trial, somewhere in the forest, one person and 3 elves suddenly appeared here. It was Oki and the foolish beasts who had just moved in an instant. Oki shook his head slightly, and suddenly the space shifted suddenly. Even if his physical fitness had been strengthened a lot, it still made him dizzy. But for elf like Dark Raven and Ghost, it has no effect. Slight noise, some stunned stupid animals can't control their floating body, fell to the ground, and their spirits look a bit sluggish. Fortunately, Oki had a reminder at the beginning, so it's not very serious, just some mental takeoff. Stupid beast, you meditate first. Still too stubborn. Oki looks serious. Although he hasn't confirmed where it is yet, he must be far away from the cave of Gizzy because of the tired appearance of the dumb beast. The dumb beast nodded, and used the last power to deliver the incubator that had been supported to Oka's hands, and then lay on the ground with magical fluctuations in his power, and he began to meditate. No matter what place it is, there is no danger or whether it will be attacked. Just meditate in situ. This is because of the elf's trust in the trainer. Dark Crow, Ghost, pay attention to the surrounding situation. If there is an elven approach, attack directly. Oki issued a slay order. The Dark Crows and Ghosts nodded one after another, which is related to the safety of their companions, and they will play a 12-point spirit. Even if he is a newly joined ghost, he is very hard to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Ghost, You go through the shadows to see the surrounding environment. Are there any powerful elves? Pay attention to hide yourself. Do not fight. Aoki said to Ghost. I'm not sure where it is now. It's still necessary for Gis to investigate the surrounding environment. Guisi nodded, seeing the outside world for the first time, has been a little impatient, but now is the critical period of companion weakness. He can still distinguish the priorities. I slowly sink in the shadow of the tree. As long as there is a place where the shadow is connected, the ghost can shuttle freely. While there is no other in the woods, the shadow is the most. As for Aoki, regardless of the dust on the ground, he sat down and sat quietly beside the dumb beast. The dark raven has been hovering in the air. Sharp eyes glanced around. I took a look at the incubator in my hand. It contained Kira's elven eggs. From the numerical values of the incubator, various data were very good, and even some values were higher than the average value. However, the incubation time showed unknown. Now, in the technology of the incubator, it also shows that the elven eggs of Kira cannot hatch. Aoki smiled bitterly, and said to the elven egg in your hand, "How should I hatch you?" "It's a head egg." Time passed quickly, and when the sun was gradually tilting west, Gizzy returned. By making various shapes of gas from his body, the ghosts tell Aoki which elves are more powerful and which are more special. After being described by Gizzy, Aoki finally understood where it was. It was already in the realm of the flying mantis. No wonder the dumb beast was so tired. After Aoki understood the place, he thought, in fact, this is the periphery of the flying mantis territory. Just walk a little further to get out of the flying mantis territory. It's no wonder I stayed here for so long. But no powerful elf appeared. As a family of flying mantises, few elves will fight against them, because whether they win or lose, there will be a group of flying mantises. If you win, you will be challenged by a stronger flying mantis, but you will not be able to lose. If you lose, you will have a weaker flying mantis to challenge again, until you completely lose the combat ability. www.mentalnovel.com. This crazy, endless battle, no matter which wild elf, can't help trembling after thinking about it. However, compared to Aoki, he can breathe a sigh of relief, indicating that the strongest elves here are flying mantises. If they face them, Aoki is still confident enough to retreat safely. Also, the distance from the base is not very far. If you try your best to get there, you will definitely be able to reach it in one day. Of course, if you make another momentary movement after the dull beast recovers, the time will be greatly shortened. Finally, the dull beasts recovered when the sun was hanging over the treetops. Although each use of instant movement consumes a lot of his superpower energy, but each time the gain is also huge. It's like when you first used it, it was overdrawn by teleportation for more than 10 kilometers, and this time using instantaneous movement, the displacement distance was more than 100 kilometers, which can be said to be nearly 10 times the growth. More importantly, after using instant mobility this time, there is still some power left, which is enough to deal with the sudden situation. Of course, not every time it will grow so exaggerated, but the understanding of the skill of instantaneous movement must have greatly improved. From the dumb beast's eyes opened again, it can be seen from the brighter and more dynamic eyes that his receipt was not small this time. "Stupid beast, how do you feel now?" I noticed for a moment that the stupid animal had recovered Aoki, but after seeing the spirit of the stupid animal, his heart was slightly relaxed. Second, I asked for collection and recommendation. I feel that the rhythm of writing is a bit slow. Chapter 61. Use teleport again. Wednesday. Master, I'm okay, I feel good now. The blue light flickered in the dumb beast's eyes, and the electrocardiogram sounded directly in Aoki's mind. Listening to the voice of a dumb beast, Aoki's unconscious mouth slightly rises. It seems that he is really in good shape. Not only is there no weakness, but even the electrocardiograms that have been in the past when the spirit is not working now seem to be much smoother to use now. I stretched out my hand and touched the pink head of the dumb beast and said with a smile, "Don't be so stubborn next time, listen to me." Yeah, a dull beast touched Aoki's head, felt very comfortable, and called unconsciously. Then the blue light continued in his eyes, and said in Oki's brain, "Master, I am fully recovered now, I can use it again, and it will not be like this time." Oh, Oki's eyes lighted, and he was a little surprised by the words. If you can teleport for a distance, it is really close to the base. However, the momentary movement can only move to the place where it has been, so the dumb beast can now move to the place closest to the base, which is around the waterfall of Zengjin. If you calculate the distance in this way, it is really not very far. Compared with the distance this time, it is really much shorter. Oki also believes that it is not difficult for him to teleport such a distance after the dull beast has fully recovered. So he didn't stop, nodded with a smile, "Okay, let's do it again, and then prepare dinner." After saying that, he waved at the dark crow that had been on the tree as a sentry post. After the dark raven came down, Oki said, "Dark raven, the foolish beast has recovered, and we will move again in an instant." Ghosts, come out too. Since exploring the surroundings, Gizzy has been hiding in the shadow of Oki since he returned. The space in the shadow makes him feel comfortable. Ghost slowly floated out of the shadows and made a few laps around the beast. He was very curious about the magic skills of the beast. Yeah, the dumb beast screamed, and his telepathy was linked to the ghosts. Obviously, Dumb Beast still had a little bit of responsibility as a brother to the newly added companions with a smaller mind. "Okay, Gizzy, don't linger on dumb beasts." "Dumb beasts, let's get started," Oki said with a smile after watching Gizzy make a noise. For the ghosts who have just joined the team, it is obvious that their minds are relatively naive, and they may live longer, but in terms of the age of the ghosts, they are really still a child. And the spirits like the ghosts play naturally. Without training, Oki indulged him. After hearing Oki's words, Gizzy drifted to Oki obediently, as if to say, "See me as a good boy." After the ghosts left, the stupid beast also launched the instant movement again. Obviously, he has become more proficient, the time for instant movement to start is shorter, and the mastery of energy is obviously more refined. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in another woods. Looking at the surrounding environment, Oki thought about where it was. The tadpoles did not remember their surroundings compared to the rapid passage in the flying mantis territory. I remember Oki here well. Here is where Oki and the dark crow are chased by the Rada, and it is also the corner of fate that led to the encounter between Oki and the beast. The dark crow apparently recognized this place, fell from the air, pointed to some broken places on the ground, and shouted at the greenwood. I know, when we were chased by Radas, we escaped to stop them like this." Oki smiled and touched the wings of the dark crow and said, ? Gizzy heard the interest, and asked around the dark crow. As the oldest elder member in the team, as well as the oldest brother in the team, the dark crow explained the situation they encountered at the time, how he killed the quartet, and how many Rada he killed. He smiled and shook his head. The joining of Gizzy obviously made the spirits of Oki more active. As the first Elven of Oki, the Dark Crow is also the most stressed Elven. It has always been a reliable and belligerent existence, but it has few words. The Dumb Beast as the second member to join is relatively stubborn but stable. When there are only two of them, they often just talk a few words and it is over. Ghostly is a kind of ghostly naughty elf. He suddenly became a mediator between the Dark Crow and the foolish beast, so that the two elf who didn't talk much can communicate harmoniously. Hargai originally didn't want to interrupt their air communication, but now the sun is about to set, and it will be even more difficult to move at night if the fire is not raised now. Well, stop now. Dark Crow, go and catch some hares and pheasants, etc. Ghost, you go and collect some firewood. You dumb beasts, you set up the tent with your will. Oki interrupted them. Arrange the tasks one by one. The dark ravens immediately stopped chatting, and did not complain at all about Oki's order, and quickly completed their task. It was night, so I was sitting around the fire, and the dark crow who had just enjoyed nothing was standing lazily on the ground and didn't want to move. So was the beast. After eating, I didn't want to move. You were reading books. www.uukanzu.com. Only ghosts are still very spirited and active. As a ghost, he doesn't need to eat, although he can also eat energy blocks. Aoki has not made a special energy block for ghosts. So for ghosts, his food today is exactly dark. The dying gas remained on the dead beasts that the crow had caught. While eating, looking at the dark crows and foolish beasts, Gizzy was also curious. What exactly did it taste, so that the two seniors ate so fragrant? But after trying to put the food in their mouths, the result was after the embarrassment that fell directly. Gizzy gave up. After taking a break, Aoki said, "Okay, I've taken a break. I'll digest the food before going to bed." As he said, the dark crow and the foolish beast stood up habitually, waiting for Aoki's training plan. Although Giguis didn't know what to do, he learned everything and stopped obediently. Dark Raven, Evil Wave skill 50 times, Wings attacked 100 times. Let's target that tree. With a finger held a big tree held by two people, arranged the Dark Raven's training plan tonight. You dumb beasts, you continue to train your mental ability. Today you want to lift 5 stones 500 times. Because the super abilities of idiot beasts are increasing too fast, Aoki's training requirements for dumb beasts are also sudden. Improved a lot. As for the ghosts, Aoki paused for a moment and thought, you can do a retracement run today. Use your speed, and see a quick retracement run in the 2 trees. Well, run 2000 times first. Let me see how your physical strength is. Dash. Cheeky for collection and recommendation! Exclamation mark. Chapter 62 Ghosts Growth Direction 2 or 3. This is the first time that Ghosts has joined the training, so Aoki can't quite grasp the amount of his training, but just said a similar amount in his mind. After he finished speaking, Gizzy ran to his own training. Dark Crow's first exercise skill is the Wave of Evil. The main exercise direction is to gather the energy of the evil system and focus on the attack, so that the damage of the Wave of Evil can be maximized. Then is the training of Wing Attack. As the Dark Crow's most powerful flight skill now, part of the damage caused by the skill is that the flight energy condenses on the wings to increase the wings' attack power, and part of it depends on the flesh. The rise of power through the wings can also increase the power of wings to attack. As for the dumb beast, as a water and superpowered spirit, although the water-based talent is not weak, compared to the superpowered talent, it is still a little worse. Therefore, Aoki has always focused on superpowers in training. As long as the superpowers can be trained and supplemented with the help of water skills, the dummies will become a mobile turret. It can control and output, and it also has a weak defense and health. As a spirit of the ghost system and the poison system, the ghosts have a high special attack value, but in fact, for the ghosts or the gang ghosts that eventually evolved, the fight is not a quick battle, but a war of attrition. With the intractable ghost system and the continuous damage of the poison system, as long as you drag in the battle for a period of time, it will cause tons of damage to the opponent. Of course, the first premise is to survive the slamming of your opponent. The ghost attack and speed race values are very high, but in contrast, the blood volume is really thin. If you encounter a restrained elf, you may be instantly dropped. So all Ghosts has to do is survive the battle, and then be the output. The longer you live, the higher the damage done. In addition to special attacks, the most talented talent of Mengizzy is speed. As long as you have extremely high speed, you can survive longer. Coupled with the fact that Gizzy can learn a variety of control skills and the skills of disgusting people, the difficulty will be even higher. In Aoki's conception, Gizzy only needs to master the skills of hypnosis, dream eating, sleeping, and dream talk, plus the poisonous toxic skills. If the skills are perfectly connected, Guy's tactics will be formed. I believe that even the elves with a certain level can be consumed alive. So Ghost is actually the one that is the most important output in the Aoki team. The Dark Crow is not suitable for long-term battles. and the drowsy beast is too slow and easy to be targeted, but these are nothing to Ghost. Even counting the evolution of ghosts into Gengui, and then finding a matching super evolutionary stone, then a leapfrog battle, or a battle beyond qualifications, will become possible. When Oki appeared again at the rocket space, it was a day later. It took a day to walk from Lada territory to the rocket space. Of course, it's not all in a hurry, mainly to exercise the skills of the elves and improve the level. Of course, the most advanced of course is the original lowest level of ghosts. With the help of the Dark Raven and the Foolish Beast, the level of ghosts in leapfrog battles has increased rapidly. Although it is only one day, it has been directly upgraded from level 10 to level 14. In the crazy battle, and the influence of the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast, the already active ghost has also become a glorious battle freak, keen on fighting with various elves. And it is precisely because of this that he can raise 4 levels in a day. The dumb beasts and the dark crows have also improved by 1 level, reaching 22 and 20 levels, mainly because the ghosts are too troublesome. When they encounter some powerful elves, they have to take the initiative to challenge them. As a result, they are bullied. Find dark crows and dumb beasts to take revenge, and then increase the level of compliance with nature. So, after a day, in this constant battle, I came back here. Stupid beast, you are not suitable to appear here, let's go back to the elf ball and rest a bit. Aoki took out the dumb beast's super ball and said to him, as a flashing elf, the stupid beast is also pink, but it is still very obvious, and the discerning person can see it at a glance, so in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still retracts the elf ball first. Of course, Oki's main defense is not those trials, but some official members of the Rockets on the island. They are the ones who have really experienced the blood and the war. As long as the benefits are large enough, there will be people who will be risky. Large figures like Viper and Shadow may look down on them, but some of their stronger people may not. I handed the incubator containing the eggs of Kira to Ghosts, and let him take the incubator to lurk in his own shadow, and then led the Dark Crow into the rocket space brightly. I was still familiar with the rig-long passage, but when Oki came this time, I didn't have those feelings of depression. People always say that when the strength increases, the perspective of the world will be different. Is used to describe Oki now. Now he has 2 green qualified elves with the level of 20 and a level 14, but a talented ghost, plus treasures such as earth core milk and dark stone. He has no shortage of spirits and resources, so he no longer looks at things from the perspective of a pure rainer. The pressure on the Rockets is not so great. With a completely different mood than when she was reborn for the first time, www.mentalnovel.com, she walked out of the base's ridge. Compared with the desertedness when returning for the first time, there are actually people in the rocket square who come and go in a hurry this time. Not only the trials, but even some of the Rocket's soldiers seem to be busy. What's normal? Shuttle around the square. After Oki entered the base, many people who specialized in eyeliners disappeared into the square. Although he didn't pay special attention, there were 3 or 4 people. Interesting. The base has become more complicated. Oki's mouth rises, sketching an evil smile. Under their spread, it didn't take long for Aoki to return to the intelligence in the base, and all the powerful people knew it. A group of people quickly walked out of the dormitory area. Led by the headed person, they walked straight into the square. Each person was accompanied by at least 1 elven, and the headed person had 2. Except for the person headed by each person, everyone has a different look. They are nervous, excited, and afraid, but they are moving at their fastest pace, as if they are afraid they can't catch up. The person headed by Wu Dang went to the square and saw Aoki in the middle of the square. He ran past at a faster speed. The people behind him followed closely, and his expression on the face became more complicated. Master, Aoki, you are back. He was headed by Aoki, who tried his life in the wild sky, and gave him gas bombs that once belonged to Sarah's. Here I would like to thank all the book friends who voted for my recommendation and collection! There are also brothers and sisters who give prizes to Hibiscus. Kneel down here! Exclamation mark. Thank you my friends! Exclamation mark. Chapter 63 Rewards and Penalties 3-3 Now Sky is beside him with an Abba snake and a gas bomb with obvious fear. I walked quickly to Oki, kneeling on one knee. There were about 20 people behind him, and he quickly knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Master Oki." This neat voice cut through the whole square, letting the busy people on the square look sideways, and when they saw Oki standing and Sky kneeling, they looked stunned. Oki narrowed her eyes slightly, glanced at Sky kneeling respectfully on the ground, and the 20 or so people kneeling behind him. A few of them were more familiar. They existed as soloists. People's strengths are okay. The chip scanned the elf data of these people, and Oki glanced a little, and found that the average level of these people's elves reached level 17, and their qualifications were acceptable. Although two people's elves were only orange, their levels were relatively high. He nodded indiscriminately. For Sky's ability to handle things, Oki found that he really needed to re-examine it. In just a few days, he had gathered such a force, which can be said to be quite good. And Sky successfully recovered Saros gas bombs. From the appearance of gas bombs, not only was it completely conquered, but the level was also improved. "Let's all get up," Oki said quietly after a moment of silence. With Oki's words, Sky slowly stood up, then stood beside Oki, struggling to keep his height lower than Oki. Abo Snake and Gas Bomb followed Scary with a look of fear, especially the Gas Bomb. When he set his eyes on Oki and Dark Raven, he immediately moved away, but his expression of fear was even more serious. 20 or so people kneeling behind him also stood up quickly as Sky got up, lowered his head and didn't dare to speak, and only dared to observe Oki with the light of the corner of his eyes. This real leader. There were several people who were obviously more nervous. They quietly wiped their forehead sweat with their hands, and saw that Oki was not dissatisfied, and he was slightly relieved. "You did a great job, Sky." Oki glanced respectfully at Sky and said with a smile, "This is what the subordinate should do, or thanks to the reputation of the adult and this gas bomb." When Sky said gas bomb, he paused. Obviously, he was thinking whether he should say this. Don't look at him gathering so many people in just a few days, but some of the methods he uses are still disgraceful. Some of these 20 or so people were people who had gathered in Suraz today. But now he has gathered them all up and let Fox take charge. Some people are the original soloists. For various reasons, soloism is not a proper way. Because of Oka's reputation and strength, he actively joined in. This group of people is the least afraid and least worried. What would Oki do? The most nervous part of the last part is the most important. It was Sky who added Oka's actions and the original Suraz gas bomb to prove that he was reluctant to join in under the intimidation. I am the same group of people who are most afraid of Oki. Because of Sky's various descriptions, Oki has been described as a strong man who does not blink. In addition to intimidation and lure, Saros gas bomb is the best proof. This was awarded to him by Oki. It also made Sky reach one of the top among the trainers from the middle to the top. It was because of this matter that Bisco was hesitant to speak. In fact, he didn't get along with Oki for a long time, and his understanding of Oki was only after the defeat. So I don't know if Oki will get angry because of this incident. Listening to Sky's hesitation, Oki stared at him deeply for a while, making the original calm Sky a bit creepy, and the sweat on his forehead slowly emerged before he left his sight. I said that I did a good job. I only look at the results, not the process. Oka's tone a little bit aggravated. I seemed to understand what Sky was worried about. Although he didn't care much about it, Oki still had to beat him a little, so that he couldn't tell the priorities later. Yes. Sky's original bowed body now went down a little bit, and the sweat on his forehead did not dare to wipe, and even nodded and said yes. As for the 20 or so people standing next to it, the atmosphere didn't dare to breathe. Just now they clearly felt a strong evil spirit and a flash of murderous gas from Oki. While horrified by Oka's momentum, straightened her mentality. Oki is quite satisfied with the current situation. Although I don't know what means Sky has gathered so many people, but as he said, He doesn't pay attention to the process but only the results, because he has enough self-confidence to control them. What's more, these are just a piece of chess that he just arbitrarily made. What will be the final result? For him now, it has not much effect. However, since it is already a party, there are still signs to be made. If you do well, you must have a reward. When you give me your ID card, I will transfer you 1000 points as a reward. Opening is 1000 points. Everyone was surprised. This is 1000 points. Most of you have not seen so many points here. Don't say 1000 points. Even some people have less than 100 points on the card until now. www.metalnovel.com. And you, Fox, you have done a good job. You can get 200 points. Aoki continued. There are rewards and penalties, which is the way of the royal palace. The respectful Fox was surprised, and did not expect that he could even have points reward. He has done so many tasks so far, and only has more than 100 points, and now he got a reward twice as much as his own points, which made him unhappy. 20-somethings turned their eyes to Fox, with different looks of envy and jealousy. At the same time, my heart was secretly determined that we must do something to satisfy Aoki, so that I can get points. 20 people only have envy for Sky being able to earn 1000 points, because he knows that there is indeed a big gap in strength, and he is also the person closest to Aoki, which is a half-confidant. But for Fox, that is naked jealousy. Everyone is also a small pawn. You are just half a day early, you will get 200 points reward. Especially those who think they are stronger than Fox, they are the most jealous. Only people with comparable status and strength can make people feel more obvious when making comparisons. Aoki took everyone's expression in his eyes and said, as long as you perform well, there will be rewards. At that time, you can choose points, elves, and props. When I heard Aoki's words, everyone's eyes became red. I wish I could show my loyalty now, and then complete the mission to get all the rewards. Third more, please collect and recommend again! 3 changes every day, today the task is complete! Chapter 64 Uninteresting Gagaman. Wednesday. Needless to say, the usefulness of points. The universal coins in the rockets are more practical than the Alliance coins. Pokemon, their current manager Sky. Is it because of the gas bombs that they got from Aoki? They thought they could sit in Sky's place if they had such a good elven props. This range is broad, ranging from various tree and fruit potions to various rare skills and rare treasures. For the big cake painted by Aoki, on the premise that Sir has received 1000 points, everyone did not doubt the truth of what he said. In this way, even if Aoki has a small faction on his trial island, or a large faction among the testers, this is a unique style of the rockets. There are various factions under Sakagi, and there are various small factions under the big faction, which compete with each other and grow with each other. It was a big reason that Sakazaki was able to grow the rockets from a third-rate gang into a behemoth that can now compete with the League. As long as the balance of the factions under his control is well controlled, this huge force can be well controlled. Moreover, Sakagi belongs to the kind of extremely self-confident person, and his high personality charm has also led his people to compete with each other without any idea of resistance. Of course, the strength of one's own strength and the strong hand of shadow are also one of the reasons. After banging and rewarding Galileo, Aoki also successfully managed this group of people. As long as he is strong enough, all the small moves will be solved. Let's go, prepare for it, and wait for the test to start. Aoki said. Yes, Master Aoki. Now we have our own gathering place, and the brothers over the dormitory have built a lobby as our site. Sky bowed. Oh, Aoki's eyes lit up, and Sky's ability to do business is still worthy of recognition. He said, a group of people led by Aoki, and Sky guided to the dormitory area. Well, there are so many people in the square, what are you busy with? As he walked, Aoki suddenly thought that not only was the tester, but the rocket soldiers were also busy. This is because Sky quickly answered the question from Aoki, but was interrupted halfway through the conversation. This is because the test rules have changed this time. Byan Sky's words were interrupted and he was about to get angry, but when he saw the people approaching, he closed his mouth instantly. It was Gaga who interrupted Sky, and he saw a group of people approaching Oki. He was wearing a white rocket uniform, short brownish yellow hair, and his eyes on taxation were closely staring at Oki. Going to stand in front of Oki, Gaga continued, the attack test is only part of it. If the lower ranked person thinks he is stronger, he can choose to challenge his predecessor. If he wins, he will replace his position. Life or death. When it comes to life and death, Oka's murderous skyrocketing in his eyes, Oki is regarded as his only competitor, and he does not hide his intention to kill Oki. He smiled slightly, and Gaga's killing intention was directly ignored by Oki. If he does not have an adventure now, he will not be his opponent at all. Are you trying to start a war with me now? The ancient Calais was menacing. Even Sky thought that he was ready to go to war. Oki didn't think so. What he just said was just ridicule. He still has some understanding of Gaga. Although this person is very happy and has a strong heart for competition, he is not a fool without a brain. Challenge here, and it will not turn into a group battle. It's really hard to say who wins or loses. After all, there are many accidents when there are many people. Gaga snorted, and his unhappiness with Oki was the look of lightness. Don't think you are the number one now. You want me to challenge you? Take the first and then say, maybe you challenge me. Oki smiled at the corner of his mouth and said, oh, I'll wait and see. Looking at Oki's smile, Gaga's heartless fire suddenly rose. Every time I approached the door with great momentum, I came across Oka's indifferent appearance, as if a punch was hit hard in the air, which made him very uncomfortable. Get in trouble. Oki saw Gaga neither speak nor act, so she blushed and stood here, blocking their way, and said loudly. His face turned green and red, and his fist squeezed Quack. If it wasn't for the test, today, he can't help but now look at the abyss snake next to Gaga and know she has been dangled, her cold and long snake eyes staring at Oki tightly, waiting for Gaga's order. But there are abo snakes in Gaga, and dark crows in Oki. Dark Crow has also been paying attention to the appearance of Abai Snake, ready to take a shot to defeat it. The Dark Crow is confident, as long as Abai Snake launches an attack, he can definitely come first and stop it. After a while, Gaga couldn't organize the language. He snorted and took Abba and his men and left. He found that every time he came to Oki, he really asked for his face and came to fight. People ignore themselves at all, but every time they get up tightly, Gaga, who looked back and left, had a somber face. www.mentalnovel.com. The men next to him all bowed their heads and did not dare to speak. Gaga, who usually has high toes, bumped into mold again at Oki. Now they don't dare to speak at will, so as not to become a punching bag. For Oki, Gaga has to think carefully. But for them, Gaga really does not show mercy. Besides, they also expect Gaga to take them out of the trial island. With his brother's power, the rockets can have a relatively high start. But what they didn't know was that Gaga had never been prepared to count on his brother, and he wanted to prove himself. So he calculated the trial island, and also wanted to rely on his own strength. Looking at Gaga's departure, Oki couldn't help but laugh out loud. In fact, he was not annoying to Gaga. Although he was extremely arrogant in doing things, he was just like Oki, who always insisted that real villains would always be told to hypocrites. Of course, if Gaga is determined to be his enemy, Oki will never leave his hand to the enemy. It is only over 1,000 meters from the square to the dormitory, but the 20 or so newly recruited people feel that they have walked all day. It is really that Oki is under too much pressure as the first place, and also met Gaga in the middle. They once thought that there was going to be a war, and they were still thinking about whether they would shoot if they fought. Fortunately, there was a false alarm. Oki was a little surprised when he came to the building that Sky said. Although they are all made of wood, their appearance looks very rude, but it has to be said that the size exceeds Oka's expectations. I want to collect it, recommend it. So cheeky. Shameless. Never kneel again. Chapter 65. Complete the task 2 or 3. I walked inside, and the whole hall was very spacious. A high platform was set up in the middle of the hall, and a clearly imposing chair was placed on it. Aoki was unpretentious, walked straight to the chair, and let himself sit down. The dark crow followed Aoki and flew up, standing on the back of the chair, looking down at the people below. Aoki looked at the people standing in 2 rows below, and couldn't help but a little stunned. No wonder there are so many people who like rights, like sitting in a high position and looking down from top to bottom. I have to say that this kind of vision really makes some people want. Even in the previous life, Aoki did not have such a position to look at his men. Now this is the first attempt. Sky stood in front of everyone and took a step forward, saying, "Master Aoki, we have a total of 25 people now, including 26 of you. The average scores are all about 40. There are also a few people in the dozens or 20s, which can be regarded as a powerful force in this space." Aoki nodded, and said nothing to signal Sky to continue. "In addition to your first place results, no one has dared to do anything with us so far. Although these 2 days are short, they have also collected a total of 237 points, which are currently on my ID card." Sky continued. "On this trial island, there is an unwritten rule that adding an influence to obtain asylum is possible, but 20% must be turned in after each task is completed, which is regarded as a protection fee. Those are placed with you first. If someone contributes, they can be rewarded directly for such points." Aoki really didn't pay much attention. He didn't see just 1,000 points, and he rewarded them without blinking. For such a force composed of trainers, except for a little effect on the trial island. The trial island is actually the number of small teams in the rockets, and even the entire rocket is not of water. But the survivors of the survivors have a higher potential than the average rockets. Aokus arbitrarily formed such a force was only for the sake of recruiting a few of the better-looking men in the future after he established himself in the rockets. After listening to the contents of Sky's report for a while, Aoki dismissed him. He is not the kind of person who likes to walk around with a group of men, no matter in past life or in this life. He prefers a person. Only when he gets along with his elves can he let him fully relax. Give everything directly to Sky management. Aoki still likes to be a shopkeeper. However, Aoki was relatively surprised at Sky's talents and management skills. If he has been loyal enough, he may become Aokus' first real player in the rockets. "Help you don't let me down, Sky," murmured as Aoki walked out of the hall with the dark crow. Because the poisonous snake modified the rules of this test. The test time was also scheduled in the afternoon. In the base of the rockets, a lot of training cannot be done in person. Besides, dumb beasts are best to stay in the Pokeball, which is not suitable for appearance here. As for the ghosts, as Aokus' hidden hand, it is not suitable to appear in front of everyone. Since the test has not yet started, go to the exchange office first, and submit the task of the movie. By the way, compared to the cold exchange office when it arrived a few times before, now there are more people, and the trainees who have adapted to the living environment and survival mode here have gradually learned how to earn points and exchange various corresponding items. However, compared to Aoki, they are not so lucky. Often after completing a task, they can only score dozens of points. Tasks with higher individual points rewards are either more difficult or robbed. After knowing that the points are hard to come by, I can't wait to use 2 points for each point. I walked into the exchange and did not attract the attention of others, because a new round of testing was about to begin in the afternoon. So they were all busy redeeming things and trying to improve their strength at this last time. He was the only one who noticed Aoki as soon as he came in. I stood on one edge of the counter, reached out to Aoki, and signaled Aoki to him. I walked in front of this familiar exchange officer, and saw him with a smile, saying, "I didn't expect you to be able to return smoothly." The adult ordered that you can go to him directly if you come. Aoki nodded and did not speak, still quite surprised about the arrangement of the film. He is just a low-level trainer. As the deputy leader of the Shadow Group and a strong king, he deliberately took care of what happened after his arrival. In a corner where no one noticed, the money changer opened the secret door for Aoki again. I walked onto this gloomy promenade, and Aoki also had a different mood. When I first came, I was more like I in various complex thoughts, but this time, I was calm. He Ying and the two exchanges appear that as long as he has value, he will not do anything to himself, and he will also give himself the Shadow of the Reserve Member medal. I was still in the familiar room, the familiar bookshelf and desk. The difference was that this time the shadow was not hidden under the mysterious black robe, so I sat at the desk indifferently and turned the book. Aoki was also the first time to see the true appearance of the shadow. A pale coffee-colored hair, maybe because of the absence of sunlight all year round. The skin is relatively white, and the facial features are very three-dimensional, with the delicateness of Orientals. 2 hands, one with left, but the other is intact. The fingers are very long, just like a woman's hand. Wearing a simple black dress, the whole person looks very spirited and capable. I noticed that someone came in, but this time, Yin Ying didn't hang Aoki aside, and said with a smile, "Here." I didn't seem to be surprised that Aoki could return successfully. Aoki nodded his head, walked slowly to the desk, took the Geng Ghost Elf ball to be brought, and put it on the desk respectfully. I noticed that the fairy ball that Aoki took out, Shadow's eyes became complicated. Pick up the elf ball on the desk, and through the transparent window on the elf ball, you can directly see the ghost in it. Geng Geng, who had been lazily lying in the elf ball, saw the shadow and immediately stood up, showing a missed look. "Aggrieved you, Geng Gui," Wu Ying said complexly to Geng Gui in the elf ball, and put it on the elf ball buckle on his waist. Then he looked up and looked at Aoki, who was standing side by side, and nodded. "You are doing well. Wait for someone who will bring you in for 10,000 points. For a person of this level, 10,000 points is only 9 cattle and 1 hare, and will not get into his eyes." "Yes," Aoki replied without saying anything extra. Ying has always been very satisfied with Aoki's peace and self-protection. Aoki knows that there are some things that should be said, and some things that should not be said. But Aoki didn't ask. Ying himself became interested, and said with a smile, "Not curious, why did I put Geng Gui there?" Chapter 66 Choice 3 Wu Ying would ask such a question, Aoki did not expect. In his impression, Ying has always been the kind of person who is very efficient in doing things and will not waste time on small talk. Is it modified today? Aoki thought silently in his heart. His face remained calm, and he nodded honestly, and replied, "Curious, but the grown-up will not ask, and his subordinates will not ask." Aoki has always maintained enough respect for the Shadow, not because he is a senior cadre in the Rockets, the deputy leader of the Shadow Group, but his strength of the Heavenly King level. The stubborn is always easy to be respected by others. Aoki has always believed in the weak and strong, and the strong is the king. Therefore, as a true Heavenly King, he has enough respect. When I heard Aoki's words, the video was clearly stunned, and then haha laughed. "Haha, you are really good. I have said so many times from the first meeting to now," and Aoki didn't understand what it meant by Yinku. When the first one appeared, he understood. When the second one appeared, I thought about it and understood, but when the third one came out, Aoki seemed to finally understand it. Not as simple as he thought. After the smile on his face gradually converged, and he said, "In a battle, in order to protect me from being seriously injured, I know that there is a place on the trial island that can quickly recover his injury. You go. The gathering place of that ghost." The eyes narrowed gradually, as if recalling something. "That was the first time I discovered this on the trial island." "Oh, yes, I was the first batch of trainers in the Rockets." I heard the words, Aoki stunned. The first batch of trainers? Shadow also went out from this trial island? As if after reading Aoki's eyes, Ying continued, "That's what you think. At that time, the whole trial island was just discovered. Only the first of our testers survived, and I was one of them. Another might be able to see you in the future." Although Ying did not say who the other was, Aoki probably guessed that it should be another deputy leader of the shadow group, dark. Far away, say back to the gathering place of ghosts. Presumably you have also seen the stone pillars that are constantly braving the ghost energy. Shadow changed the topic from his past. The water there is a bit deep. Now you are not suitable for contact. Fortunately, you don't want to go deeper, otherwise you may not appear here today. Continue to say, as long as you know that place there are not many people who know, and you also need to control your mouth, and when your strength is reached, you will naturally know. Aoki's eyes narrowed slightly, then he returned to his original expression, and nodded. Yes. Aoki didn't think about exploring the stone pillar now. After all, even a strong man like Yin Ying did not directly destroy it, but chose to keep such a magical place. Wu Ying shook his head. Although Aoki's face was respectful and the answer was very straightforward, he saw the strange look in Aoki's eyes at first glance. I didn't talk about this topic for too long, and continued, you have now passed my first test, and you are qualified to know who I am in the Rockets. As soon as King Kingma's heart moved, he already knew the true identity of Ying, but he couldn't reveal it. After all, even in the Rockets, if the strength is not enough, they are not qualified to know the existence of shadows. Take out the medal I gave you last time. Ying directly asked him to take out the Black Cloud medal given to Aoki last time. I took out a dark cloud-like medal from the Rocket's belt space and handed it to him. After receiving the medal in the hands of Aoki, Shadow rubbed the medal on the lines and continued. This medal represents the most mysterious department in the Rockets, the Shadow Reserve Medal. When you start receiving the medal, it represents Shadow's test of you has begun. The task you helped me to complete before is the first step of this test. There was no pause this time, and Ying continued to explain. My name is Ying, you already know it. I'm the deputy leader of the Shadow team. As long as you can pass a series of tasks assigned by me, you can join us. I can't tell you what's good about joining and what responsibilities do I have to bear, but I can tell you that there are a lot of people in the Rockets who want to enter through their heads, and even people with insufficient strength don't know that we exist. Now you still have a chance to choose whether to continue to accept the task until you join us, or give up the task. Continue to test in the trial island, start with a rocket soldier or captain, and climb up step by step. Ying Aoki gave an unbalanced multiple-choice question. I heard Aoki's words. In fact, Aoki had already made a decision. Joining the Shadow and climbing up high in the Rockets, there is no conflict, and even with the help of the Shadow, it is much easier. But in order not to let the film see the clue, Aoki still lowered his head and pretended to think. Ying is no doubt there. After all, there are too many things about the Shadow organization, and he can't reveal too much now. www.mentalnovel.com can only look at Aoki's intuitive choice. I choose to continue the mission. After a little groaning, Aoki said firmly that there was nothing hesitant to do about the decision he had made long ago. I heard Aoki's answer and smiled. You will be glad for your decision now. Aoki nodded, did not answer this sentence. Some things are hard to say and cannot be said, but he knows his decision is correct. At this time, a humming sound from near to far, from weak to strong, suddenly sounded in this room. Hearing this familiar voice, Aoki was a little surprised. A large sting bee slowly emerged from the corner and flew to Ying's side. The two needles rubbed the arm of the Shadow intimately. This is when Aoki saw Big Needle Bee. His expression on his face was surprised and turned into surprise. If it was right, it should be that time. That's right. This child was born from the egg you got from you last time. Ying smiled and said the guess in Aoki's heart. I really do. Aoki was stunned, but then he looked confused again. Even if the sturgeon has a short growth cycle, in this short week, it takes too short to hatch and evolve into a large needle bee. He touched the triangular head of the big needle bee, and saw the doubts of Aoki, saying, this child has a good talent, and he is very active in training every day. The big needle bee that has just evolved today. Please recommend and collect it. Hibiscus wrote a book for the first time. If there are any disadvantages, I hope everyone understands. Thank you for your support. Chapter 67 The possibility of temporarily leaving the island. Wednesday Pokemon, Big Needle B dark green. Gender, male. Level, 11. Attribute, insect plus poison. Features, sniper. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, insect bites, gas gathering. Basic skills, double needle, random attack. Teaching skills, sharpening. Skill learner, hold, poisonous, awakening power. Fire. Aoki was really surprised to see this Big Needle B's data chart. Not to mention the rapid growth rate. Just say this qualification originally should be a green Sting Bee, but now it has reached a dark green, and cyan qualification is only a short shot. Xingying is indeed worthy of being a king of the heavens and one of the leaders of a faction in the Rockets. He has countless resources and forcibly upgraded the quality of Big Needle Beetle by a first order. Although this small order may not change much, if it grows up, its future combat power can at least improve by one level. In addition to Ying's dedication training, various skills are thrown into it. Even if it is a blue Eilven elf, there is no possibility of a war. Aoki also surprised Aoki with the characteristics of Big Needle Bees. The general characteristics of Big Needle Bees are the premonitions of insects. When the blood volume decreases, the power of the insect system will increase, which is also a good characteristic. But there is also a hidden feature of the Big Needle Bee, Sniper. When hitting the key, the power of the move will be stronger. Normally, the power of hitting the key is increased by 1.5 times, but if the spirit of the sniper characteristic hits the key, the power is directly increased by 2.25 times. This is a 0.75-fold increase in power. If it is hit, it may be the end of a spike. So, the sniper feature is a very powerful feature. If you know that the Big Needle Bee is a sniper feature, Aoki may choose to use it. However, the probability of the hidden feature appearing is too low, and the shadow can be considered to be so lucky that it has hatched the sniper's Big Needle Bee. Maybe it is for this reason that he invested a lot of resources to upgrade him to a first-level qualification. After AI was shocked, Aoki immediately converged his expression. Although this Big Needle Bee is very good, he will not regret it. Wu Ying noticed the change in Aoki's expression, and found that there was no other expression beyond his shock from the beginning, and he nodded secretly. This trial is special, so don't hide your strength anymore. Try your best to show your talent. I can't say how specific it is, but I can tell you clearly that you don't have to worry about someone targeting you. Wu Ying's eyes became serious, and his impulsive power as a king of heaven suddenly emanated. As a dark organization, the Rockets have done a lot to kill Genius. He also knows what Aoki is worried about, but this trial is different. I heard Aoki's words, and Aoki's eyes were a little surprised. This trial is special? But why didn't you feel it in previous lives? Did you not find out that this group of trial practitioners generally has good qualifications, and most importantly, among the wizards given to the trial practitioners, there are many senior qualifications. You think everyone is like Aga. There is a pretty good brother? When I heard Ying said here, Aoki's pupils suddenly contracted, and he didn't react until now. Yeah, this is a tester of cannon fodder. Why do you want to give a green qualified elf, if the tester dies unfortunately? Isn't it too expensive? Why didn't you feel in previous life? Is it because you have bad grades and you don't qualify? I know that your Dark Crow has good qualifications and was carrying a load during the last test. Although it is not wrong to retain strength, I would like to say that if you want to climb high in the Rockets in the future, then this trial is really a good opportunity. This time, not the same. In the last sentence, Ying was almost word by word speaking from his mouth. He did not say why the trial was different, but Aoki was still able to hear his emphasis on this matter. Aoki looks dignified. If even the movie says so, I am afraid this trial is really special. Of course he would not be naive to think that as long as he shines in the trials, he can get a higher status in the development of the Rockets in the future. If it is true that Ying did not retain his strength in the trial, it may indeed facilitate future development, but this is no different from dancing on the blade of a knife. and there is no cover-up. Ying's words could not be all heard, but they also changed the plan after Aoki. Immediately afterwards, Ying said something that made Aoki almost jump up. The little guy in your shadow is also a very talented elf. Your luck is really good, he said, looking at the shadow behind Aoki with a deep look. A moment of cold sweat burst out. Aoki slowly put his hand on the rocket's belt, and touched the elven ball of the stupid beast. He was ready to release the stupid beast at any time, and then moved away in an instant. Face may not be useful for this, but Aoki is not prepared to make fish on a cutting board, and is still slaughtered. I saw Aoki's vigilant look, and waved with a smile. Don't worry, I won't bully you like you, your elf belongs to you, and I won't rob you. If I want to deal with you, how can I chat with you for so long, and even if you put another elf come out, is it useful? This is the pride and self-confidence of a heavenly king. Ying doesn't think that a small guy like Aoki can run away on his hand, even if the elf qualifications of Aoki are pretty good. www.mentalnovel.com. Ying's radical over Aoki. The reaction was just that he was afraid of grabbing the elves by himself. After all, this is the norm in the Rockets. Putting down his belt, Aoki smiled bitterly. He also knew that his reaction had transitioned. Instead, Ying's temptation might not be sure whether he possessed this ability, but his behavior revealed something. But one thing is true, that is, with his current strength, even if all three elves are dispatched, they can't do anything. Even if it was the gang ghost he brought back, it wasn't the dark crow they could handle. Seeing Aoki gradually relax, Ying waved his hand to let the big needle be play, holding his hands on the table, leaning forward slightly. In short, this test performed well. If it meets my expectations, I can let you leave the trial island temporarily. After all, there is no longer your opponent here. Wu Ying said something that shocked Aoki again. If he can leave the trial island ahead of time, the benefit for him is undoubtedly huge. He gave a complicated look at the expression with a serious expression, and Aoki struggled a little. Finally he couldn't stop the temptation to leave early, and nodded. Yes, I see, Lord Ying. I heard Aoki's affirmative answer. Ying Kai slowly leaned forward, leaning back and smiling. Of course, if I am satisfied. Am asking for collection! Exclamation mark. Thank you for the reward, because Hibiscus is a mobile phone typing, so it is not very convenient. When I go back at night, I want to thank you one by one. I kneel and thank everyone for your reward. Favorite. Recommend. Chapter 68. Skills Planning 2 or 3. When I came out of the dim study, Aoki found that his back was soaked. Aoki was somewhat frightened by the fact that Ying guessed that he could see the qualification of the elves. Fortunately, even if he reacted violently, Ying only thought that Aoki was afraid that he would grab the elf, but he did not expect that Aoki could identify the elf's qualification. After all, it was too amazing. However, Aoki still decided to investigate the qualification of the elves in the future, or to do a little more hidden. I patted some stiff cheeks, exhaled a deep breath, and adjusted the disturbed state back to the original state. This is not an easy task. When you think about one thing and get in, then you have to come out. You can only think about another thing. The skills that the Dark Crow has learned have temporarily met his daily needs, but the dull beasts and ghosts have not yet learned the skills through the skill CD, and Aoki intends to upgrade them both this time. First, there are 2 holding skills, which must be redeemed. All of the 10,000 points earned in this mission will be consumed at once. However, this is all necessary consumption. Aoki will not be distressed. As the closest guardian to him now, the ghost is not only able to help him resist some skills in battle, but also can play a great role in protecting himself. So the guarding of Gizzy is essential. The drowsy beast's holding skills are also very necessary, whether it is used in combat or before using instant movement when escaping. It is very practical to use the skills to block a wave of high damage. In addition to the 2 necessary guarding skills, Aoki did a simulation of the fighting situation between Gizzy and the foolish beast. Ghosts uses hypnosis plus sleeping plus dream talk plus poisonous as the core fighting method. Fortunately, the skill of sleeping has been learned, so as long as you let him learn dream words and poisonous again, the basic fighting style is determined. But now the points are not enough, so it is impossible to redeem the two very precious skills of Dream Talk and Poisonous at once. If you choose one of the two skills, Aoki is still more inclined to Dream Talk, because for the ghosts that the poison system has not yet been fully developed, the poisonous skill cannot play a big role at once. Aoki will have the goal to cultivate the poisonous properties of ghosts in the future, and then cooperate with some poisonous skills, so that he can master the poisonous energy more effectively. So this skill needs to be redeemed, so it will cost 7,000 points. This is the resource that Gis needs to exchange and consume, and Aoki, a foolish beast, is ready to let him learn the power of awakening. As an elf in the water system and superpower system, the stupid beast has many elven attributes that can be restrained, as well as many restrained attributes. Twice the weak insect system, the ghost system, the grass system, the electricity system, and the evil system are restrained by 5 attributes in total, but it is said that the attack surface is very large. If you can draw the appropriate attributes, it can also make up for some dumb beast's problems in resisting attribute sprites. Yes, what attributes are obtained by drawing attributes and awakening power is completely to look at the elf itself. This is a skill to look at the face, although the awakening power is a relatively common skill, because the demand for this skill is very high. The exchange price of this skill is not low, and it also requires 7,000 points. Aoki has 7,400 points left after the first redemption. After rewarding Sky and Fox, 6,200 points are left. In addition to the 10,000 points completed in this task, Aoki has a total of 16,200 points left. But if you exchange 2 holding skills plus 1 Dream Talk and 1 awakening power, it will cost 24,000 points in total. So now Aoki's points are not enough. You can only exchange other things for points before you can fully redeem the things he planned this time. Thoughts run fast, and Aoki had already calculated all the moment when he walked out of the secret door. I walked to the person who knew the exchange and took out his own scorecard. There are 6,200 points here, plus the adult's remuneration of 10,000 points. The card should have 16,200 points. The exchange staff took over Aoki's point card and waited for his next words. Ying wants to give Aoki 10,000 points. He is already ready. After Aoki completed the mission of the shadow, he had some conjectures about the next thing, but as a little person, some things are still not known well, so he now only wants to complete the assignments safely. Aoki's a series of things. He now chooses to remain silent and complete his job. Aoki paused, still chose to take out a palm-sized black ink stone from the rocket's belt. This is the result of his thinking, or exchange a primary dark stone for points, because whether it is a medium-level dark stone or a spleen, it is a kind of priceless treasure. If you only redeem points according to the rocket's purchase price, it is too wasteful. The relatively cheap primary dark stone is just the most common type of evolution stone. Although precious www.mentalnovel.com, it can be obtained at any time as long as you have money. So Aoki eventually chose to exchange the elementary dark stone for points. According to the rocket's redemption list, the price of the primary dark stone is 50,000 points, but this purchase price, if converted into points, requires a 30% discount, so Aoki can only get 35,000 points in the end. In my mind, the rocket's exchange system secretly spit out. From this point alone, it can be seen that how much oil and water the rockets can earn from this points exchange system every year. It is no wonder that they can develop so quickly. Convert me this dark stone into points. Looking at the dark stone in Aoki's hands, Rao is a little stunned that the money changer has become accustomed to the good luck of Aoki. I was really lucky and didn't give other trainers a chance at all. You know, among other trainers, even those with strong and backgrounds like Iga, without transitioning to use his brother's resources, now the total income is thousands of points. Not even 10,000 points. But look at Aoki, the previous 20,000 points. the 10,000 points after completing the shadow mission, and this dark stone. This has a total of 65,000 points. He couldn't help but want to ask, who is a civilian? The smile on his face was a little stiff, and he nodded mechanically, taking over the dark stone in Oki's hand. This is a primary dark stone, which can be exchanged for 35,000 points. Fortunately, it was a junior dark stone. He was really afraid that Oki would pull out a high-level dark stone. I am afraid that the storage resources on the trial island would be swept away by Oki at once. M asking for collection! Exclamation mark la la la! Exclamation mark. Chapter 69 Awakening Power 3-3 Oki has long known all about this exchange price. Come for me 2 defensive skills CDs, a Dream Talk skills CD, and an Awakening Power. Forget it, 3 more Awakening Power skills CDs. Oki said something, but in the end there are still some changes. Since the points are enough, why not redeem all 3 elves for an awakening power? It doesn't matter if the awakened attribute is useless. But what if? What if the awakened attributes just made up for the elves' strike? It depends on luck and face. Even if the redemption staff keeps stunning, I can't help but wink when I hear that Oki doesn't care about spending points. Here is your ID card with 13,200 points in it. This is the skill CD you redeemed. Take the skill CD out of the safe, give it to Oki, and after swiping off Oki's scorecard, you lower your head and do your own thing. Isn't it hit by Oki again? He has been in the Rockets for 2 years. Although he is a civilian, he is a member of the Rockets after all. But he has not earned more points than Oki. Oki glanced at some strange stuff and didn't think much about it, put the skill CD into the storage belt, and took the Dark Crow to the special training room. Although there are skill learners in the exchange, Oki doesn't want to expose everything he has. Entered the training room for the first time. This is a room separated by the Rockets. In addition to being able to use the skill learner, there are many training tools and some stakes. The utilization rate here is not very high. Most of the rooms are empty. I paid 100 points in the strange eyes of the staff and chose the largest training room. Ghosts. Check if there is monitoring here, Oki said after entering the room and unlocking the door. A ghost emerged from the shadow of Oki, and then sneaked into various places such as walls and roofs to investigate. I checked the whole room and finally told Oki that no surveillance device was found. After I got a positive answer from ghosts. Oki released the dumb beast. I have been nibbling in the elven ball for a long time, and the stupid beast is very unaccustomed. After coming out, he kept yawning, but for this kind of active stupid beast, it was broken. Stupid beasts, if we persist, we will end soon. Oki touched the round head of the dumb beast and said apologetically. Yeah, the dumb beast shook his head quickly. He was just a little accustomed and did not complain. The Dark Crow saw the stupid beast coming out, and immediately flew down to chat with the stupid beast. After waiting for them to play for a while, Oki interrupted their play, which has been in high-pressure training. This kind of relaxed play is very rare. Let's learn these skills first. Oki shook the skill CD in his hand and said, take the elves into the elven ball one by one, and then put them on the skill learner to transfer the skills on the skill disc to each elf. The skill CD can only guarantee that the elves can learn this skill, but it can't guarantee that the elves can use it skillfully, so it takes a lot of time to train the skills after learning the skills. Oki also has nothing to look for in the skills of holding and dreaming, especially holding, which can be used after learning, and there is no way to improve it, only gradually mastered in actual combat. Xun Mengwa was specially selected for Gui Si. When he went out to fight in the future, he could specially train his skills. Oki's most concern is what the attributes of the awakening power are after each elf learns the awakening power. The first to experiment with the awakening power attribute is the Dark Crow, the first elven in the Oki team. He always plays an exemplary role. The Dark Raven closed his eyes and urged this move by following the method of the awakening elf skill CD introduced into his mind. Because it was just learned, The Dark Crow took a long time. It took 3 minutes to fully release the awakening power successfully. I saw a trace of tiny currents appearing in the Dark Crow's body, slowly converging, and then under the control of the Dark Crow, the currents gathered into a yellow energy ball, and from time to time, a trace of yellow light appeared from the energy ball. When the electrical system energy gathers more and more, the energy ball also becomes more and more solid. The originally yellow current slowly turns into a light blue current. When the light blue current swimming on the surface of the energy ball more and more, the Dark Crow finally couldn't control it. Throw this yellow energy ball full of current on the target in the center of the room, and immediately exploded when it touched the bull's eye, forming a small explosion circle, accompanied by a loud boom. At the same time, I saw yellow and blue currents flying from the center, and when they reached the edge of the explosion circle, they slowly dissipated into the air. The attack method of the awakening power is almost like this. It gathers the energy of the awakening into an energy ball, and then throws the energy ball out, causing certain damage to the attacking enemy or the enemy in the explosion range. It is a single skill. Can also be considered a range of damage. I can't help but say that the rocket's decoration for this training room is quite in place. The explosion of such a range, reading www.uukansu.com left no traces except the black mark on the ground, and such a loud explosion did not attract the staff, which shows that the sound insulation effect of this room is also very good. Suddenly, Aoki felt that it was very practical to have such a training room. Speaking of the awakening power of the Dark Crow, from the color and appearance effect, it should be the awakening power of the electric system, which looks a bit like the electric ball of the electric system, but the electric energy is not as high as the electric ball. The ball is a skill that becomes more powerful as the speed difference increases, but in appearance, the two skills are similar. As for the properties of the Dark Crow's awakening is electric, Aoki is more acceptable. Although it does not make up for the Dark Crow's shortcomings, it has increased his hitting surface. Besides, in the future, it will not be so when facing the water elves. Helpless. The Dark Raven is a skill of flying and evil. If you encounter water elves in some special battle situations, such as in a lake or water field, you may not be easily defeated, but you want to defeat your opponent. It is also difficult, but this awakening property helps the Dark Crow to make up for this shortcoming. Moreover, when fighting against the flying elves, this awakening attribute can also help the Dark Crow better restrain the enemy, make the Dark Crow's air superiority stronger, and make the sky completely his domain. Is also a starter today. Aoki smiled and touched the feathers of the Dark Crow as a reward. I'm asking for collection. Please recommend it! Exclamation mark. Why do others have Big Boss chapter push? I want it too! Exclamation mark. Hibiscus is still working overtime. Tired. Chapter 70 Dream Talk 13 After experimenting with the properties of the awakening power of the Dark Crow, it was his second elder brother in the team. Like the Dark Raven, it took 3 minutes for the first time to use the awakening powerful beast, before successfully using the awakening power. Unlike the Dark Yellow Crow full of thunderbolts, the energy ball used by the dumb beast is red and accompanied by a burning temperature. Looking at the awakening power used by the dumb beast, Aoki knew it without thinking. This is the awakening power of the fire attribute. Compared to the Dark Crow's electric system, the firepower awakening power of the foolish beast is perfect, which not only increases his attack surface, but also makes up for the foolishness shortcomings of the foolish beast. I can even say that the awakening power of this fire attribute is, at least for the time being, the most suitable attribute for dumb beasts. Because the beast is an elf of the water system and the superpower system, the attributes that are double restrained are the insect system, the ghost system, the grass system, the electricity system, and the evil system. It is no longer so passive when it comes to insects and grasses. Even if he could not completely eliminate the insects and grasses that restrained him, at least it would allow him to have effective means of attack when facing the elves of these two lines, so that he would not be beaten all the time. The awakening power also restrained the steel and ice departments at the same time, so when facing the elves of these two departments, Aoki will not be helpless. It can be considered to increase the entire team's attack surface. But now it can be expected that in the future battle with the elf, less than a last resort, Aoki will never let the dumb beasts go directly to the electric and evil spirits. Because these two spirits are dull, the restraint of the beast is too great. As for the awakening power of Gizzy, Aoki did not think of it. The awakening is actually the grass system. Although the awakening properties of the awakening power have nothing to do with the attributes of the elves, they are still very surprised by the awakening system. Among the 18 lines, the barnyard grass has the most restrained attributes. There are 5 attributes that can restrain grasses, but the grasses can restrain more attributes. Although the ghost is an invisible ghost, he was twice restrained by the skills of the ground system, and now he has awakened the grass system skills, so that he will have a battle in the face of the ground spirit. Cooperating with ghosts' hypnosis and various time control skills, the awakening power of the awakening grass system attribute can also be regarded as increasing his hitting surface. After testing all the awakening power attributes of the 3 elves, Aoki was very satisfied with the result as a whole. Except for the Dark Crow, the drowsy beasts and ghosts made up certain shortcomings through the awakening power. The attributes of each awakening force are different, which greatly improves the attack surface of the entire team. For some elves that are not restrained by the original attributes, Aoki can also formulate some effective battle plans. Since the detection of the awakening power has been completed, renting this venue cannot be wasted, and you should not be afraid to expose your strength and training in such a safe environment. In time, Aoki arranged a training plan for the elves. First of all, it was determined that the Dark Crows and the Foolish Beasts were trained. They were arranged by Aoki to train the awakening power skills just awakened. Aoki was specially trained by Aoki. Since Gis has just been conquered for a short time, in addition to Aoki's physical strength and endurance during the previous exercise, he also fought several low-level elves on the way back. However, Aoki is more familiar with the characteristics of Gis. The skills that Mengizzy has to master right now are not the awakening power just awakened, but the Dream Talk skills learned through the skill CD. The effect of the Dream Talk skill is to use any one of the moves you have learned, but Aoki has seen a very powerful Geng Ghost in previous lives, and can specify the skills to use when he sleeps. Although I don't know how the other party cultivated it, since this situation can occur, it means that the skills of Dream Talk can control the choice of moves. The first direction that Gizzy must train now is to try to specify when using Dream Talk choice to release skills. The requirements at the beginning were not very high, and it was not required to use a certain skill. Aoki now requires ghosts to be able to use certain skills in the range. Anyone can be random. So what finally appeared in the room was that the Dumb Beast and the Dark Crow were using the awakening power to attack the target in the room, while also avoiding the skills released freely by the ghosts in the sleeping state. At the beginning, the skills released by Gizzy were very messy and irregular, but after Aoki adjusted the state and situation of Geyser's use of dream words a little, Gizzy could control the choice of skills within the range of 5 skills. This is already a great improvement, and it also confirms the conjecture in Aoki's heart. As long as there is a special method, even the Dream Talk skill, it can control the release. If this idea can be fully realized, then the fighting power can be improved at least several grades, whether it is the current ghost or later Geng Ghost. However, it is still very difficult to fully control the effect of Dream Talk. www.mentalnovel.com. Aoki's original idea was that when using dream words while sleeping, what is the reason for controlling dream words? Is it a dreaming scene? So when Gis failed for the first time, he told Aoki that the dream was not because of the dream scene, because in such a short period of time, it was impossible to produce some effective dreams. The first attempt failed. Is it possible to influence the use of Dream Talk in the commander's command? So in the second attempt, Oki joined in. When Gis used Dream Talk, he tried to add control. As a result, in addition to allowing the elves to accurately use Dream Talk, they couldn't control what skills they had. The second attempt also failed. The last guess is that before starting to sleep, review the skills you want to release in your head. Although the concentration of consciousness is difficult, and often some cluttered thoughts pop out, I have to say that the direction of this conjecture is accurate. Before he used dream words, Haggis focused on recalling the awakening power skills. Therefore, when using dream words after falling asleep, the number of times of awakening power significantly increased. Affirmation of this conjecture, Oki is quite happy, although it is difficult, but at least there is a direction that can work, right? Even Oki has a conjecture. What if a foolish animal strengthens the concentration of consciousness through electrocardiogram when using dream words? This is also a direction to try. Recently, Hibiscus has been busy with work, so I may write something that is not very good. I hope everyone understands. Chapter 71 4 Forces 2 or 3 When Oki reappeared on the square inches the center of the base, only the dark crow was following him. The stupid animal returned to the elven ball again, and Gizzy entered the shadow of Oki. Because the third test is about to start, the number of people in the square is gradually increasing. As you can see, except for the huge trial stone still standing on the high platform in the middle of the original square, a flat battlefield has appeared beside the high platform with some lines drawn on it. Presumably this is the place to challenge the losers after the meeting test is over. The site is just a simple way to shovel the weeds on the ground and then level the ground, but it is good enough for the battle. One after another arrived at the square, one after another, and now each trialer almost has his own small power. Oki was standing on the west corner of the square, and after a short time Sky brought people here. When he saw that Oki was already standing there, he trotted quickly and brought people to Oki. Master Oki. With a voice of honor, everyone stood behind Oki, and it became one of the few small forces in the square. Oki nodded slightly for their actions, and then began to take care of himself and close his eyes. Today's square can be described as distinct, with more than 20 people belonging to Oki, standing at the west point. There are the most people in New Giga. About 40 people are standing on the east side, and they are far away from Oki. Then there was a young girl who was ranked under Oki and Giga in the last test. Jasmine, who was also standing north with 24 people, mostly girls, only a few teenagers, and looked like those teenagers. It seems to have little status in it, and is being reprimanded by several girls pointing their noses. Almost 30 people are standing on the south side. It seems that there are some teams of soloists who make up temporarily. Everyone is standing apart and no one has communication. I presumably was to prevent being bullied by these three forces, and barely got together. In the intermittent sound of communication, the serpent led people to the square, but this time the movie did not follow. According to the almost constant process, the simplest and most effective test, the attack value test. In order to avoid the same result as last time, the rockets simply tested each person's number sequence. Because some numbered people have long ceased to exist, although there are a whole 300 numbered numbers, they are carried out quickly, and in this way, it can effectively count who is eliminated and what the remaining people have. Strength. The dark crow stood honestly at Oki's feet, turning a blind eye to the various greedy, jealousy and dreadful eyes around him, just sort of boring his feathers. In the eyes of the dark crow, this test is really boring. It is only useful to attack it on a stinky and hard stone. It can only be seen how an elven's attack power is. As for the overall combat ability, this is not visible. He looked at all the elves present, except for the stink snake with dead eyes opposite him, the fat supersonic bat that seemed to be awake to the north, and the long-haired dog to the south. Let him face up to his opponent. If it wasn't for the pressure on the dark crow by the people in the stands, I'm afraid he would have stopped Oki from participating in such a boring test. It would be a waste of time and might as well be more training. As Oki, who knows the character of the dark crow most, of course, He knows what he thinks and says with a smile. Tear it again. After this test, we should not have to do such boring things. And maybe you can fight a few times today, he said with a deep glance at Giga, who was standing opposite him, and Abai Snake beside him. I noticed Okus' gaze, and Giga on the opposite side looked towards Okus' side. When the two eyes met, Gyujia's mouth slightly raised, revealing an expression you were waiting for, and then after snoring, he looked away. Hearing Okus' words, the dark crow came to his spirit as soon as he came, and following his gaze, he saw the Abba snake, which most interested him, suddenly couldn't help but want to fly. But when the wings fluttered halfway, suddenly thinking of the present occasion, they barely converged the wings. Oki is also used to the Dark Crow's belligerent character, but today he should be able to satisfy his fighting desire. Because it seems to be not just Giga, even the huge supersonic bat trainer Jasmine in the north and Alec the strongest among the soloists in the south, from time to time, swept here with the eyes or the light from the corners of his eyes. These eyes carry different emotions: excitement, jealousy, longing and the endless fighting desire. Okus' mouth rose slightly involuntarily, and a smile appeared in her eyes. This is really an interesting test. It is also meaningful for the snake to modify the rules of this test. www.mentalnovel.com. Right? Wu Qingma said to himself silently in his heart. I am afraid that the test rules have been modified, and Ying must have participated in it, even if he is the Anihan leader. Although he did not appear in today's square, Okus' instincts have been telling him that there are experts who are constantly watching here, especially himself. After all, if you want to meet the requirements of temporarily leaving the trial island, then only by crushing everyone on the field with absolute advantage, that is the true proof of strength. Not only is the lead in attack value, but in actual combat, it must also be crushed. Of course, it may also be because the movie said that this trial is different from the usual trials. The talents of each trainer do not need to be masked, and the talents of each trainer are tested. The best way is to do it on this kind of life and death stand, in the face of opponents with similar strengths. No one will lose his life in order to hide the strength. Even if his life is gone, is it still useful to hide his strength? What's more, some sensitive trainers, or some trainers with hidden backgrounds, also foresee the uniqueness of this test. So all confident people put their first goal in Okus' body just right. This result also satisfied the Dark Crow's desire to fight, and also satisfied Ying's desire to test the Oki measure. So Oki also hopes that through this battle, he can directly influence his influence among the trainees in this period, so that all trainees will be trapped under his delicacy. Fun. Thank you for your support! Thank you Book City Book Friends for the reward! Chapter 72 Terror Strength 3-3. The arrangement was smooth this time. Under the name of the examiner, everyone went to the trial stone to test it honestly. I have gone through 2 rounds of testing, so how can I hit a high amount of attack value? The testers are also familiar with it. From the results of the attack values, the performance of all people has generally improved. Although the increase is not as large as the second time, under the threat of life and death, the improvement is still large. Especially for the lower-ranking people, in this week, it is hard training, so as not to be the last one, because the last one means death. Number 46. Attack value 198. Next. Number 54. Attack value 178. Next. Number 58. Attack value. As the examiner reported each person's number and attack value one by one, some people were more satisfied with their results and showed a smile, while others were more worried about their results, and their concerns were not concealed. But it does not lead to despair, because in the end there are still challenges to make a desperate fight. Each test is a big wave of sand scouring, finding gold from all the sand. As long as you have the ability, it will not be covered up. Abo Snake, used to bite! Number 99, attack value 337. After a short while, It was Giga and his Abba Snake, and this time the attack value directly reached 337 points, which is by far the first person to break through the 300-point attack value. In an exclaimed voice, Giga, with a proud look, took Abba Snake off the test bench. Since last time he was awarded the first place by Oki, this week, Giga has trained the elves harder, and Abba Snake is also proud, and the last time he was crushed by a dark crow also made him very upset. Coupled with the method of breeding Aberdeen snake that Giga got from his brother, this week's improvement is not small. I came back to her original position, surrounded by clusters. After taking a look at Oki, she gradually converged. He's just proud, but it doesn't mean stupid. Today's attack value test is obviously not the focus. The focus is on the subsequent challenges. Even if the current performance is as good as it can be, it will be futile in actual combat. Oki also has to admit that, in the limited resources, Giga has indeed cultivated the Abba Snake to an almost optimal level. If it was not for his rebirth once, I am afraid that Giga would again get the first position by crushing Name. The test of Giga caused a climax, and everyone who played in the future was full of energy. Number 134, attack value 308. This is another person who broke through 3,000 points after Giga. The elf around him is a huge supersonic bat, which is the third place in the last test. Jasmine. Number 134. Oki didn't have much impression of her existence in previous lives. Even after joining the Rockets, there was no intersection. The whole person is very mysterious. As a young girl, in the cruel environment of Trial Island, under the pressure of Oki and Giga, it is very difficult for one to maintain his third place, and able to gather a group of people to compete with Giga, but Giga had no way to do extraordinary behavior. I am afraid that this person's identity is not simple. Oki thought silently. Number 156, attack value 330. Alec, the strongest of the Lone Walkers, was the first trainer to train the elves to evolve. His original coyote successfully evolved into a great wolf dog. With this advantage, Jasmine exceeded and became a strong player with a score below Giga. Since Ying Ying said that this trial was different, Oki discovered more and more strange places. Some of these highly qualified elites, some of which can even cause the Rockets squadron captains or captains to them, but gave them to the trainees in vain. The highly qualified Abercrombie Snake of Jaguar and Jasmine's huge supersonic bat are all very well qualified elf. Even Alec's great wolf dog is equally outstanding. Moreover, among the many elves in the Gwandu area, isn't it strange that an elf in Feniyun area suddenly appeared? Think very scary. This trial was really strange. In previous life, Oki didn't think about it carefully under the circumstances that it was difficult to survive, but now when he comes again, he finds that there are strange places in various places. Number 234, ready to test. It was the examiner's voice to interrupt Oki from his thoughts. Finally it's his turn to test again. In the eyes of everyone's attention, Oki took the dark crow to the stage. The person who has been beaten by him several times, no longer dares to taunt, plus Oka's clean and clear solution to Sora's, conquer Sky, and give away gas bombs, a thorough operation in all trial. An image of a strong man with a ruthless skill and good means was constructed in his heart. It was also the first time Jasmine and Alec, who had been in a daze under the stage, set their eyes on the stage. As a civilian who suppressed them all, Oki left a deep trace in their hearts. Dark Crow, blessing with wind, blessing with speed, wings attack. Ignoring everyone's eyes, Oki spoke the order lightly. The dark crow soared from the platform, flying straight to the sky, and gradually increased in speed under the blessing of the wind. When it reached the apex, it turned sharply down, and the whistling spread throughout the square. The people on the stage watched this series of operations by Oki. Although Oki has long known that Oki has special skills in attacking the Dark Crow, www.metalnovel.com, but this time it is not concealed, and the appearance of a full-strength attack is in stark contrast with the expressions of the first two nowhere. It didn't make people wait for a long time. The dark crow rushing down from the air was wrapped in the energy of the flight system condensed on the wings, and the wings with a light white light hit the trial stone fiercely, making a muffled sound. Even the ground. There is a slight illusion of shaking. Although the trial stone is very hard, the rocket's high-tech manufacturing can hardly be damaged. But it still gives the illusion that it will be broken. Maybe because the movement is too big. After the attack is over, the audience is very quiet. Every glance, after a slight stun, was dull and solidified on a few solid white letters on the black trial stone. Attack value, 458. In the square, the people who have been closely watching the trial stone, at this moment, are stunned. With an incredible face. They had already prepared for Aoki to hit number 1 again, but they did not expect that they would have reached the 458 attack value. The results greatly exceeded their expectations. Aoki not only won the first place again, but also directly placed Kaga, the second place, by 121 points. You know, some descendants may not be able to hit 121 attack points. Today's achievements have achieved absolute crushing. Only 2 words can describe the impression that Aoki is now in the hearts of everyone: horror. Hibiscus suddenly discovered today that a book friend sent a red envelope to Hibiscus on the app. Thank you for your support! Chapter 73 Giga Challenge Okemon. Wednesday. This stink boy. The poisonous snake sitting in the stands was surprised for a moment before he could not help laughing and cursing. I don't know what that guy said to him. This time, he really didn't leave anything at all. He stared at the large white characters on the trial stone and looked carefully again, only after confirming that there was no problem. Then chuckled Road. As the chief instructor of the Rockets who has been on the trial island all year round, he is the person who knows the most about the achievement of Aoki. I can say rudely that this achievement of Aoki is very outstanding among all previous testers. Cough. Seeing that the examiner was slow to respond, the poisonous snake coughed slightly, and awakened everyone from the God of God. I heard the cough of the poisonous snake, and the examiner on the stage shouted quickly, "Editor, number 234, cough, attack value 458. With the sound of inhalation, the whole square fry instantly. Look, sink, 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 sink. Except for this extreme word, there is nothing to describe their inner activities at this moment. Aoki completely established his first place in the trial this time, and left everyone behind with absolute crushing results. Under the test bench, Jasmine opened her mouth slightly, and her pretty cheeks were stiff, her eyes staring at the green wooden dark crow on the stage. After a long time, her newly developed were slightly undulating, and she lowered her head and murmured, "Is this his true strength, the variable that adults say?" Gajio opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but finally turned into a murmur. "It has passed me the last time, but this time, it is so much ahead of me." What kind of monster? In a week, from the 200 attack value of the last test, it suddenly reached more than 400 attack value. It really is a mysterious character. This trial is getting more and more fun. Alex, standing in the crowd, said calmly, but touching the wolf dog's shaking hand showed that he was not at peace. "Is this the real strength of the Lord?" Ceres is not dead. Watching the results on the trial stone, as Sky under the bluewood trumpet, muttered to himself with an unbelievable expression. Originally, he thought that even if Aoki could become the first, it was just the same as the last time, just surpassing Gaga, but he did not expect that Aoki's real strength was so exaggerated. Although some people were surprised, they stared at Aoki's eyes and didn't know what they were thinking. After the examiner recorded the results, Aoki took the dark crow out of the trial station and returned to his original position. Aoki, who was the leader, was originally undercrowding. After the results came out, it was obvious that the people who were originally crowded were more compact. They are very fortunate to be able to follow such a powerful trainer. At least they will have much less trouble in the trial island in the future. Even in the rocket alignment in the future, as long as they follow the footsteps of Aoki, believe them. The status will rise. After hitting Oki, there were no more eye-catching results. Except for Sky, who was a little surprised with a 288 result with the just conquered gas bomb. There were no special characters. With the gas bomb that originally belonged to Suras, Sky was able to hit a 288 attack value, which still made Oki a little unexpected. After all, the gas bomb really does not belong to the kind of elves that are attacking directly, and it has just been tamed. The talents of Sky's trainers are not weak. It didn't take long before everyone's tests were over. Although the final results were somewhat surprising, the rankings did not change much. Oki crushed everyone with an attack value of 458 points to become the first again. The ranks of the following people are: second place, Giga, Abysnake, attack value, 337. Third place, Alec, Great Wolf Dog, attack value, 330. Fourth place, Jasmine, Ultrasonic Bat, attack value, 308. Fifth place, Sky, Gas Bomb, attack value 288. The main rankings are still those people, except that Sky has replaced 5th place with Suras, and Alec has become the 3rd place with the evolved Wolf Dog. Basically the first few places have not changed much. However, after the reminder from the film, Oki still found a few special people. Although the grades were not very high, they were ranked in the dozens, but I don't know why. As if they were hiding something, maybe strength. There may also be something else. Cough. On the trial bench, the cough of the rocket examiner once again focused everyone's attention on the stage. The basic test has been completed. According to the new test rules, if someone is not satisfied with their performance, they can challenge the testers who are within 10 ranks higher than their own. Each person has only one chance to challenge. The success of the challenge directly rises to the ranking of the loser. If the challenge fails, the ranking will be reduced by 10. This challenge, regardless of life or death. The examiner's eyes glanced at everyone and drank softly. If the test of the attack value is only a basic test to distinguish the combat effectiveness of the elves, then this indiscriminate actual combat is to test the ability of all trainers to control the battle and command the elves. You reading at the same time, it also tests the results of the cultivation of the elves. After all, how the elves fight is not solely determined by the trainer's command, and this challenge belongs to the battle of life and death. Then each challenger is the enemy of life and death in the eyes of the challenged. If it fails, a bad ending may be death. Listening to the examiner's applause, the audience rioted a little, and then quickly calmed down. Some of the same testers looked at each other, some did not dare to speak. Although some people have not been very satisfied with their achievements and feel that their elf is not the kind of elf who has been attacking directly, but because the challenge is equivalent to the choice between life and death, they are all a little timid and originally had a hint of luck. People are even more afraid to challenge. Not everyone can face their own lives and deaths. When they see others dying, they may be indifferent, but because of their lives, they cherish them more than anyone else. Before the test started, some people who were eager to try did not dare to speak at this moment. There was a sudden sense of depression in the silent square, and the relentless ending of life and death gave them heavy pressure. Oki stood beside the trial bench, glanced at the trialee casually, and finally fixed his eyes on Giga's body, showing a smile. At this time, Giga has been staring at Oki. He had been planning for a long time, because Oki's achievements caused him to have some difficult choices. Until Oki's eyes fell on him, he completely helped him make up his mind. A bunch of garbage. Him here first. I challenge. First place, Oki. Giga clenched her fists, raised her head, and said the challenge options to the examiner. Chapter 74 Challenge 123 I challenge. First place, Oki. After Giga made up his mind, he no longer hesitated, took very firm steps, and took Abysnake to a challenge zone specially prepared for battle. Hearing Giga's words and his subsequent actions, the audience's eyes suddenly focused on him. This feeling of being watched by everyone gave Giga more confidence, firmness and arrogance on his face. More 1 point. Looking at Giga, who was heading for the battlefield, the rocket's examiner frowned, and set his sights on the poisonous snake in the stands. As for the identity of Giga, it is no secret in the entire rocket space now. If there is any accident, except Viper, he will face the anger of Giga's brother a bit, so he can only wait for the decision of Viper. I saw that the expression of the Viper was a little serious. He also had some understanding of Giga's decision. He occupied all kinds of time and place, but was thrown away by Oki. Proudly, he did not allow himself to be silent again by Oki. Pressed down, nodded her head slightly to signal the examiner that this challenge can be carried out. I got the permission of the poisonous snake, and the rocket's examiner also sighed slightly. In the face of such a battle, to be honest, if conditions permit, he definitely does not want to join in. Although his strength and status are also good, and being a Viper's subordinate, he is not very worried about Giga's revenge, but in the end it is a difficult thing to handle. But now, as an examiner, he has to go. Giga, standing on the side of the battlefield, shouted with a laugh, "Oki, what are you waiting for? Let me see how strong your true strength is. Don't be an embroidered head." Oki twisted his neck lazily and grinned silently. Giga's challenge was in Oki's expectations. He has just kept his eyes on Giga, and it has probably stimulated him and made him firmly launch the challenge. If all goes well, he will be out of the island temporarily. Then as the leader of the power that has just conquered, he needs to leave enough influence. Number 234, Oki, now the second place number 99 Giga challenges you. Do you accept it? The rocket's examiner also stood in the referee's position, looking at Oki and asking. Challenges can be accepted and abandoned. Of course, if you give up, the default is failure. The ranking will be replaced by Giga, and you will be lowered by 10. Oki laughed more happily, and the dark crow beside him also set his eyes on his trainer. As an elf of Oki, he has long endured Giga's impossibility, and he had already meant to fight Giga's Eba snake. Accept. Slightly spit out 2 words and walked to the other side of the battlefield under the eyes of the audience. In the end, this was the result. The examiner sighed helplessly. As a result, these 2 people who he least wanted to see stood on the battlefield. He knew about the identity of Giga, and what happened to Oki in the shadow. He also heard the Viper mention it a little, but this is the one that the adult fancy. Compared to that adult, Giga's brother became a joke. This challenge is a battle of life and death. Each person is limited to 1 elven. There are no other rules of battle until one side surrenders or one side is dead. Now, the challenge begins. Behind the examiner's voice, the first challenge of this test finally began. For a moment, the nervous atmosphere filled the audience. Abo snake, big snake stare. As Giga took the lead to speak, the battle finally began. The big snake stared and was able to scare the opponent with the pattern of the abdomen. Chaba. Abo snake looked up instantly, exposing the pattern on the abdomen. In addition, the characteristic of Abo snake is intimidation, which can maximize the effect of this skill. Dark crow, fly up, bless you, don't look at him. Oki also issued an accurate command in time. Ga. The dark crow flew up, the pale white airflow around him, leaving him with almost no resistance in the air, turning into a black light, disappearing on the square. Jerking. Abbott. Seeing that his extraordinary preparations did not work, Giga frowned, and continued to direct. Let's also come, Dark Crow, harsh. The 2 elves seemed to be transformed into 2 sound sources, one on the ground and one in the sky. The invisible sound waves spread, making both the people and the elves in the square feel a little uncomfortable. After all, the Aba snake was unable to fly, and it was helpless to face the dark crow flying in the air. Although the harsh sounds played a role in reducing the defense effect, the initiative of the battle was always in the hands of Oki. Oki, you won't let your elf stay in the air all the time? Then I will really look down on you. Giga also had no choice but to scream at Oki. Oki scorned and scorned. Idiot. Vulgar provocation. But you succeeded in persuading me. Dark Crow, get close to him, attack with wings. The people around me couldn't help but be speechless. This was persuasion. Obviously, Oki wanted to take the initiative to attack, but this also successfully achieved the goal of Giga. Uin smiled. Although Giga was scolded by Oki, but as long as he achieved his purpose and the darkness was close to fighting Abby Snake, he could launch an attack. Abby Snake, don't hide, use tying, then bite. The most powerful part of the viper is the two sharp fangs and the body with muscles. These two skills can maximize the advantages of Aberdeer. The Dark Crow was like a black lightning www.mentalnovel.com with a little white light on the wings, and hit the Abby Snake without hesitation. Abby Snake, waiting for the opportunity, has been waiting for the arrival of the Dark Crow! Pluto Mars hit the Earth in an instant, arousing a cloud of dust, and the Dark Crow's wings, which contained rich flight system energy, slammed on Abby Snake's body. Chaba, although he had been prepared for a long time, he knew that the dark attack was good, and he ate it hard to launch a counterattack. But he did not expect that the attack of the Dark Crow was so strong. Due to the subconscious defense reaction of the body, Abby Snake did not fight back in the first time, and the Dark Crow was deeply influenced by Oki. After the attack, he flew without hesitation. Abby Snake's binding and biting hit the air. Wu Giga didn't expect it to be the result. Tai King faced, quickly used the solution. Fortunately, he responded in time. Abby Snake suddenly expanded with angry eyes, a purple liquid in his mouth shot out sharply, and landed on the Dark Crow, withdrawing at a rapid speed. Hiss! The dissolution solution landed on the Dark Crow, and the effect immediately started, making a hissing sound, dissolving the feathers of the Dark Crow, reducing his defense to a certain extent. After the first contact between the two elves, they separated immediately, facing each other at both ends. I only knew about the opponent's approximate strength after just one fight, making the war spirit in the eyes of the two elves stronger. More belligerent characters. Seeking collection and recommendation. You are my greatest motivation. Chapter 75 Challenge 233. Gugua gritted her teeth and looked at King Mu, standing indifferently at the other end of the square, and the depression in her heart could be imagined. Abby Snake faced the flexible Dark Crow, which was too inferior. Moreover, the super high attack power of the Dark Crow made him dare not guarantee whether the able Snake could persist to the end under such a situation of changing injuries. Abby Snake panted, and the Dark Crow's attack just made him uncomfortable. The Dark Crow flew in midair, and the war intentions in his eyes were not concealed. Although he was hit by the solution of Abby Snake, for him used to fighting in the wild, this was only a minor injury. The strength of the two elves, and judged. Giga, give up, you can't beat me. Oki looked at Giga, who was somewhat ironed, and said lightly, to be honest, if you can defeat Gujia, he will still choose to keep it. After all, Gujia's brother as the Rocket's captain makes Oki a bit frightened. But if the fighting continues, he can't guarantee whether he can maintain this state all the time. After all, it is a battle of life and death. Oki will not keep his hand. If Abby Snake is killed, then he will completely revenge with Giga. Since he became an enemy, even Oki, a brother with a large captain, will definitely killing a threat in the cradle beforehand. As for the captain who has never met, I have the experience of a lifetime plus. Chai persisted. Oki, I believe that I can definitely surpass him, and then end this grudge. This is his absolute confidence. But he needs time to grow. Oka's persuasion was seen by everyone as a merciless one, but it was so harsh in Giga. Oka's words thoroughly stimulated his proud heart. I seemed to have made up my mind. I saw Giga wave gently in front of his rocket's belt, and a purple-black ball appeared in his hand. Oki frowned, seeing Giga's movement. There was a hint of bad feeling. His eyes were a little stunned, staring at the natural blue wood. The teeth made a squeak sound, rendering that face even more stubborn. You forced me. Prepare for death, bastard, he said, throwing the dark purple ball in his hand to Aberdeer. Aberdeer, who already knew what it was, swallowed it directly. The serpent in the stands saw something thrown from Giga, and frowned slightly, but said nothing. Of course, in his capacity, I saw what it was. This purple ball is on the Rocket's redemption list, with a detailed description and a redemption price of up to 5,000 points. Can quickly increase the poisonous energy of an elf, so that the elves with poisonous properties can directly increase the poisonous energy of their bodies by 5 times. Of course, with such a strong effect, the side effects are also great, and the elf taking this pill will be in a weak state for the next week. Giga obviously wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to solve Oki directly, once and for all. In this trial, no one will be able to overpower him. Even if he is weak for a week, he has absolute confidence and can catch up. This pill was given by Giga's older brother as the last hole card to deal with the special situation before he went to the island. At this time, he was forced by Oki Kayaba. After eating the purple pill, Abai Snake suddenly felt the surging energy in his body, and even exceeded his body's limit, and expanded his body. The lilac mist that escaped from his body gradually surrounded him. Hiss. After seeing the lilac mist coming into contact with the ground, it made a sound, making the ground a bit potty. These changes happened in an instant, and happened before Aoki was not ready. Abo Snake, poisonous needle. Giga shouted. Dozens of long purple needles shot from Abo Snake's mouth, wrapped in strong poison, and they were a little faster, and the target pointed directly at the Dark Crow. Dark Crow, wind fan flying these poisonous needles. Although I don't know what Giga feeds Abo Snake, but the purple mist on his body and the poisonous needles wrapped with strong poisonous energy can still be seen 1 or 2. This purple pill strengthens the poisonous energy of Abo Snake. Following Oka's orders, the flying crow energy quickly gathered into a small whirlwind on the wings of the Dark Crow, facing the poisonous needle fan that came. I saw the white whirlwind and the purple poison needle meet for a moment, but there was no situation in Oka's calculation. The poisonous needle of the carrier's strong poison energy actually passed through the cyclone, except that the purple gas was thinner on it, not blocked in the slightest. In the surprised eyes of the Dark Raven and Oki, the fast poisonous needle attacked the Dark Raven. For a moment, a purple gas appeared on the dark body of the Dark Crow, and it was poisoned. Such strong toxic energy. I saw Oki frown slightly after seeing the poison of the Dark Crow. I didn't expect that Giga had such a second hand, and she really deserves a powerful brother. Ha ha ha. Let you ignore me like this. Now the Dark Crow is poisoned. You can't do it quickly. Gigi laughed wildly after seeing the poison needles working. Now the Dark Crow is poisoned. Even if Oki wants to grind the Abo Snake by flying a kite, it won't work. Dark Crow, continue to follow the wind. One more wing attack. Quick battle. For the current situation, Oki also looked at www.mentalnovel.com and directly issued the attack instructions. It must be decided quickly. Yeah. The poisoned Dark Crow felt a little uncomfortable, but still obeyed Oka's order, and turned into a black light and attacked Abo Snake again. As the Dark Crow's strongest attack skill at present, wing attack is absolutely powerful and best meets the requirements of quick battle. Abo Snake, Ghost Face. Then use fangs. Giga today does not conceal the intention of killing in his heart, and orders Abo Snake to use his strongest poisonous skills now. Facing the ghostly face of Abo Snake, the speed of the Dark Crow slightly decreased, and then without any stagnation, the wings were about to wave. But I did not expect that the poisoning effect came into play at this time, coupled with the deceleration of the ghost face, while attacking the Abo Snake. The teeth of the Abo Snake containing strong venom energy were also on the wings of the Dark Crow. Chaba separated again, but the result was different from the previous one. At the same time that Abo Snake had the attack, the Dark Crow was also attacked by Abo Snake's poisonous teeth. The purple on the body is getting firmer. Add poison to the Dark Raven poison. The situation gradually fell to Giga's side, which began to be detrimental to Oki and Dark Crow. Ha ha ha. He'll let you die today. The venomous fangs worked, and Giga became more confident. As long as you can kill Oki here, even if you are weak for a week, who is there who dares to touch him? However, what he didn't expect is that Oki was actually at this time laughed. Seeking collection and recommendation. Chapter 76 Challenge 3 Wednesday. After seeing Oki's smile, Gyuga added a stun to her, and she even laughed on this occasion. Others in the market also saw Oka's smile, and immediately became agitated. I did not expect that Aoki, who was gradually inferior, actually showed a smile at this time. Is this contempt for Gaga? He only saw that Aoki touched his hand in front of his rocket's belt. A small remote control and a pale yellow pill appeared in his hand. Everyone's gaze went directly over the remote control and fell on the pill in his hand. This is just an ordinary antidote, which can be directly redeemed in the rocket's redemption list, which is worth only 10 points. Although the effect is good, it is obviously unable to release the violent toxin from the Dark Crow. Ha ha ha. Aoki, are you funny? Just because of that garbage antidote, I want to detoxify Abba Snake. Giga laughed directly. He thought that Aoki had any support, but did not expect just an ordinary antidote. Although this drug is effective, it can only slightly relieve the toxins in the Dark Crow. Aoki laughed more happily. Are you excited, Dark Crow? Aoki asked with a smile, ignoring Giga. Noticing the remote control in Aoki's hand, the Dark Crow yelled excitedly. Since the last battle, Aoki has never lifted the weight on his body. I did not expect to take it out now, and the Dark Crow has more confidence in the subsequent battles. Bisky also frowned, and Aoki's unfavorable situation disturbed him. If Aoki is defeated, I am afraid he will not be better in the future. Obviously, he does not know much about Aoki's behavior just now. Look at the remote control on his hand. That's the key. It seems to be a custom-weighted remote control in the rockets. With an exclamation, finally told what is another thing in Aoki's hands. It seems that this person usually did not browse the rocket's redemption list. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on the remote control on Aoki's other hand, showing a shocked look. The Dark Crow that was just so fast still carrying a load? Exclamation mark. Even before the attack on such a powerful Dark Crow was carrying a load? Exclamation mark. At this time of life and death, Aoki actually saved his strength? Exclamation mark. A variety of questions and wonders appear in everyone's mind. Ignoring the horrified eyes of others, Aoki's long fingers gently pressed on the remote control, and then the other hand threw the antidote to the Dark Crow. I suddenly felt a lightness on my body, and the Dark Crow shouted excitedly. At the moment when the antidote was about to land, a flash swallowed the antidote. Although the toxins on his body have not been eliminated, they have also exerted a slight suppression effect. Do you think you can beat me? Dreaming. Abba Snake, use poison needle again. Let him see your toxicity. Xingyujia also responded, and directly issued an attack instruction to Abba Snake again. Dark Crow, dodge. Stick in and use wings to attack. The Dark Crow flew sideways, clinging closely to the poisonous needle that flew from it, and once again accelerated toward the Abba Snake. Dark Crow, whose speed has been significantly improved, the long-range attack of Poison Needle has no longer wanted to hit him. Look for death. Abba Snake, Ghost Face, Fangs. As for the Dark Crow who had escaped the poisonous needle, Giga was unmoved, and again issued an order. As long as the previous situation, Abba and the Dark Crow will be replaced with injuries again. At that time, the Dark Crow with deepening poison will gradually lose resistance. Aoki's mouth slightly rises. Is it really when the weight training is done in vain? I saw the effect of the Dark Crow on the ghost's face, and slammed into Abba Snake. Abba Snake's pain sensation filled with poisonous energy by purple pills has weakened a lot. Although the Dark Crow's attack is very strong, it is not as painful as the first time, and he will use the poisonous tooth again. Exclamation mark. However, this time it was doomed to fail. When his teeth were about to come down, the Dark Crow speeded up again and avoided the attack of Abba Snake in time. Dark Crow, don't stop. Attack with continuous wings. He killed him while he was ill. Abba Snake, hold on, Ghost Face, poisonous teeth. Giga shouted. For the Dark Raven after the speed increase, he is helpless, and can only count on the Ghost Face to reduce his speed again. I was lucky, this time the Ghost effect was triggered, and the speed of the Dark Crow was reduced again. Dark Crow, hold on. But, just when he was about to be happy, when Abba Snake's fangs were about to bite on the Dark Crow, Aoki's cold voice sounded like a sharp sword, stabbing him in the heart. A dark green shield appeared around the Dark Crow, blocking Aba's venomous teeth. I hold on. Aoki first let the Dark Crow learn the life-saving skills. At its most critical time, it worked. Winging wings again is like a sharp machete, and smashed up in Aba Snake's horrified eyes. Exclamation mark. This time, the Aba Snake was directly hit by a Dark Crow with full output and landed at a corner of the field, completely losing its combat ability. The cricket was deflated and coupled with serial wing attacks. Until now, it has completely lost its combat ability. It has to be said that Giga's Aba Snake is still very strong. Of course, the purple pill played a big role. Was stunned. www.mentalnovel.com. The people in the audience were stunned. I didn't expect that the ending was actually like this, and the plot reversed again. Dark Raven, kill him. However, Aoki's cold voice with no trace of emotion sounded again, so that everyone was agitated and looked at Aoki with a stunned order. You know, Giga's brother is a captain of the Rockets. Aoki was merciless, only in Aoki's view. When Giga issued a declaration of slaying, the enmity between the two people could not be lifted. Since you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be killed by me. Hearing Aoki's order, Giga's eyes narrowed sharply, looking at the Dark Crow galloping towards Aba Snake. Giga hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Stop!" The rocket examiner who responded also quickly shouted, "Stop it!" He really didn't want to speak out at this time, but he had to speak about the particularity of Giga. But Aoki didn't mean to stop the Dark Crow in the slightest. "Stop it, kid. He can't die yet." To everyone's surprise, this time it was the Viper instructor who tried to test the island's most authoritative existence, but it was helpless in tone and couldn't hide it. Viper makes Aoki stop attacking. "Stop, Dark Raven." Aoki frowned, helplessly let the Dark Crow stop attacking. Everyone can be ignored, except the poisonous snake, because it really will die. Since the poisonous snake didn't want Giga to die, let him die, but death would be escaped. Seeking recommendations and favorites. Chapter 77. Abolish him. 1I23 abandoned one of his eyes. Dark Crow. The original Dark Crow, which had stopped his body, was faster this time. Before Giga did not arrive, he pecked Aba Snake's eyes severely. When he took off again, the eyeball appeared on him. On his mouth. "Aba Snake!" Giga shouted, with a hint of cricket in the run. The Dark Raven did not hesitate, and ate this eyeball into the belly. In the face of such a picture, no one dared to speak, and the poisonous snake also acquiesced to Aoki's behavior. After all, life and death fighting was a rule he set, but he was destroyed by himself. Aoki shifted his gaze to the poisonous snake and looked straight at him without hesitation, with a hint of questioning and dignity in his eyes. He doesn't believe it is because of his brother Giga, even if he is the captain of the Rockets. But that is only the middle level, and there is still a big gap between the top of the Rockets such as the Viper. He was taken seriously by Aoki, and the Viper rubbed his eyebrows, but he was not angry with Aoki's gaze. But there were some reasons he couldn't say. It works. In the end, the words spoke with an irresistible tone. He is the chief instructor of the Rockets and can explain to Aoki. It is already in the face of a friend's shadow. Otherwise, a person dares to look at him with this look. I'm dead and I don't know how many times. Aoki knows that he will accept it if he sees it well. Even if the venomous snake doesn't explain to him, he can't do anything, but can only eat dumb. However, he still understood the meaning of the serpent. This trial is different. The Dark Crow flew back to Aoki unwillingly, but was prevented from killing him, which made him very uncomfortable. But in the end he pecked the eyes of the venomous snake and resolved the hatred of his heart. Aoki touched his feathers, soothed his restless heart, took out several antidote from the belt, and fed him one by one. I have to say that after taking that purple pill, the poisonous strength of Aba Snake was greatly increased, and the Dark Crow did not expel all the toxins until it took the 5th antidote. Watching Giga stumble to Aba Snake, Mudley took out various bottles and jars of medicine from his belt, poured money into his mouth without money, and sprayed the eyes with some therapeutic spray. Hemostasis at the wound. The severe pain caused by the disinfection made the Abba snake in a coma involuntarily begin to tremble. If it is just that the general elves have lost their fighting ability, as long as they get timely treatment, they will be able to recover from serious injuries soon, but the current Abba snake cannot. After eating the purple pills, the body's perception was originally reduced, so losing the fighting ability is completely the body's self-protection. The side effects of Zanzi purple pill: if it can't be recovered in time, the level of reduction is small, and it may even reduce the quality of Abba deer, and it will completely lose its ability to chase Oki in the future. In addition, Oki finally caused the Dark Crow to waste one of Abba deer's eyes, which almost reduced his combat effectiveness by 20% in the future. He squeaked his lips, and Oki gave up his plans to kill Gugia and Abba Snake completely. Although Giga bluntly killed him, Oki was ready to kill him, and the two had already resolved their deadly hatred. But Oki didn't take him to heart, but just habitually chopped the grass to get rid of it. Oki is now able to suppress him, and the gap between the two will only become more apparent in the future. Coupled with that purple pill, it was obviously not so delicious, but Abba Snake, who had lost the ability to fight, Giga was desperately trying to feed a lot of potions. In the awe of everyone in the square, Oki left the battlefield with the Dark Crow. As Oki left, the examiner officially announced, "The challenge is over. The challenger fails, and the ranking is reduced by 10. Xu barely controlled Abba Snake's injury. Giga quietly took him into the elf ball, headed down from the battlefield, did not stay on the square, went straight to the accommodation area. This time, he was really hit. If it wasn't for the venomous snake to stop it, I am afraid that my life would be lost. This time it was a deep lesson for him, one mountain and one mountain high. Seeing Oki approaching, Mr. Sky, who had a little bit of careful thought, now annihilated the last blessed fire of his own. Originally, when Oki topped the list with an attack value of 458 points, Sky was very surprised. "I didn't expect that this was not the full power of the Dark Ravens." It was not until the ancient cards were exhausted that the Dark Ravens were completely released. With super high speed and attack power, directly crush. And Sky knew, Oki now has not only a Dark Crow, but also a stupid beast whose strength is not lost to the Dark Crow. I think of the strength of the Dark Crow, and then think of Oka's overall strength now. How dare he think carefully? Until now, Sky has completely set his own mentality. Since Oka's strength and potential are so strong, it is not an unacceptable thing to rely on him. Just at the last moment of the order, Sky was truly conquered by Oki. As long as there is no accident, there will be no thought of betrayal. This is convinced by Oka's strength and means, "Master Oki, do I need a cure?" We still have some in stock. Facing Oki, Sky quickly walked up. His behavior was obviously not as restrained as before, and the respect in the words came from the heart. A surprised look at Sky, Oki saw a change in him. "I seemed to want to understand something," shook his head and signaled not to use it. Dark Crow's current physical condition, after removing toxins, is still relatively good, and cannot afford to waste the healing potion. The 20 or so people standing behind him were very excited and possessed such a powerful boss. They were very lucky to join Oki. After the challenges of Oki and Gugu ended, as a good start, there were also those who came on the field to challenge. However, with the shock caused by the two of them fighting before, the others' challenges seemed to be a little petty. Uukanzu www.uukanzu.com. Although it is a life and death battle, those who are truly born and killed in the battle, except for those who have had a lot of grudges, rarely have too many deaths. None of the people who can still live on the trial island is simple. When they see that they can't beat or won, they will voluntarily give up fighting. After all, giving up the battle is only to reduce the number of 10, and the stalemate may lead to uncontrollable situations. Moreover, there are rewards only in the top 10, and the ranking order after that does not have much significance. Of course, there are still tragic situations. That's the battle for the last one. That was really the worst battle in this test. and everyone knew that being the last one will be eliminated directly, and elimination represents death. Since sooner or later it is dead, why not block everything in the challenge and fight to the end? So, after the first and last challenge was successful, those who took turns to become the last one started the crazy challenge. Eventually there are more and more casualties. The whole challenge test persisted into the evening, and the curtain fell in the exclamation of the field. I challenged a total of 5 deaths. Although 3 others saved their lives, the elves failed to get timely treatment and eventually died. In this case, although the tester will not die now, it will be inevitable by the next test. This new rule customized by the Venom Snake directly pushed this trial into a more battle. Seeking recommendations and favorites. Chapter 78 Rockets 3 Cardas 3-3 A huge freighter was traveling on the boundless sea, on the towering chimney, and the thick white smoke rushed straight up, forming an illusion like a desert solitary smoke straight. At the forefront of the cargo ship's deck, stood a young man with dark hair and black, leaning his hands on the railings, leaning forward slightly, dancing loosely under the blowing of the sea breeze. The moist air was very comfortable. A blackbird-shaped elf stood on the railing beside the young boy, with sharp eyes looking into the distance. This boy and elf are Aoki and Dark Raven. After the last test, Aoki's results let Ying see a relatively satisfactory side, so according to the agreement, he took Aoki away from the trial island in advance. This freighter is a rocket cargo ship that transports materials on the trial island every month. With Ying's permission, Aoki set foot on this returning ship. Although I have left the trial island once in the previous life, but unlike the last time, this time the freighter can intuitively see the return route. Aoki found that the location of the original trial island was at the sea boundary between Kanto and Chengdu. How's it? Although it's only been less than a month since coming out, does it feel like you have left the civilized world for a long time? As Aoki and the Dark Crow looked out to sea level, a husky voice sounded from behind. Ying walked from the cargo ship's cabin to the deck, strolled to Aoki's side, and leaned on the railing like him. Master Ying, Aoki screamed respectfully. Wu Ying waved his hand to signal that Aoki should not be so restrained. Although he has a very high status in the Rockets, he is the person who doesn't care much about such rudeness. He has always believed in the supremacy of strength, and those who have strength have privileges. Aoki has no strength, but Aoki's potential has been valued by him, plus some other reasons. So he does not have much of a shelf for Aoki. I don't seem to have much feeling. I have always been an orphan before. There is no big difference between survival in society and survival on the island of trials. Weakness and weakness will be beaten. This is a human-eating world. Just to survive. Aoki replied faintly, although those memories have been gradually forgotten, but the feeling that has been engraved in this bone is still there. Ying heard Aoki's answer, and he stunned for a moment, then smiled from his heart. It seems that our experience is similar. The eyes gradually lost focus, as if they were really sighing, as if they were remembering something. There was silence between the two, only the sea breeze blowing by the howling, and the sound of the sea water beating on the cabin continued. After a while, Ying Kai came back from the memories, and laughed and said with a self-deprecating smile, I have experienced so much and always think of the past. Aoki followed with a smile, and there was no other expression on his face. Although Ying's strength is very strong, and as the Rocket's most mysterious shadow leader, it should be the kind of killing without blinking. But after several contacts, Aoki found out that in fact, he is not difficult to get along with, as long as he fully converges his whole body, like an uncle of a leading family. This is the Alliance ID card I asked someone to make for you. All the information has been processed. As long as the Alliance seniors who are not at the level of the Four Heavens carefully check, there will be no problems. Ying took out an identification card with an Alliance certificate and a stranger's head in his pocket and handed it to Aoki. Chi Kingma's heart was a little surprised. and Ying personally sent someone to produce a union ID. If really as he said, Aoki will have a righteous identity and live in the sun. This is a human skin mask made by so-called experts in the rockets. It is said that anyone can't distinguish between true and false as long as it is not able to be cut or burned. This human skin mask looks like your League ID card. Ying took out a mask as thin as a cicada again, and said it when he threw it to Aoki. With this identity card, coupled with this special human skin mask, I believe that even a person familiar with Aoki, when face to face, may not be able to recognize who he is. Of course, the premise is that the elf cannot reveal his identity. So, when shadowing Aoki's identity card and mask, Aoki has decided that the elves who will subscribe to him will correspond to his two identities. Dark Crow is the elf in Aoki's first rockets, and the Dumb Beast will later become Aoki's elf in the League. Although this may be troublesome, if you can guarantee the independence of the two identities, then in the future, he can even try to sneak in, and eventually reach the status of the King of the Alliance like Ao. It is not impossible. I will continue to rise to the top of the rockets. With the help of resources on both sides, the strength will increase faster and faster. I am afraid that this identity card and this delicate mask that Ying prepared for him have this meaning. It will be half an hour away. Our destination is Dead City. After that, you can disembark yourself. Ying continued, take me to give you the medal, go to the Angry Lakes rocket base in Kaji, Chengdu, and help me bring something back. Someone will contact you at that time. www.mtlnovel.com said. After that, he exhaled heavily and stretched out to walk into the cabin. Dead City. Holding the Alliance's identity card and human skin mask in his hand, watching the shadow that gradually disappeared after the mission was completed, Aoki's eyes flowed. No wonder the Rocket's Trial Island has never been discovered by the League. As a place where the city of Mayashi, one of the Rocket's three Kadas, is located, Deadleaf City is sure to help cover up some small moves in secret. The three major Kadas of the Rockets, respectively, are Mazishi, who lives in the Dead City, Natsu in the Golden City, and Ao in the Light Red City. They are the three deepest nails that Sakagi has entered the League. Among them, Azu in the Light Red City is the most powerful. When the Quartz Alliance in the Guandu area was completely divided into the Kanto area and Chengdu area, Azu sat on the throne of the Poisonous King of Chengdu in the future, which can be said to be the largest in Sakagi. One of the reliance within the alliance. Although Mazishi and Natsu did not reach the level of Ao, they were not much weaker than Ao. I even have Natsu with the title of Super Queen. If you only say that it is a 6v6 full-scale battle, I may not have played Natsu, because after all, superpowers are restraint of poison. Also, as a ninja, Azu is best at sneak attacks and assassinations. The talents of Frontal Hard and superpowers are comparable to those of the King-level elves, and there is still some gap. As for Mazishi, unlike Natsu and Ao, his strongest point is in the command of group battles. He is the best of three people who command a large number of people in a legionary war, just like a general who commands the army. So the three have their own strengths and are listed as the three Kadas of the Rockets. Seeking Collection? Recommendation. Chapter 79 Deadleaf City Moon. Wednesday. If you are an ordinary person, you will find it is a very peaceful place when you arrive in Deadleaf City. Kanba City is the most dense place of various elf associations. It is impossible to think that this place will be one of the important bases of the largest dark organization Rocket in Guandu area. The reason why this happens is precisely because of the existence of Mazishi. All members of the Rockets are afraid to mess around, so although the power of this place is very strong, but it is particularly comfortable. As a member of the Rockets in the previous life, Aoki did not come to Deadleaf City once or twice. I know the environment there. As long as you don't pick things at will, nothing unexpected happens. However, the film asked King Mu to go to Cage City, Chengdu, which is more complicated. The owner of the Doguan Pavilion in Lukaji is Liu Bo, who is known as the Overlord of the Heavenly King class, and Willow in winter. The strength of the Ice Elves in the first hand is far superior to that of the general Uranus. If it is not for character, there must be one of the 4 Uranus in the league, and even the championship position. There is no chance. Although Lubo does not care about small characters like Aoki, Lubo's presence in Kaji City is enough to see the importance the Union attaches to Kaji City. There are many unknown factors in this mission, but there are still some dangers. 25 hours later, the ship finally reached the port of Deadleaf City. Looking at all kinds of freighters in the port, the freighter returned from the Trial Island is completely integrated into it, and it is impossible to see what is different from other ships. A teenager who came down from the boat at this time was ordinary, wearing an ordinary trainer costume, with a pale pink doll beast beside him. It was Aoki who had completely changed the clothes. After wearing a delicate human skin mask and putting on a Union trainer costume, he completely lost his coldness on the Trial Island. Breathing the air with a strong salty atmosphere on the rich seashore and the feeling of stepping on the ground, Aoki finally reached the Deadleaf City of Kanto. Deadleaf City is a city located south of the Kanto region. As the largest port city in the Kanto region, the development of the entire city revolves around maritime trade, not just cargo ships. In fact, the most famous port in Deadleaf City is Deadleaf Port, the largest port in the Kanto region, and many huge cruise ships such as Santei Nu, Watercurrent, and Haley Yanmar are often moored here. Although the city's development is not the best city in the Kanto region, it is also second only to the existence of the Golden City. The annual tax on the port makes the entire city develop rapidly, occupies the rockets of Deadleaf City, and thus get huge profits. It is not for no reason that Masashi sits here. When Aoki stepped out of the port and officially stepped into the city, the sun had fallen. There are busy people everywhere. Although everyone is very busy, they can see a satisfying smile from their faces. Obviously, the comfortable environment of Deadleaf City is something that every resident loves. Because it is a port city, the arrival of a stranger like Aoki has not attracted much attention. People like Aoki do not know how much to come. This is also in line with Oku's intentions. He doesn't want to be an animal, so he is pointed around. Although coming out of the Trial Island, he will inevitably carry some special barbaric breath. But he with previous experience has well concealed this breath, and people will generally think that it is the kind of long time in the wild survival trainer. Most of the trainers who can survive in the wild for a long time will have a bit of respect. The elven ball tied around his waist, and the dumb beasts that followed him all explained his identity as a trainer. So there was no such person who jumped out to pick things. But now there is one thing that will stump Aoki. I have said that a penny stumped the hero Han. Aoki now has no pennies, but he really tasted the feeling of no money. The first thing he needs to do now is to make a little money first. Through some signs on the side of the road, Aoki came to a shop selling elf props in the Deadwood City. According to his current situation, he shot some less important things on his body and exchanged some coins. Because some of the real valuables on the body could not be taken out, it was only exchanged for 5,000 Union coins. What I have to say is that the security of the Union ID card given by Yinying is very high. Another role of the Union ID card is the bank card, which directly transfers the money just changed to the bank card. Oku's current bank account has finally changed from 0 to 5,000 Alliance coins. After redeeming the coins, Aoki quickly left the elf's prop shop, followed the sign, and went straight to the center of the Kanbo Elf Center, located in the very center of the whole city. As a hospital specializing in treating elf injuries, it covers a very large area, almost the size of 2 football fields, and it is 5 or 6 stories high. Aoki, who was dressed as an Alliance trainer, didn't get any attention from the security staff of the Elf Center. After showing the Alliance ID card, she entered the Elf Center smoothly. Aoki in the previous life did not have much access to the Pokemon Center. When he was young, he was not eligible to enter such a place strictly controlled by the Alliance. After he became strong www.mentalnovel.com he would not use the Pokemon Center. So, The number of times to enter the center of the wizard is not much. This is the first time I have entered the Elven Center since my rebirth, but I still know some of the infrastructure inside. In the Elf Center, not only Miss Joey, but also many medical staff and some Geely eggs. Because many trainers enter the Elf Center to treat their elf, these staff are very busy. It is indeed one of the most important places in the league. Although it is busy, it is very orderly. As a trainer in the league, it also has good qualities. Unless it is in an emergency situation, it is waiting for numbers and treatment. In addition to being a specialized medical place, the Spirit Center also provides accommodation services. One of the main purposes of Aoki when entering the center is to stay overnight. Of course, there is also a purpose to conduct a comprehensive inspection of your elves, to see if there are some dark injuries that you cannot detect. Aoki, who has experience in nurturing the family, certainly knows the horrors of those dark injuries. Although they are usually not visible, when they accumulate more and more, horrible dark diseases will be formed, which will affect the battle of the elves and cause it the qualification of the elves is reduced, and even death. Although Aoki did not detect any dark injuries, and the chip did not show any difference, but there is not much database information about the dark injuries in the chip, so Aoki cannot be sure whether his elf has dark injuries. The most assured is through the technology of the Alliance examine the elf's body in all directions. Have a strong push this week. Hibiscus begging for various collections and recommendations! Thanks for your support. Chapter 80 Pokemon Center Tuesday where the Rockets have a lot of scientists. Many technologies are even ahead of the league, but only in the development of medical care. The league is far ahead. The owner of the world's top medical technology Wizard Center is one of the most important institutions in the Alliance. Sometimes it can even be said that without the assistance of the Elven Center, the overall combat effectiveness of the trainers in the league will be reduced by more than one level. So, the existence of the Elven Center makes the position of the entire Elven Alliance more stable. There are not many people who perform the elf physical examination. Aoki took his turn after taking a number. Listening to the number in the broadcast, Aoki walked to the corresponding window, and a medical staff with a professional smile received Aoki. There is only one Miss Joey at the Pokemon Center, who is mainly responsible for treating important injuries. So this relatively simple physical examination does not require her to go out, otherwise she may be too busy. This is my Alliance ID card, please help me to perform a full-scale medical examination for my elves. Aoki put his ID card and 3 elf in front of the medical staff, and smiled slightly. Before Aoki entered the center of the elves, Aoki put the dumb beasts and ghosts into the elven ball. So this inspection will be performed by all 3 elves. Although he deliberately conceals the existence of dark crows and ghosts, as an unknown trainer by now, no one will deliberately pay attention to what elves are used by Aoki, but there is no need to worry about identity exposure. Hello, if the 3 elves perform a full body check, it will cost 3,000 Union coins in total. May I ask whether it is cash payment or a bank account that is directly swiped with an ID card? With a professional smile, he inserted the Union ID card representing the identity into the machine. After asking a series of information about Aoki on the computer, he asked with a smile, just deducted directly from your bank account. I also want to ask if you can register for accommodation here. I want to stay overnight. Aoki nodded and replied, asking about the situation of the accommodation. By the way, the staff smiled the same, and nodded, yes. The price of one night's accommodation is 500 Union currency. Will you deduct it to get there? Yes, my elves, please trouble you first. Okay, please rest assured that our elf center check will be the most comprehensive. Here is your room card and number plate. The elf check will take a little longer. If necessary, you can wait in the reception room, or go directly to the room and wait. We will inform you immediately. After 2 clicks, and hitting the enter key, the fee deduction was completed, and then a number plate and the room card together with the identity card returned to Aoki. I have to say that the Alliance is still very conscientious. Even if it is a comprehensive elves comprehensive inspection, it only received 1,000 alliance coins, plus 500 alliance coins for a night of accommodation, and there are still 1,500 in Aoki's card union currency. However, this is also for Aoki, who is used to seeing the world, and it is really unaffordable for an ordinary person to consume it, especially for those civilian trainers who don't have the resources. That's a lot of money. A normal office worker in the elven world has a monthly salary of almost 10,000 to 20,000 alliance coins. If there is a contrast, it will be found that the price is not low. Therefore, trainers are a very burning job. The speed of burning money is not affordable by ordinary families. Therefore, the emergence of the Rockets gave a large number of civilians who want to become trainers a good opportunity. Not everyone who joins the Rockets has to be tried out like Aoki. They are a special case. They are selected by the Rockets to train their members. The general procedure is simple if you want to join the Rockets. Of course, it's easy to get in, and it's hard to think of it again. During the waiting time, Aoki did not return directly to the room or wait in the reception room, but walked directly in the Elven Center. After a rough walk around, Aoki also had a general understanding of the Elven Center in Deadleaf City. The Elf Center has 6 floors. The first floor is a simple treatment center and examination center. The second floor is a serious injury treatment area and a ward area. The third floor is a huge canteen, among them are humans and elves. The fourth and fifth floors are all accommodation areas, and the sixth floor is an area provided for important personnel in the Alliance. Aoki cannot enter without permission. Behind the Elf Center, there is a large open area, which is a training area for elves, and there are several well-equipped battlefields, which are specially provided for trainers. The overall design is a very reasonable design, and various facilities are also quite complete. This kind of charging price is quite appropriate. It took almost half an hour to visit the entire Elven Center. After waiting for a while in the reception room, Aoki was notified that the inspection was completed. I finally took back all 3 elves, and learned that there were no strange places on the body, and that they were extremely well developed, and were praised by the staff. Aoki just smiled briefly, then released the dull beast, and went directly to the cafeteria on the 3rd floor. After all, it's too late now, it's dinner time. Stupid beast, will take you to eat and watch the food in the Alliance, compared to barbecued fish. www.mentalnovel.com is a different taste. Aoki touched the stupid head, said with a smile, "Yeah, hearing something delicious." The eyes of the dull beast with the largest meal in the Aoki elf light up instantly, and he screamed happily, obviously looking forward to it. It's already evening, and the people in the cafeteria are gradually increasing. When Aoki entered here, there were already people waiting in line. Some people were following the elf, some were talking to a few friends and laughing. The dumb beast closely followed Aoki's side. At this time, he did not use his mental strength to support his body. After exercising for a while, he was finally able to keep up with Aoki's pace. However, Aoki's arrival did indeed cause a lot of sensation. The people in the canteen focused their eyes on the dumb beast beside Aoki, whispering and talking about something. Why, the color of the dumb beast is a bit wrong. Stupid, that's a flashy dull beast, he's just a lighter color. Really a good luck trainer. The stupid beast is moving fast. The trainer is a bit strange, isn't he from this city? Although the sound is not very loud, the entire cafeteria is relatively quiet, so their quiet voices, Aoki, also heard in their ears. Frowned, knowing that the particularity of dumb beasts will attract some attention, but no one wants to be a zoo animal, so everyone can watch. Have a strong push this week. Hibiscus begging for various collections and recommendations! Thanks for your support. Chapter 81 Jumping Clown 3 originally intended to have dinner directly in the cafeteria, but judging from the current situation, I am afraid that it will really be watched. Quickly packed the food for the 3 elf at the window of the cafeteria, and specially prepared what Gis could eat. Let the dumb beast hold the packing box with thoughts and want to return directly to the room. However, When Oki was about to leave the cafeteria, a young man with a thin body and a pale face, with two bodyguards in black, stopped Oki directly in front of him. From the appearance, young people with thin bodies should look like they are in their 20s. They look like they are full and sleepy, with pale smiles on their pale faces, and they are obviously overindulgent. Just looking at the appearance, she is wearing a brand name clothes, her hair is neatly combed, and she has some handsome men. I noticed that someone was blocking the road. The dumb beast subconsciously approached Oki. The blue light in his eyes flashed and disappeared. He grew up on the trial island. He didn't care who it was. He just felt that they were faint, malicious. When the young man saw the dumb beast, his eyes lit up instantly, and he looked like a fun toy. "Hello, I want to discuss something with you." The young man looked proudly at Oki. Oki's face instantly cooled down, looking at the young man and the two bodyguards behind him, without talking, and walking with the dumb beast directly. Since Oki did not issue an attack order, the dumb beast did not take the initiative to attack. Slap! With two sounds of leather shoes stepping on the ground, the youth's two bodyguards blocked the road of Oki again. Oki's eyes flickered fiercely, staring at the young man and saying, "Get away, you." He has always been pampered and courteous. When he was said in this tone, he wanted to let the two bodyguards subconsciously. I suddenly thought of where it was. There was a hint of anger in the pale face, but I didn't know what to say. Oki went forward again, regardless of the two hemming blocks. The dumb beast directly used the mind force, pushed the two bodyguards away, and let Oki pass by. He is just two human beings. How can they stop the stupid minds? Even if they are strong, it is useless. I watched Oki and the beast walking towards the stairs. The young man's face trembled. There is a kind of you don't get out at the Elf Center. As a well-known local sister-in-law, his favorite thing is to collect those special elves. Only such elves can set off his identity. As soon as he was notified by others, he immediately rushed over and wanted to buy Oki through money. Stupid beast, but did not expect to hit his nose gray before he even spoke. This is the center of the elves. There is no way to use Oki. You can only wait for him to come out. I walked up to the 4th floor with the dumb beast, swiped the card, entered the room, locked the door, and released the Dark Crow and Ghosts. The Dark Crows and Ghosts who had been walking in the elf ball for a long time screamed quickly. They all lived outside on the trial island. It is really not very suitable for the small space in the elf ball. Ghosts, you will still be in my shadow. As for the Dark Crow, I can only wrong you for the time being, and I need to stay in the elf ball for a while, Oki said with a touch of apology. But the dumb beast was not very happy, but stood a little dreadful beside him. Oki squatted down, and patted the dumb beast's back gently, and said with a smile, "It's all right, just a clown jumping clown, don't worry about it." The dumb beast blamed himself because he caused trouble to Oki. He said, taking out the food held by the dumb beast one by one, and put it in front of each elf. They saw these things that they had never eaten and smelled a seductive scent, but no one directly ate them, waiting for the words of Oki. This is a habit developed on the island of trials, and it can also be regarded as a mutual respect for peers. Okay, let us start eating. These are things you haven't eaten. All the food was distributed. Oki also took his own dinner, sat directly on the ground, and enjoyed dinner with his elves. Prepared canned whole fish made by a variety of fishes for the stupid beasts. The rich fishy smell is his favorite. The dark raven is a variety of chicken and fish. Although the dark raven is a bird, it prefers to eat meat. Mengeis's food is relatively small in the center of the elves. It is a special granular food specially prepared for the phantoms in the Alliance. Each one contains a rich flavor of death, which is a food that Gis likes very much. After hearing Oki's words, the 3 elves immediately ate. He did not really say that to comfort the foolish beast. He really didn't take the young man to heart. Not to mention, as long as Oki now removes the human skin mask and puts the doll beast into the elf ball, that person cannot recognize himself. Even if the young man finally found him, Aoki will let him know that not everyone can leave him at his disposal. If Aoki is forced to assassinate him with the skills of previous lives and retreat safely, there is still this confidence. When there was the worst time, there was the momentary movement of the dumb beast. No one could find him unless necessary. However, Aoki does not want to expose the dumb beast to move momentarily. www.untilnovel.com. Otherwise, the number of dumb beasts will increase geometrically. So, don't be influenced by others. Now is the happiest time for Aoki and his elves. There is no hidden threat in the wild this time, so you don't need to worry about the possibility of attacking elves at any time during the meal. The dark crows are very happy to eat. I no longer have to deal with delicious food quickly because I am afraid of being attacked. This time, the dark crows eat slowly and taste the food carefully. In fact, although the food in the Elven Center tastes good, it is not so delicious. It is only for the foolish animals who have been living on the trial island and eating raw food. These are paired with various seasonings. Food is simply the best food in the world. Aoki's grilled meat and grilled fish taste very good, but after all, they are foods made in different ways. They are the first to eat them. I was very happy watching her elves. Aoki was heartily happy. The disadvantages of the previous life, the preconceived notion made him think that the elf was just a tool, and the dark crow didn't wake him until the last moment. Once again, Aoki's bond with the elves is more important than anything else. A slower and deeper understanding also found that the elves are actually a real life. They also have their own thoughts. When you are good enough to them, they will fight to help you and protect you. Aoki treats the lives of others, or the lives of other elves, like grass, but only to his elves. Now is the only soft place in his heart. Have a strong push this week. Hibiscus begging for various collections and recommendations! Thanks for your support. Chapter 82. Elf League. In the early morning the next day, in order to avoid trouble, Aoki removed the human skin mask from his face, put away the dull beast, and walked out of the wizard center. I saw the two bodyguards in black standing at the door, indicating that the young man had been waiting for him to appear yesterday. Ignoring them, I walked directly to the car center of Kugi City, and when they passed the two, they didn't attract their attention. While there were not many people in the morning, Aoki walked into a small alley, and once again put on the human skin mask representing the Alliance. It seems that just having a human skin mask is not enough. If you have a chance next time, go and get a few more. Aoki thought silently while wearing the mask. Sometimes, in order to avoid trouble, it is also very beneficial to have a few more faces. When he came out of the alley again, he had changed his appearance. According to Aoki's understanding, if you want to reach the Chengdu area quickly, there are two options. One is to take a cruise directly in Deadleaf City to reach the light yellow city of Chengdu, and then go from the light yellow city to Kaji City. The other is to arrive at Golden City first, and then take a maglev train to Golden City in Chengdu. Originally, it was most convenient to take a cruise, but after I asked the staff at the Elf Center, Aoki learned that the latest cruise to Asan City had just left for 1 day, and the next cruise had to wait another 4 days, so Aoki abandoned the cruise. This option, and taking a cruise, took a lot of time and could not meet his requirements. Then you only have to reach the Golden City first, then take the maglev train of the Golden City, pass directly through the Beiyin Mountains, reach Manjin City, and finally find a way to go from Manjin City to Kaji City. Relatively speaking, the time to ride the maglev train is much shorter, so Aoki decided to take the maglev train decisively. Then the first thing to do now is to go to the auto center in Deadleaf City and take the first shuttle bus to Golden City. In addition, Aoki learned that the car to Golden City runs only once a day, that is, at 9 o'clock in the morning. If it can't catch up, it can only wait until tomorrow. Wearing an ordinary trainer costume of the Alliance, and wearing an ordinary human skin mask, there was no dumb beast around him. When Aoki arrived at the bus station, he didn't notice anything. He showed his Alliance ID card and bought a ticket. I sat in the waiting room, looking at the latest Union newspaper in my hand, waiting for the departure time. Hagai originally intended to spend some time, but did not expect to see a piece of news that Aoki took seriously. I saw the title written like this: the League's intermediate search officer wiped out the rocket base and was promoted to a senior search officer. If it is just such a simple content, it will not actually attract much attention from Aoki. Although the senior search officer of the League is already the highest in the middle of the League, it is just like the captain of the rockets. But there are still many people. But the name of the search officer made Aoki have to pay attention to it. Yulongdu, the future king of the Kanto region, will eventually become the champion of the Chengdu region when the Quartz Alliance in the Kanto region is separated into the Kanto Alliance and the Chengdu Alliance. Yulongdu, the Yulong family, was appointed as the next patriarch's heir. Yulongdu. When talking about this, I have to talk about the most powerful force in the world today, the Elf Alliance, which is what we call the Alliance for short. After a long period of development, the Elven Alliance has expanded its influence to several continents, becoming a behemoth in the Elven world. All orders and rules in the entire Elven world are formulated and written by the Alliance. The establishment of the Elven Alliance has passed, I don't know how many years old. As for how he was created and who the founder is, it can no longer be considered. But it has to be said that it is precisely because of its creation that humans and elves are created. Being able to live in peace, human beings can finally gain a foothold in this world. It is said that before the creation of the Elven Alliance, various forces and countries were mixed, and there were endless wars, until a group of people with lofty ideals joined forces from various parties, and finally the Elven Alliance, an organization that ruled the entire world. However, we still have to say that the Elven world is too large, and there are still multiple forces in the Elven Alliance. Therefore, the strongest alliance controlled today is the Guandu area, which is the combination of the future Kanto area and Chengdu area. The headquarters of the Puppet Elf Alliance was established at the junction of the two regions, above the Sylvan Mountain. I don't have such strong control over some other remote areas, such as the recently discovered Raran area. I believe that most people do not know the existence of this place except some real high-level alliances. Of course, although the right to speak of the Elven Alliance in other regions has not reached absolute, it cannot be said that it is not. It is just to make some necessary compromises to the local forces in order to make the entire world more harmonious. But there are still 4 heavenly kings in each region, and the existence of the champion represents the absolute strength of the League. However, compared to other regional champions and the 4 heavenly kings, today's Kanto regional champions and the 4 heavenly kings are the most powerful. As a region where the alliance is vigorously developed, various geniuses have emerged, which has led to the extreme competition between the 4 heavenly kings and the champion. Fierce. So the trainer who can sit on the 4 kings and champion throne is absolutely top-notch. It is precisely because of the overflow of genius that the Kanto Quartz Alliance was finally divided into Kanto and Chengdu. It is not because of this part. www.mentalnovel.com. After all, there are only a few top seats, but people who want to sit on it, there are so many cows. In order to avoid some unnecessary internal friction, you can only expand the number of seats. But 1 champion and 4 kings in a region are set by the alliance themselves, and they can't hit their own hands. In addition to other reasons, the separation of the Guandu area is an inevitable, and it is precisely because of this separation that Yulongdu, who has soared in strength, finally took the throne of Chengdu. As for why it is not the champion of the Kanto region, we have to say that Yulongdu's biggest black spot is indelible. After the separation in the Kanto area, he sat on one of the 4 kings of the Kanto, the King of Ice, the King of the Ice Department, which was restraining the Dragon King of the King, because the champion is based on victory over the 4 heavenly kings, and the ice-based King Kono is dead and the dragon is defeated. So after crossing the other 3 kings, he cannot cross Kono's road. And Kono is also a person with a straightforward personality, does not want to put a little water. It is for this reason that Yulongdu finally became the champion of Chengdu. Yulongdu's father is from Kanto, and his mother is from the city of Yanmo in Chengdu. Therefore, he is not called a cross-border champion in Chengdu. In the impression of Aoki, the champion of the Kanto region was always empty. It was not until the appearance of Dr. Oka's grandson, the talented Ogi Shigeryu, that this situation was broken. Years. These are the last words. Now Yulongda has become the senior search officer of the Alliance, and will soon take the position of chief search officer, and then launch an attack on the four heavenly kings. Seek collection. Please recommend. Chapter 83 Golden City. In the previous battle, Aoki also met the spirited crossing of the Rockets and the League. At that time, he was still the Dragon King of the Kanto region, but his strength was daunting. In recent decades, the Alliance's prestige and control over the region have plummeted. Therefore, newspapers have promoted the members of the Alliance that the Alliance has vigorously cultivated. Yulongda is one of the leaders in this group of people who are fully promoted by the Alliance. I can also be considered to cross the road in the future, to make an early pavement. The decline in the level of control of the puppets was foreseen by the high level inside the Alliance, and the yoke of civilian trainers was opened. As the Alliance's control gradually declines, only the more and more obedient elf trainers who obey the Alliance can control the entire area by controlling these trainers. Originally, in the early days of the Alliance, due to the integration of various forces, the profession of elven trainers remained only at the upper level. As a civilian, there was no right or resources to become a trainer. But most recently, with the gradual arrival of peace, there are fewer and fewer battles. The strength of the forces accumulated by all parties is getting stronger and stronger, and the control of the Alliance is getting lower and lower. After opening up the national trainer career, the Alliance established support from local magistracies and elf centers, and invested some necessary resources in the early stage to help the growth of civilians. After several generations of cultivation, the number of members of the Alliance is increasing. At the same time, he also restrained the development of the heart and stabilized the stability of the whole society. Of course, it is much more difficult for civilians to become trainers than to be members of the Alliance's family, and to comply with the various rules and systems formulated by the Alliance. So have the members of the Alliance always been high above them. In fact, this is not the case. Although the trainers are divided into members of the non-lineage and non-lineage, this is not the same. Non-family members are those who are registered as trainers in the Alliance. They often have their first elves through their various methods, and then reach the indicators in the various inspections of the Alliance, eventually becoming a legal trainer. The general composition of these people is civilians. Oka's ID card for Aoki is also an ID card for a non-family member. But the members of the family are different. After reaching a certain age, they will get the excellent 3 elves and the elf illustrated book representing the identity, and enjoy various benefits in the Alliance for free, such as treatment in the elf center, free accommodation, etc. Generally speaking, indirect and non-indirect relationships have been set up when you were born, but non-indirect members still have the opportunity to become indirect members. As long as he has made great contributions to the Alliance and passed the customized assessment tasks of the Alliance, he can become a glorious family member, and his descendants will be born as family members in the future. Of course, this condition is difficult to meet. Only those true geniuses can stand out from a large number of non-indirect members and eventually change their status to become indirect members. However, it does not mean that only by becoming a good trainer can you become a member of the family and make enough contributions in any field. For example, study hard, become an excellent doctor of elves, or evaluate the existence of a middle-level cultivator or above. The Alliance will automatically grant you kinship membership. In short, only a small number of people are able to change their lives against the sky, and most of them cannot climb out of the quagmire cultivated by the elves. Because of this, so many people in the Rockets are willing to join. As long as you are cruel to yourself and give up your bets, the chances of success are even higher. Please note that the shuttle bus to Golden City is about to leave. Passengers who have not boarded the bus, Please go to the A3 ticket gate to board the bus. I looked at the newspaper Aoki and was interrupted by a radio reminder. I didn't expect to read the newspaper so quickly. Packed up the newspaper, walked to the ticket gate, swiped his ID card, and then took the shuttle bus to Golden City. Since there are not many people in the car, there is no requirement for seats. Aoki chose a window position. As the car started, he looked at the gradually regressing city scene. Elven world. Imbak supported his head with one hand. Aoki said secretly in his heart. Perhaps it is because the existence of elves in the elven world makes travel very convenient, so the transportation in the elven world is not very developed. I took a car for almost 3 hours before Aoki finally reached the most developed city in the Kanto region, Golden City. Golden City is the most developed city in the Kanto region. The entire city is located in Hualien City, Yuhong City, Deadleaf City, and Ziyuan Town. Golden City is the largest and busiest city in the whole Guandu area, and it is also very famous in other areas. The huge Silver Company headquarters building stands in the middle of the city, and there are 2 museums occupying the northeast corner of the city. It is not only the central business district of the Kanto area, but also the largest infrastructure in the area, including the Magalef train station that connects the Kanto area and the city area, as well as the airport to other areas. No doubt, as the most central city in the entire Kanto region, the Alliance can imagine the importance he attaches to him. But in contrast, because of the extremely abundant resources, not only the Elf Alliance, but also various forces are mixed. The most powerful thing here is the rockets, except the Elf Alliance. www.mtlnovel.com. After all, here is the rocket, one of the 3 cadres that Team Sakagi relies on, Super Queen, Nazi. And because of the development of the city, trainers from various regions will appear here, and the elves from various regions are everywhere, whether it is Feni Yuan, Shinao, Hashong, etc. Various trainers make the whole city very lively. With the existence of trainers, of course, there will be fighting, so Golden City is also the largest fighting city in the Kanto region. As long as the reasonable fighting zone of the city is everywhere, different trainers and their elves are fighting fiercely. Battle. Residents living in the Golden City can always see wonderful elf battles, and they won't make a fuss about the elf in different areas. They have long been accustomed to it. At the same time, there are white and black. The underground arenas and underground battlefields in the Golden City are also very developed. Some people earn some coalition coins through underground battles, and some rich people are purely for the sake of watch a fierce battle to vent their pain and desire in life. So Golden City can also be called the Battle City. Although the Alliance has increased its investment in the security personnel in Golden City, it still has a lot to offer. The existence of a large number of gray areas and black areas allows some people such as elf hunters, elf mercenaries, and killers to spare no effort to earn a lot of resources and money. This is a city full of desire. Aoki likes to call him the capital of desire. Some people ask about the update time, which is usually updated at 3 in the morning at 8 o'clock, noon to 2 o'clock, and 8 o'clock in the evening. Seek collection. Recommend. Chapter 84 Golden Market. Black Market. When Aoki got down from the car, it was exactly 12 o'clock noon, and he sat in the car for 3 hours, making his body stiff, wearing ordinary trainer costumes. He was perfectly integrated into the city the moment he got off the bus. The dumb beasts were directly released from the Elven Ball. Although it will cause some attention as a flash elf, the Golden City is indeed the most prosperous city. The flash doll beasts only increase the number of turnarounds, but there is no sensation and unnecessary trouble. Golden City is only a transitional city on Aoki Road, but now that it has reached the most prosperous and largest city in Kanto, everything is available for Aoki to decide to buy some necessary things and tools. What he needs is a set of specialized energy block making tools. Previously, he had always relied on the simple tools that he made. The highest level is only intermediate energy blocks, but as long as he has a good set of energy block making tools, he can do it for himself. Sprites make advanced energy blocks with better effects. Although the intermediate energy block and advanced energy block are only one level worse, the effect is just like cloud mud. Intermediate energy blocks can only increase the growth and recovery speed of the elves at most, but the high-level energy blocks not only double this growth rate, but even after a large amount of regular consumption, they can even slightly improve the qualifications of the elves. Therefore, the price of advanced energy blocks has always been high. Registered senior breeders in the Alliance also exist as rare species, and are protected by the Alliance's professional protection and various excellent benefits. The various advanced energy blocks sold are all trained, home sought after, in order to allow senior breeders to deploy energy blocks suitable for their elves. They are even willing to become their thugs. Of course, this is a one-time use. Even if it is disposable, it is very valuable. How many powerful trainers need advanced energy blocks? So as long as you become a senior breeder, whether it is the underground forces such as the League or the Rockets, they will have due respect, be regarded as a group of people with a transcendent status. The status is equivalent to those transcendent elf doctors. However, if you want to become an advanced breeder, it is still very difficult. Being able to make advanced energy blocks is only one of the prerequisites. There are now no more than 100 senior cultivators on record in the Alliance, and they are still served as ancestors with care. But if you can make high-level energy blocks, then the money will be like flowing water, and it will come. The premise is that the producer has the strength, or power, to protect these money. So Oki needs to find a larger store and buy a set of special tools. The most numerous places in Golden City are countless malls and elf shops. When there is sunlight, there will be shadows. The black market in Golden City is also very developed. Oki is relatively familiar with the black market in the Golden City. There is no other reason, just because the biggest master behind the Golden Market black market is the Rockets. Needless to say, behind the scenes, the main player in the black market is the Rockets. Golden City is the most economically developed city in the Kanto region. His economic development is not just on the surface. The largest underground trading market in the entire Kanto region is in Golden City. This black market's annual revenue to the Rockets accounts for almost a fifth of the Rockets' total revenue. It is conceivable how big the profits and oil and water are. And the actual power of the Golden Market black market is the Nazi of the Rockets Superpowers Hall in Golden City. With her strong strength and moody personality, there is no one dare to challenge her authority at will. Golden City black market is Kanto's largest underground trading market. The goods that can be said to have everything, whether it is a variety of precious elf props, or cherished high-quality elves. Even quasi-gods in various regions can be bought as long as they have money. As long as you have enough money in hand, this will be your favorite consumer center. Of course, the necessary premise is that you have enough strength to take what you buy out of this place. If you have only money but no strength, I am afraid that you will be eaten without even bones. Now Aoki is going to the black market of Golden City, which is known as the place where everything except gods and beasts must have the energy block making tools that Aoki needs. As for why you don't go directly to the big mall to buy, one reason is that although the stuff in the mall is safe, but the price is generally high, there is another reason is that Aoki now has only 1,000 union coins. The ticket costs 500. However, it is said to be poor, so he needs to sell something that is not visible, in exchange for some Alliance currency. However, the first thing to do now is to solve lunch. After sitting in the car for 3 hours, Aoki is hungry. I am afraid that the elves are hungry. Feel free to find a hotel that looks more formal. Use the Union ID card to open an hour room, and then order some of your own food and what the elves want to eat. And spend only the last 1,000 union coins on the body. Down 200. As a small and regular hotel, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. Service attitude is still very good, and the efficiency of cooking is also quite fast. After Aoki just asked Gizzy to check the whole room for surveillance equipment, the waiter pushed a cart of food to the door. After politely wishing Aoki a good meal, He left without squinting. Because there is still business to do in the afternoon, I didn't spend too much time on lunch. The elves were very sensible, and happily returned after eating a new lunch of a new variety. In the elf ball, Gizzy also obediently returned to the shadow of Oki. I asked the hotel's front desk to call a taxi, and after a half-hour wait, the experienced taxi driver reached the entrance of the black market. As a result, the only 200 Union coins left on Oki were spent. Fortunately, he has reached the entrance of the black market. As long as he comes out again, there is no need to worry about money in a short time. Although the black market in Golden City is very famous, not everyone can enter it. I found a relatively hidden place, put on a Rocket's costume, and then put a prepared black on the outside. A gown and a wide hat covered the head, making people's faces invisible. Entered a Pokemon store that looked very normal. There were only 3 or 2 people in it. There were a lot of things on the shelves, but the value of each thing was not very high, just some ordinary items. Come up to the reception staff of a store with a professional smile on his face, and respectfully ask, "Excuse me, what does this guest need?" The store is of good quality and low price, and will definitely satisfy you. Seek collection. Please recommend. Chapter 85 Identification, Change of Money. Although Oki was wearing a large black robe, the receptionist did not show anything different. Here is the Golden City. Any kind of person may appear, and Oki is not an exception. Oki did not speak, and took out a Rocket ID card allocated on the trial island from his pocket. When he left the island, Ying had converted him from a trial player to a glorious Rockets team. Minions. When I saw Oki's ID card printed with the Rocket logo, the receptionist's face changed slightly, and he immediately took Oki into a dark room. I didn't speak. I took Oki's identity card and swiped it on a computer. After seeing the information on the computer screen, I returned the card to Oki with relief. Then pressed the button under a table, and a hidden concealed door opened on the ground. "Go in, don't cause trouble or fight inside," the receptionist said blankly. After speaking, she turned and left the room. Oki has been here a long time ago, and I don't know how many times, so I'm still familiar with this process, and I don't hesitate to go directly to the steps of the secret door and go down step by step. After he fully entered, the secret door closed automatically, leaving no trace. With the sound of footsteps, the weak lights one by one let people barely see the steps. Oki walked along the steps for nearly 5 minutes before finally reaching the bottom. The original narrow corridor has now become very spacious and reached a hall. There are many halls in Aya Hall that are exactly like Oki's just out, leading to each area, all over the Golden City. There are as many as 10 concentrated halls in the entire black market, and each hall also has 10 passages. Although Golden City is very large, through these channels, in most places in Golden City, you can directly reach the black market. The Oki channel is just guarded by the Rockets. When I stepped out of the only gate of the hall, I saw a wide road, full of people of all kinds, expressionless and grim. There are also some people who are like Oki, wrapped in black robes, and there are not a few of them, so the arrival of Oki did not attract much attention. Here is the largest underground trading market in the Kanto region, a huge underground city, the Golden Market and the Black Market. Walking on the street, countless large and small roads are all over here. Oki saw many undisguised Rocket members and walked in the middle of the road with high spirits. Others did not have any behavior about them. It means that even every passing person will be slightly away from some distance. Obviously, as the biggest force in this underground black market, those with Rocket status are not inferior here. However, Oki did not reveal his identity. Although members of the Rockets have a lot of privileges here, it does not mean that everyone is afraid of you. If the value that does not match the strength is revealed, those desperate people with sensitive noses like Maine dogs will not care what you are. When you leave this dungeon, I am afraid that it will be the death of Huang Quain. Come out, Dark Crow. Oki released the Dark Crow directly from the elf ball, and let him stand on his shoulder. Although the weight of the Dark Crow has now increased again, Aoki's developing body has also been greatly improved. Therefore, the Dark Crow is not able to stand on Aoki's shoulders. But this is a necessary behavior. In the black market, if you want to keep yourself from being watched, then some means of showing muscle and strength are still necessary. After Aoki released the Dark Crow, those originally hidden eyes gradually moved away from him. Obviously, the Dark Crow coming out of the Island of Trials, with its fierce momentum and faint blood smell, made those desperate people who licked blood all year round also felt some threats. Although this is the first time that Aoki came here, I know very well where and what to sell. In the constant black market, each area sells different things. There was no pause, and Aoki went straight to the sales area of the elf props. There are mainly some shops in the black market, but there are also special streets that are reserved for trainers to sell their own things. Often these places are the most mixed, with some very precious things and some seemingly very precious fakes. As far as what can be bought, depends entirely on personal vision. Aoki didn't go to those places. His main thing now is to earn some alliance coins and then buy energy block making tools. These things are basically not available at small vendors. Only in those larger stores. There are selling. Directly walked into the largest store in the Elf Props sales area. This store was opened by the Rockets, so I enjoyed the best resources and was in the best location. There is no need to use the shop as a cover for the entrance. The store is full of things, and it is almost full of people. There are people who sell things and people who buy things. Aoki is familiar with driving, walks to a counter that has just been vacated, and a sign stands on this counter www.mtlnovel.com. It says appraisal. There are a dozen such appraisal counters in the store. Behind each counter is a staff member with a rocket medal in front of his chest. He is expressionless and mechanically appraises every item placed in front of them. Later, an acquisition price was quoted. Regardless of whether the seller wanted to sell this item, he had to pay 500 Union coins. There are many people who appraise items, but very few people actually sell things because the Rocket's purchase price is really not high, but it is very formulaic, and you don't want to greedy him because you sell very precious things. So many people will come here to identify themselves to get the price of unknown items. Because of this, the Rocket's reputation is very good in the black market. After most people appraise, they will rent a small stall on the street, and then place their items on it, because this can sell a higher price, and the time required will be relatively low. Just a lot longer. If not for money, most people will do it. Aoki sat down in a chair in front of the counter and said nothing. From the Rocket's storage belt, he took out a glass bottle filled with milky white liquid, exuding a slight fluorescence under the light. This is exactly what Aoki used in exchange for money. And it is also the most suitable thing for him in exchange for Union currency. Before Aoki came to the black market, he used a relatively small bottle and poured a full bottle, which accounted for almost a net 20th of his total, which is the amount of half of his original bottle. Cheeky for collection and recommendation. Thank you all. Chapter 86 Rocket's Squad Captain. This is the largest number that has been decided after Aoki's careful consideration. Earth core milk is very precious and scarce. If you sell too much at once, it will easily cause unnecessary troubles. If it is too small, you won't get enough alliance coins to buy from Aoki. Already, Onion's stiff appraisal staff saw a slight change in his face after seeing what you asked for. I did not go to see Aoki's expression, and focused all my attention on this bottle of milky liquid. Although I had a conjecture in my heart, I was still not 100% sure. After all, I sold this kind of thing for sale. Not many people carefully opened the stopper of the bottle mouth. A faint mist appeared from the mouth of the bottle, with a hint of fragrance, and the appraiser's face showed a surprised expression. Take out a silver needle from the kit, lightly dip it in the liquid at the mouth of the bottle, put it next to the nose and sniff it, then get it to the mouth, and lick it slightly with your tongue. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He lowered the silver needle, closed the bottle with a stopper, and finally pushed the bottle back in front of Aoki. Excuse me. Do you need to sell, or just for identification? The appraisal staff has not spoken so much for a long time, and his voice is a bit hoarse. Their work is actually very tedious and boring. Most of the people who come to appraise are just for appraisal, so they will only talk about one price. As for selling, they are free. Of course, if the value of the appraisal is very high, then they will still give out what they should be a businessman. After all, in addition to their basic salary, they also have a large commission bonus, and the amount of this bonus is the same as their appraisal. The value of post-acquisition things is closely related. So, when Oki took out the ground milk, he had reached the highest level of the price of the items he identified here. If the acquisition can be successfully completed, the commission bonus will be much higher than his salary. Under the black robe, a dry, hoarse voice came out softly. Obviously Oki made some changes to his voice. The appraiser's face was a joy, and hesitated a bit. This is the heart of the heart. Presumably you also know his role. Now the purchase price in the market is 10,000 alliance coins, and the quantity of your bottle should be 200 drops. Our Chamber of Commerce willing to buy directly at the market price, with a total price of 20 million union coins. The market purchase price of Geosperm is indeed a drop of 10,000 renminbi, but that is only used to kill people. The real knowers will only sell the price of 10,000 drops. This appraiser is only to test it. Oki, do you know the market? If you don't know, then he will make a big hair. Don't look at the full bottle in this 5 centimeter high glass bottle. If it is water, I'm afraid there will be thousands of drops, but the quality difference between ground milk and water is still very large, so this bottle is almost the same. That's 200 drops. This amount of Oki was confirmed before changing the bottle. If you are not so sincere, I can sell it to others. I believe many people are willing to rush to buy. Oki said calmly, I really think of him as a fat sheep, and at this price, I want to buy the fragrant milk, and impolite to say that as long as there is enough time, Oki is still confident that he can sell 20,000 union coins per drop. I just came here because I was in a hurry and avoided unnecessary trouble. When the appraisal officer heard Oki's words, he knew that he was not a person who could fool around at random. A little embarrassment flashed on his face, and then disappeared quickly. I have been an appraiser for more than 10 years. For the sentence just now, I just tried it. If the seller didn't know what to do and sold it directly, the Chamber of Commerce would make a profit and he would get a lot of commission. If the seller knows it, it doesn't matter. When buying or selling, there must be a process of quoting and bargaining. Sir, how about a drop of 15,000 Confederation coins? This is my greatest authority. The appraiser gave a cough. His expression remained unchanged. For business, cheeky skills must be full. The price quoted this time seems to be more reliable. The 15,000 alliance currency has already been regarded as a suitable market purchase price, although it is still much lower than 20,000. The time and income spent selling that price are not enough. Directly proportional, 18,000. Unlike the appraisers, Oki quoted his price. Oki's words, let the appraiser not be angry and happy, not afraid that your price is high. You are afraid that you will not open the price. I asked for the price and paid the money on the spot. The price is talked a little bit. When you make a price, it means that my price is within your acceptance range. Otherwise I won't sit down and talk about it. The appraiser hesitated and said, Sir, please wait a moment. This is beyond my authority. I need to ask our supervisor. Well, hurry up. Oki waved and motioned for him to hurry. The appraiser nodded again and again, and hurried to a room. Oki sat in a chair www.mentalnovel.com with eyes closed. The dark crow stood obediently on the shoulder. Here is the black market. It is better to keep a low profile. After sitting silently on the chair for a long while, the appraiser finally returned, but this time, he also brought a smiling middle-aged fat man with a big belly. He glanced at him calmly, and finally fixed his gaze on the rocket medal on his chest. Unlike others, his medal was obviously brighter than others, and a circle of gold was inlaid around the medal. Phnom Penh has 2 faint iron notches, the Rocket Squadron's medal. Sir, this is the manager of our store. Captain of the Rockets, Master Ishida. The appraiser introduced respectfully. I heard his introduction. Oka's eyebrows were subconsciously raised. The Rockets squadron captain? After he came out of the trial island, he was the first person to meet the title of squadron captain. Besides, he was also the manager of a leading large store in the black market. The background must be very large. Middle-aged fat man Ishida, with a shiny smile, did not have the slightest captain's frame and momentum. It's this gentleman who wants to sell this bottle of fragrant milk. Here, please, let's talk to the VIP room, Ishida said with a smile, and pointed Oki to the VIP room location. Let's go. Oki nodded, motioning them to lead the way. The middle-aged fat man Ishida smiled and took the lead to the VIP room, and the appraiser walked with Oki. I said it was a VIP room. In fact, the decoration was similar to that of the outside. It was just a sealed room with a coffee table and a leather sofa. After they entered Oki, a maid quickly brought tea. Stubbornly push for collections and recommendations. Thank you all. Chapter 87 Energy Block Maker. After I sat down, Ishida said, "This gentleman, we can accept the price you said." Ishida was very refreshing and directly agreed with Oka's offer. Of course, he knows the market. He knows that the price is slightly higher, but the profit is still very large. After all, they are not short of time. At the same time, directly let the part-time sales appraiser go through the relevant procedures. When I heard Ishida's words, Oka's brow gradually wrinkled. So refreshing. We have no other meaning. Just want to ask, sir, if there is any extra ground milk, we are willing to buy it at a higher price. Ishida smiled, inquired. Oki didn't relax in her heart, but she was more vigilant, and said with a little sarcasm, "Do you think the ground milk is Chinese cabbage? How much do you want?" "This is all I have." Ishida's smile remains the same, even if Oka's slight sarcasm did not cause him dissatisfaction. It is not possible for some city halls to be able to sit in this shop as the captain. Haha, it's okay. It's okay, it's just personal curiosity. If you want to sell anything else in the future, you can find us, he said. From his pocket, he took out a silver white card with the Rocket logo printed on it. This is our VIP card. You can get 5% off on everything you buy. Wenyan said that Oki raised his eyebrows. This substantive benefit was his favorite. It was useless to say more, but it was just nonsense. Reach for the card and put it in your pocket. Although it is only a minimum of 95% off, if you spend enough money, you can save a lot of Union currency, and you can save 50,000 by buying 1 million things. Of course, such a discount is still incomparable to the revenue of the Rockets. Otherwise this Ishida will not send out the VIP card so easily. At this time, the appraisal expert with high efficiency trotted all the way and handed a black card to Ishida respectfully. This mysterious gentleman, this is an anonymous Union Bank card, which contains a total of 3.6 million, and the purchase of geosperm is all in it. Ishida handed the black bank card cheerfully. I took the bank card, and Oki felt a sigh of relief. The heart milk was indeed worth $1,000. Here is him and his elves. In the recent period, all of them have been spent. By the way, I'm going to buy a whole set of energy cube making tools. It can be of medium configuration, and the money will be deducted from this card. Suddenly thought of the main purpose of coming here, Oki bought directly from this supervisor. I took out the hot bank card and took it out again. When I heard Oka's words, Ishida's obese face froze slightly and immediately responded, Okay. Go and prepare this gentleman with a set of medium-sized energy cube making tools. Remember, choose a little. He confronted the appraiser nearby. Ishida directly instructed, and at the same time he also focused on the requirements, something better. He didn't expect that the mysterious man in black robe in front of him might still be a breeder, but he glanced at the very good dark crow that was cultivated on his shoulder. The appraiser was also surprised, but he knew what a cultivator meant, and directly used the medium configuration energy block making tool. At least he could make intermediate energy blocks. The speed of money can be called printing money. Already, he shouted, dare not say too much, and trot to prepare what Aoki needed. "Oh, I don't know these tools. Is your husband ready to use it yourself or give it away?" Ishida asked. I glanced at this middle-aged man whose appearance was totally incompatible with his strength. After a moment of silence, the hoarse voice came down from the black robe. "How about using it yourself? What about giving it away?" "Mister, don't get me wrong, if you want to sell energy cubes in the future, you can go through this shop and all the fees are excellent." Ishida smiled and said, Aoki Knowledge murmured softly, and will not say more. Ishida also saw that Aoki didn't like talking very much. Maybe it was a cover for a natural one, but he closed his mouth in a timely manner and waited for something to come. I didn't make them wait for a long time. The appraiser who left soon took a guard with a huge plate in his hand, which contained some small and delicate tools and objects. The two of them ran in panting, apparently knowing that Aoki were waiting, so they speeded up. Ishida motioned for the guard to drop the tray before leaving. "Sir, this is the best energy block making tool in our medium configuration here. It is worth 1.2 million union coins. If you have a 5% discount card, you will have a total of 1.14 million. Here is your card. Now you have 2.46 million cards left. Please collect them." "Push the tray and bank card to Aoki," Ishida said. In the previous life, Aoki also made energy cubes by himself, so he is quite familiar with the tools for making energy cubes. As soon as he saw this set of tools, he knew that Ishida did not deceive him. The workmanship of this set of tools is really good. The configuration tool is considered to be the best. I am so sincere about being able to do business in the black market. It seems that he became the manager of this store for no reason. With a wave of his hand, under the cover of the black robe, Aoki received everything in the storage belt, and then stood up and left the VIP room without turning back. Looking back at the disappearance of Aoki, the smile on Ishida's face slowly converged, and his brows frowned slightly. "Sir, do you need to send someone to follow me?" The appraiser, who has been in the room, took a step carefully and asked www.mtlnovel.com. Although they look like a very formal store, but here is in the black market, and they are members of the Rockets. They usually do a lot of these things. But there is a premises that those who are not easy to mess with and cannot mess with, they will never touch. Ishida's brow became tighter. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. I can't see the details of this person, and if I send someone to follow up, I'm afraid it will be exposed. At that time, I may be less intermediate breeder customers." The appraiser nodded respectfully. "But pay attention, whether there will be groceries in the black market again. If it appears." Then the cold light burst suddenly in his eyes. "Whoever it is, grab it." Yes, just 200 drops of heart milk is not enough to offend an intermediate breeder, but it's hard to say a little more. Aoki is also stuck on the limit of their hesitation. Ishida, as Natsu's personal manager, has a scale in her heart. For those who are sure, it is not impossible to kill people and buy more goods, but if they are not sure about their strength or income and when giving is not proportional, he will choose to give up. Alas, after leaving Aoki's largest prop shop in the black market, although Ako was not exposed to money, many people saw him being introduced into the VIP room, so when he left, there were still some tails behind him. He has long been ready for these things. In a black market with complicated terrain, he turned around, and after a few laps, he threw off all the tails behind him. Seek collection. Please recommend it. Chapter 88. What Scorpion? After dumping all the people who followed him, Aoki walked to a rundown shop that was completely different from the surrounding shops. After entering, I saw a few tattered shelves with some moldy food on it, and many cobwebs entangled on it. Walking deeper in the store, a smell of unpleasant corruption came across. Frowned. Aoki did not retreat. This shop is a place he frequented in previous lives. This is a leather mask shop, although he is dilapidated. In fact, he still has some fame in the black market. If it is not because it is too tattered, relying on the craftsmanship of the boss, It will definitely be in the market. The owner of this store is also a weird man. He has a very high skill but does not want to make money. He is meant to be hooked with the trace of fisherman and never makes any publicity, so his fame only spreads among those regular customers. It is precisely because of these few frequent customers that his store can barely open. He reached out and took away the spider silk that was about to fall on his head. The dark crow standing on his shoulders couldn't help using the downwind skill, and finally escaped the spider silk everywhere. Going to the deepest part of the store, an old man with glasses and a well-dressed man, sitting behind the counter, didn't seem to know who the person was, and stared closely at an unfinished human skin on his hand. Mask. Aoki did not care about his disregard for him. This boss is just such a person. Whoever looks like this, is like the human skin mask that he has seen as a peerless treasure. But the strange thing is that every time after making the mask on hand, of course, it will be thrown to the ground like garbage, and then continue to make the next one. It just keeps circulating, except for eating and some necessary physiological needs. It will basically not leave this place that is both a counter and a workbench. Boss, I want to buy 5 masks, Aoki said, frowning with her hand on her mouth. Because the taste is too bad. I don't know how many days before the old man has not taken a bath. A sour smell tightly surrounds him, making people have an impulse to gag. The man didn't lift his head, and his hands kept moving. He said, "The mask is on the ground. Find what you want." Swipe the card on the table. A mask of 20,000 union coins. Swipe the card if you don't want it. I didn't go out. I'll take care of you. Aoki has long known all about his habits. He didn't say much. He randomly found a few ordinary-looking human skin masks on the ground, and swiped 200,000 union coins on the card reader. It also ran out quickly. Why do you have to buy a leather mask here? Is it just because the boss has good skills? In fact, it's not, just because this shop has a condition, how other shops can't achieve it. That is, the masks from this shop have never been duplicated, and each one has its own unique style and appearance. I finally ran out of the smelly shop. And the dark crow stood on Aoki's shoulder and took a big breath, and the environment just made him really bad. Shot a little funny head of the dark crow, Aoki said with a smile. Okay, don't pant, this environment is also something we need to adapt to. Sometimes your opponent may have a bad stench worse than this. For example, smelly flowers, smelly mud and some other elves. The smell from them is much worse than in this shop. Gah, gah. The dark crow had an unbelievable expression. He really couldn't believe what to do if he faced such an enemy. Aoki laughed. You may encounter it in the future, you will know it after you try it once. After saying that, he took the dark crow and embarked on relatively remote road, and then went into alley while no one was around. Next he is going to buy something else, so it is best to put on a new mask, so as not to be remembered when the black market is out. Take out a newly purchased human skin mask from the rocket's belt, not to mention that although the boss is very embarrassed, the mask made is very clean, crystal clear, thin as a cicada, and exchanged with the rockets the mask is not much different. Bring it to the face with ice and cold, as long as it is adjusted slightly, it is very close to the skin. After pressing the edge of the mask for a while, it is integrated with the human skin in appearance. Traces of human skin mask. When Aoki just put the mask on, 2 very panic footsteps suddenly appeared in the originally quiet alley. Aoki flashed, and immediately hid in a small gap, and put his hand on the elf ball around his waist. As soon as an accident occurred, he could immediately release the dull beast and fight the enemy. If the enemy is really strong, you can use the mobility dark crow's holding skills to escape using teleportation. Don't you shake off all your tails? Aoki frowned as he heard footsteps getting closer. Originally thought that all the followers were thrown away, he would change the mask in such a dead end to prepare for the future shopping, but did not expect that 2 people came in such a remote place, and it was difficult for Aoki to not want to go there following him. But, when the 2 spoke, Aoki was slightly relieved. The footsteps suddenly stopped. Not far away, And just as Oki was about to release the dumb beast, one of the two spoke up. www.mentalnovel.com. The voice was sharper. Brother, we are not rushing to leave the black market now. What to do here? Aslak patted his head loudly, and the voice of the other person seemed more rude. Silly, you, not all of us have been found now. Let's hide for a while and wait for the limelight. If you go out, you can leave without knowing it. Maybe you can sell it today. Hey, my brother said, but is this thing valuable? It took us so much effort to steal it. I have never seen the appearance of this elven egg. The sharp voice sounded again. Say, you stupid, are you really stupid? If it was worthless, would I steal it? I heard them say this. This is a very good elf egg. Of course you don't know it, but it is from God's Austrian area elves, said the vocal man. Listening to their conversation, Oka's heart moved slightly. Is the spirit of the Shinao area here to sell? The elven hunter, or an ordinary trainer, didn't expect to be stolen by these two people. Brother, how much is this thing worth? There are hundreds of thousands less. Listening to the conversation between the two people, I only heard what scorpions seemed to be very qualified elf, otherwise they would not come to the golden market to sell elf from a place as far away as Shinao. Egg. I depend. That's not getting rich. Hearing hundreds of thousands of words, his voice was sharp and even more harsh. Grass. Keep quiet, look for death. Thank you for your support. As a PM, you really have to read his novel to get your own inspiration. Seek recommendations. Seeking collection. Chapter 89. Double kill. What scorpion? Shinao area. The elves with the scorpion character in the Shinao area are only claw-tailed scorpions and Scorpio. Listening to their conversation, Oki thought silently in his heart. However, Scorpio is not unique to God, and it also exists in Chengdu. So the biggest possibility is the claw-tailed scorpion. When guessing that the elven egg they stole was a claw-tailed scorpion, Oki moved with a trace, because he knew very well that a claw-tailed scorpion, and he had got one before, but only because his qualifications were too poor. He gave up. However, the genie of the claw-tailed scorpion is really very good. After the venomous plus worm-type claw-tailed scorpion evolved into the Dragon King scorpion, its attributes will change into the venomous and evil lines. These two lines combine genie, it's really perfect. Why? Because the evil system makes up for the weakness of the poisonous system, the poisonous system makes up for the weakness of the evil system. Under the combination of the two types, the Dragon King Scorpion is only twice restrained by the ground system. All other department skills have the most. It can only cause normal injuries. The poisonous, phantom, grass, and evil skills only take half the damage. Plus the immune superpowers of the evil system, it can be said that the Dragon King Scorpion can fight against the spirits of all the other departments. Coupled with his outstanding race value, he is known for his speed, defense and attack. He is the most perfect tank plus attacker, even because the speed is fast enough. There will be no kite flying. Moreover, not only the attributes and race values, the characteristics of the Dragon King Scorpion are also very good. If it is a combat armor characteristic, it is the most suitable standing pile shield output. If it is a sniper characteristic, it can be cultivated to become a melee killer. If you are a high output warrior, if you have a sharp feature of hidden characteristics, one of the continuous output positions in the team is his. It can be said that the Dragon King Scorpion is perfectly capable of tanks, fighters and continuous output players in the team according to its characteristics. If you compare a very hot game on the earth, it can be said to be all around no game whatsoever. I can tell from their conversation that the elven eggs of the scorpion-tailed scorpion were stolen from others, although I don't know what method to use. And depending on the situation, the qualifications of the elves should be very good. Otherwise they will not be sold from the black market of the golden city of Shinao. Therefore, there are only two possibilities. One is that the owner does not know that his elven egg has been stolen, so the two thieves are still very safe waiting here, and they are looking for an opportunity to sell directly to make a fortune. Another possibility is the elven egg was originally not quite right. The owner knew that his elven egg had been stolen, but he did not dare to speak up, and could only speak dumbly with Huang Lian. In fact, Aoki is more inclined to the latter one. If it is not because the elven egg is not in the right way, it can be sold at a better price in the Shinao area, because there is still a large number of people in the Kanto area who cannot fully understand God. The elves of Austrian area do not know the preciousness of this elven. If it is the latter case, then the qualification of this elf egg is really very good. Otherwise the owner will not be so careful and must go to the Kanto area to sell him. I am afraid that the real loser is very powerful in the Shinao area, making this second loser afraid to appear under his eyes. To be honest, Aoki must admit that he was emotional, not only because of the excellent attributes of the Dragon King Scorpion after the evolution of the claw-tailed scorpion, but also the outstanding qualification of this elven egg that appeared in front of him unintentionally. The two were still chatting there, but the microphone of the chat was from the elves to the women, and the topic became less and less nutritious. Aoki leaned out a little and looked up, and found that the two of them did not look inside, but turned their backs to him, watching the situation outside. Think about it, I went to a remote dead end to make myself more secure. Who cares in this case? I just didn't expect that there was a gap in the depth of this alley that could accommodate one person, and Aoki was hiding inside now. The two of them may be more concealed, so they did not put the elves outside, or they did not have elves at all. Just ordinary black market confusing. Aoki once again put his hand on the elven ball of the beast around the waist, and with his eyes motioned to the dark crow to prepare for the operation, and the ghosts hiding in the shadows also floated out from the ground in a timely manner. Although there are regulations in the black market that cannot fight and cannot be operated, there are countless people who die in the black market every year. As long as it is not caught, nothing will happen. This is a place where fish and dragons are mixed, and the proportion of criminals is very high. How can it be possible for those who are very vicious to be a good boy? The only thing the Rockets have to do is to look on the surface. As for the extent to which they can do it in different places, it depends on their strength. When the two chatted and talked about how to spend the money that was about to be transferred, they laughed extremely happily and indifferently, that is, when they were the least alert. Ghosts, lurking past hypnotism, dumb beasts, mind control them. Don't let them throw the elven ball to make sounds. Dark crows, wings attack, kill them. Seized the opportunity that passed away, Aoki threw the elven ball of the dumb beast and gave them a series of attack instructions. Yeah, the dumb beast that just came out of the poke ball is ready for a long time. When it comes out, it's full of energy, focusing on controlling their mouths and hands. Yu reads www.yuukanzu.com. Yes, the rough voice of the two of them was a strong man, who wanted to scream loudly when they reacted, but found that his mouth could not move. His subconsciously touched the elf ball around his waist, but was frightened by the sudden appearance of ghosts, who immediately hypnotized them with hypnosis. In addition, in the dark alley, the dark crow, which flashed like lightning, directly hit the two with white light wings, emitting two sounds against the muffled sound on the wall. The fragile human body could not withstand the attacks of the elves, and the severe pain caused them to faint directly. The moment they were struck, the incubator containing the elven eggs came out of their hands, and the stupid beast that was watching at all times held up in the air with thoughts. Aoki glanced at the two unconscious on the ground, without any expression, and took out a dagger from the rocket's space belt, which was the dagger used on the trial island. After Xunzing's so-called praying mantis catching cicadas, there was no way they would have thought that a loser who was remembering did not come, but a canary appeared from behind. I wiped the dagger on their clothes, and sent two people to Huangquan Road. The two had two elven around their waists, and they had already been solved by Aoki before they released their elves. It was in order to avoid this that Aoki kept Ghost in the shadows all the time and responded to sudden attacks at any time. Moreover, Ghost had the ability to hold, and he could respond in time as long as he was not too powerful. Because when the human body faces the elves, it is indeed somewhat fragile. Ask for collection. Recommendation. Chapter 90. Claw-tail Scorpion. Take down their elf ball and lock it up so that the elf inside doesn't run out by themselves. Through the scanning of the chip, Aoki learned that the elf of the strong man was an Eba monster with an orange qualification level of 25 and a big-billed bird with an orange qualification level of 24. The young man with a sharp voice was a larder with orange qualification level 22 and a yellow supersonic bat with qualification level 18. There is actually a yellow legible elf, which still surprises Aoki. Although the level is only 18, the value of this supersonic bat exceeds the sum of the other three elf values. The elf strength of both of them is okay. Although they are incomparable with the Dark Crow and the Foolish Beast, it is still more difficult to face the four elf at once. I won't be able to fight, but it is possible that the dynamics caused by the battle will be relatively large. At that time, it is hard to say whether we can retreat from the whole body. After all, this is a black market. Even if Aoki is a member of the Rockets, it will not be so easy for him to escape. The four elves were reduced and put in their pockets. Although these elves are relatively average in quality and average in strength, they are still worth a little money. When they were elf hunters in previous lives, these elves were all considered him one of the prey. Then I collected all the money and valuable things of the two people. I did not expect that these two people who looked very poor actually provided Aoki with a value of 100,000 union coins. I have to say that the thief industry really profiteering. Finally, he set his eyes on the suspended elven egg, walked forward and supported the incubator with his hands, and the data of this elven egg also appeared at the same time. Puppet elf, tongue scorpion light cyan, gender, male, level 1. Attribute, toxic plus insect. Characteristics, unknown. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, harsh, high-speed movement, poison tail, chasing. Basic skills, bite, poison needle, stare. Teaching skills, none. Skill learner, none. Sure enough, it is a scorpion-tailed scorpion, but this qualification is indeed beyond the expectations of Aoki. It has actually reached the level of cyan qualification. Although it is only light cyan, it is also different from green qualification. Just looking at genetic skills, there are four. Aoki, who was more interested in the elves such as the claw-tailed scorpion, was very satisfied with the elven eggs he obtained this time. If he can successfully cultivate and evolve into a Dragon King Scorpion, it will be an ace in his hands. Although the characteristics of the scorpion-tailed scorpion are not known now, but as he thought at the beginning, the three characteristics of the scorpion-tailed scorpion are very good, and any one of them has the direction of cultivation. So for this claw-tailed scorpion, Aoki has made up his mind to train. Moreover, as an elven egg that has not yet hatched, the elves that have been cultivated since the incubation get along very well with the trainer after all. After all, the first person seen by the elves when they break the egg will treat them as parents. I didn't expect that Ben just found a place to change the mask at random, and actually got an elf with such excellent qualifications. This is the third elven egg obtained by Aoki. I have previously obtained an elven egg with a large needle bee, and finally sold it to Ying. Then I got an elven egg from Kira, but was unable to hatch an elven egg with a claw-tailed scorpion, and the qualification reached light cyan. It seems that every time he encounters an elven egg, his qualifications will not be low. Even though Kira's elven egg is the most precious, but it can't hatch, then this clamp-tailed scorpion elven egg will now be the first elven hatchling in the world of Aoki. I took a look at the data displayed on the incubator. Some indexes of the scorpion in the elven eggs are very normal, and a number 3 is displayed on the incubation days. Indicates that after 3 days, the scorpion-tailed scorpion should be able to be born normally. At that time, Aoki will prepare some food for the newly born elves. Cultivating the above energy blocks in the future does not require Aoki to worry about it. With the help of a chip, it can definitely make the most suitable energy block for the tailed scorpion. But after the elves are born, they can't eat energy cubes right away. After all, they haven't started to grow. It's just that the elves in the young period are most suitable for supplementary food. So another plan has to be advanced. Oki decided to go directly to the elf sales area in the black market and buy a big milk tank that can produce rich milk. The most suitable food for the elves during the juvenile period is the milk produced by the big milk tank, and the higher the level, the better the quality of the milk produced by the big milk tank, the higher the nutrition. Although the milk in the big milk tank can be bought directly, the kind of milk that can be stored for a long time is still added with some auxiliary materials, which does not allow the milk to reach the highest nutritional value. So if you have the opportunity, buy one big milk cans once and for all. Oki originally planned to buy a large milk tank after finding a way to incubate the elven eggs of Era, and then feed the milk with a large milk tank with a very high nutritional value to form a long-term EULA, so that the Quasar can, when the starting line is established, a sufficient advantage is laid. However, it seems that the plan to purchase a large milk tank will be advanced, and the scorpion will hatch in 3 days. He is already highly qualified. www.mentalnovel.com. Growing up, the body will definitely be very strong in the future. Now that it is decided, then Oki no longer hesitates to let the ghosts take the incubator to hide in the shadows. Oka's shadow is almost becoming a warehouse. In addition to the Jawtail Scorpion elven eggs just brought in, there is one more. Elven egg by Era. The dumb beast also received the elven ball, and the dark crow continued to stay on Oki's shoulder. Dark elves are not common, but as evil and flying elves, there are still many people in the black market. So Oki does not reveal his identity with Dark Ravens. He took the human leather mask he just bought, and then took out the black robe from the space belt again, put it on his body, and walked out of this remote alley quietly. Oki now owns a total of 6 delicate human skin masks. If used well, it can add 6 different identities. What kind of roles these different identities will have? Oki has certain plans. The skin mask given by Wu Ying is Oka's identity in the Alliance. This identity is the most important and most unexposed of all the skin masks currently owned by him. The human skin mask that AI just wore was used by Oki to develop his other profession, the elf hunter. As an elf hunter in the previous life, Oki earned the first bucket of gold in his life, and also allowed him to have enough resources to cultivate his elf. Although there are some elements of luck in this life, Oki in this world has a higher starting point. Elf, the profession of hunter, will allow him to get more resources in the process of training elf. Seeking collection and recommendation. Chapter 91. Elf Hunter. Oki is familiar with the main commodities in various regions of the black market. After walking out of the alley, I went directly to the elf sales area. When I was an elf hunter in my previous life, I often visited here, and it was also a little known elf hunter. Different from the previous prop area, the elf sales area can be said to be very noisy, with people dressed in various costumes mixed in it. There are several iron cages at the entrance of each store. The cages are all relatively rare elves, and the relatively rare elves in various regions can be seen here. Although the elves in the cage were listless and lazy, there were still many onlookers who pointed out the advantages and disadvantages of these elves. Here you can often see the Use and Geo elves in various areas. They are also very unspirited, but they can attract more people. All of these stores are larger stores, and the types of elves they sell are also relatively numerous. Some shops are standing in front of some shops, and they are pulling their hands toward a shop. If people who don't know they think they are doing that kind of business, they are just a means to attract customers. There are often people next to me, and I want to stop Oki and let him enter the shop to look at them. Not that there are not many types of elves in these stores. Often the elves in these stores are very rare, and even the rare Quasar spirits may exist, but the elves in these stores often lose their wildness after special training. Even if you buy it back, it is just waste. Although Oki's purpose is to buy a big milk can, even if it is an assistant wizard, Oki is not ready to buy it at will. If I can find a suitable big milk tank, Oki will train with all my strength. Of course, if he can't find one, He will also consider choosing one of these stores as a pure milk production tool. Go straight to a shop deep in the street. There are also several iron cages at the door, but the steel thickness of these iron cages is obviously much thicker, and the elves in it are also watching with hatred and watching the crowd. Everyone who wants to watch up close will be scared by their wildness. This is the only store in the golden black market known by Aoki that has not domesticated the elves before selling them. It is also the favorite shop of those who are pursuing the ultimate strength of the elves. But for those who are just acting as elves as toys or just for people looking at the goods, this shop is not very suitable. At the entrance of the shop, there is no Miss Yingbin standing as a shopping guide or wearing an exposed dress. Just like a black iron door. I didn't hesitate, and reached out to push the iron door open. Along with the unpleasant sound of metal friction, Aoki went in. After entering the store, there were no gorgeous decorations and no flashing lights. There were only a few candle lights emitting faint light. The sides of the aisle were filled with cages, which were filled with some wild untamed elves. Ignoring the various sounds made by the elves, Aoki strode to the deepest. Only 2 minutes later, at the counter of the aisle shop, a woman in black leather was sitting behind the counter, holding a mirror and a lipstick in her hand, drawing calmly in the beast-like screams of the surrounding elves. Your own makeup. I noticed that someone came in and put away the lipstick, then wiped some extra lipstick with the slender little finger, and put the small mirror calmly, glanced at Aoki, smiled enchantedly, and the seductive voice sounded from her little cherry-like mouth. This seems to be a new customer. Willow-like eyebrows were raised, and under the light of candlelight, a tiny pear vortex appeared on the cheeks that were very crystal clear. A slender hand was stretched out to support the head and leaned against it. The counter continued lazily, is this inadvertently in, or does anyone recommend it? Did not wait for Aoki's answer. When Aoki walked to the counter, the small Joan nose wrinkled unconsciously, and looked at him with a surprised look. Blood smell. Does it seem to come in by accident? Then our shops. Do you know the rules? I know. Aoki's voice was a little hoarse, unable to distinguish and age. Others may not know who the owner is behind this store, but Aoki knows it well. The owner behind this elf shop is the largest elf hunter organization in the Kanto region. The Hunters Guild. All the caged and sold elves in the shop are captured by members of the guild. The reason why they are not domesticated is only in this guild. People believe that only spirits with wild breath are the most precious commodity. The seemingly weak woman in front of her is the manager of this store, but don't be fooled by her appearance. He is an elf hunter registered in the Hunter Guild, and his strength is equivalent to a quasi-perpetual king. Aoki also knows the rules in her mouth, that is, all the elves will never return the goods once they are purchased, and no matter what kind of elves you see, you must not speak up after going out. www.metalnovel.com. As long as it is found to break the rules, then Hunter Guild elf stores in all regions will not accept this customer, and will even be hunted down by guild hunters in serious cases. Many elves in the store are obtained by members of the Hunter Guild through various means. Some of them are stealing the elves in the Elven Reserve designated by the Alliance, and some are stealing through the underworld or directly stealing other dark organizations. In the elf, if those elves with special origins are told to the Alliance or other dark organizations before they are sold, it will affect the final sale price of this elven. Of course, these elves in the store are just small heads. Really rare elves will never be placed here, but sold through regular elven auctions. All customers of the Hunter Guild store will receive invitations, and some important figures of the Dark Organization will also receive invitations. The strength of the Hunter Guild is still very high in the Gwandu area, but it is said that the League and the Rockets can stabilize them. Other organizations are at most equal, so the regular auction of the Hunter Guild is absolutely it is a grand occasion for all underground organizations. And as the largest dark organization rocket team in the Gwandu area, it is a close relationship with the Hunters Guild. For example, trainers such as Aoki, the elves of each period are provided by the Hunters Guild for free, so the trial the elves they came in contact with were untamed. If you know this, you will find that the Hunters Guild has an inseparable relationship with the Rockets, and it is impossible to know what the details are. Seek collection. Please recommend it. Chapter 92 Big Milk Tank. I heard Oki said that she knew the rules, but the woman in leather did not say more. Took a bottle of nail polish from under the counter, twisted it slightly in front of Oka's face, and applied it calmly. Blow dry the nail polish that has just been painted with nails. Looking at the untouched Oki, I feel very boring. I skipped and said, it's really boring. Let's say, what kind of spirit is needed? You don't need to say anything to the gods. No, here you can't afford it. He said that Oki couldn't afford it. It was not nonsense. As a qualified elf hunter, basic vision is still needed, otherwise how to judge whether the elf to be captured is valuable? When he saw the dark crow on Oki's shoulder, he probably knew the overall strength of Oki. The quality of the dark raven is still good. From the appearance, the cultivation is quite good, but the overall strength is still worse, indicating that the rank of the dark raven is not very high. So she determined that Oki's strength will not be very strong. Even if some strength is hidden, it will not be so high as to have a quasi-god. Of course, Oki did not come to buy quasi-gods. Although the quasi-gods are strong, the training cycle is too long. When they are fully grown, Oki carefully trains the elf training. It may not be a battle. I want to buy a big milk can. Nothing extra. Oki directly stated his purpose. Oh, not many elves like big milk tanks are wild. Most of them are occupied by the family in Manjin City, and it doesn't make much difference whether the elves like big milk tank are wild. The woman in leather said with a surprised look at Oki. No? Oki asked again. She gave Oki a glamorous look, and said angrily, there is no demeanor, come with me. I said, took out a bunch of keys from the drawer of the counter, and twisted the sturdy waist and the round buttocks that were wrapped in leather, and walked slowly and deeply into the store. Oki glanced at her bumpy curves, and he was helpless. He didn't dare to move his mind. This was a famous prickly rose, and he was also a quasi-heavenly powerhouse. Followed obediently, and her eyes did not mess. She looked at her in steps honestly. Although she has always been in front, the woman in leather still pays attention to Oki behind her. After that glance, she no longer feels that Oki's eyes stay on her. She smiled back at Oki. No matter who she was, she always had a burning desire in her eyes, but this time the person behind was very interesting. Not long after, the two stayed in front of a grey iron plate. The woman in leather took out a huge bunch of keys, carefully found a key, inserted it in the sole keyhole of the iron plate, twisted. After moving the key twice, the thick-looking iron plate slowly opened. Well, this is the big milk tank you want. See if you like it. There are tags and prices on the iron cage. Tell me if you want it. After speaking, she turned and hummed the song, and a bunch of keys were shaken by her slender fingers. I was afraid that the weight of the keychain would break the finger. Oki looked at her leaving back, and then she was relieved until she completely disappeared at the corner. He is not strong now, facing such a famous strong man. He is really a little nervous. He focused on the cage in front of him, or the elves in the cage. In a small room, there are 5 iron cages, all of which are Oki's target big milk cans. Launch the scan function of the chip and scan all the data of the 5 big milk tanks. Almost instantly, the data of several elves appeared. Looking at the 5 data graphs in front of him, Oki fell into contemplation. From the data point of view, these 5 big milk tanks are still good, and the grades are within the acceptable range of Oki. From the appearance, in addition to a significantly older big milk tank, the other 4 are also good in spirit. Looking at Oki with some hatred and fear, the big milk tank has a mild temperament, but there were no cases of shouting or attacking the cage. But after the hunter's capture and a period of detention, there is still some hostility and fear to humans. After Oki eliminated one of the older big milk tanks and the highest ranked big milk tank, the remaining 3 were all around level 20. As for the one with the highest level, he actually reached the 30th level, and he was also the most hostile of Oki among the 5. Looking at Oka's eyes, The kind of undisguised hatred made Oki uninterested in conquering and cultivate. Obviously, when this big milk tank was captured, it experienced some huge blows or setbacks, which made him the highest hostility to humans. This kind of elves is often very difficult to tame, or hardly tame, so Oki give up, even if his level is very high. And one more thing. The elves with too high levels have basically formed their fighting methods, and it is difficult to correct them. The remaining 3 big milk tanks are all light green qualifications, and the grades are all around 20, which can be said to be very good. One of them is Guts, which allows the general and fighting tactics to focus on ghost spirits. This is the one that was once again ruled out by Oki. Although the Guts feature can make the combat ability of the big milk tank almost not too weak, but Oki is now full of attack power in the team. The Dark Crow and the soon-to-be caught Scorpion, both are good output sprites, so there is no need for a big milk tank output. Obviously, Oki was cultivated with a big milk tank as an assistant to the elves. Of course, after the cultivation, the big milk tank can have enough survivability to help his elves recover the fighting ability in time. www.mentalnovel.com. So the remaining 2 have Oki. A thick milk tank needs to choose one of them. The thick fat characteristic can halve the move damage of the fire attribute and the ice attribute, which can be said to be a feature that greatly improves the survivability of the elves. The attributes of the 2 remaining milk tanks are: Pokemon, Big Milk and Light Green. Gender, female. Level, 21. Attribute, General Department. Characteristics, thick fat. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Curse, Help. Basic skills, Impact, Barking, Rounding, Stamping, Drinking Milk, Patience, Rolling. Teaching skills, Shockwave, Thunder Fist. Skill learner, none. Pokemon, Big Milk and Light Green. Gender, female. Level, 20. Attribute, General Department. Characteristics, thick fat. Carrying props, none. Genetic skills, Gifts, Hold on. Basic skills, Impact, Barking, Rounding, Stamping, Drinking Milk, Patience, Rolling. Teach skills, Help, Heal. Ringtones, Block the Way. Skill learner, none. In fact, the polarization of these 2 big milk tanks is still quite obvious. The skills taught in the first big milk tank are all electrical skills, and they're biased towards combat. The level of the second big milk tank is either genetic or genetic. Teaching skills are proper supplementary skills. From the perspective of the big milk tank in the Oki team in the future, there is actually no good choice. The second big milk tank is his best choice today, and it is a choice that makes him more satisfied. Seek collection. Please recommend it. Chapter 93 Hunter's Guild. Just this one. Oki thought silently. Originally his plan was to just want a big yellow milk tank, just a nutritious milk for all the elves in the team, but also to prepare in advance for the forthcoming Scorpion. Ignoring the different eyes of the 5 big milk cans, I stared at the cage label of the big milk can. He saw number 85,679, Genie type, big milk tank, qualification, advanced, training value, medium, price, 500,000 Union coins, $500,000. Oki saw the price of this big milk tank, except for the highest ranked big milk tank with a price of 600,000. The highest was her. However, from the perspective of qualifications and skills, the price is relatively reasonable, slightly higher, but within the acceptance range of Oki. I still remember that on the trial island, the green qualified unicorn was bought from Oki for 20,000 points. Of course, the value of the elves such as big milk cans is not comparable to that of ordinary needle bees, and the ratio of alliance coins to points is not fixed. After I decided, Oki pressed a red button at the entrance, and waited quietly with both arms. After a while, the woman in the black leather coat came in and wobbled. It's been selected so soon. Which one? The woman in leather asked with a smile. This is the only one. This is the bank card. Oki gave the big milk can with a finger, and handed the black bank card she just got to the woman. The woman in a leather coat gave a surprised look at Oki. took the anonymous bank card. Yes, good vision. Talking about taking out a bank card swipe device from a piece of space equipment, skillfully input the amount of consumption on the card swipe device, and then swipe the black bank card. After the drop, it has been deducted 500,000 Union coins. He then took out one of the most common elf balls, and after a red light, he put in the big milk jar selected by Oki. Pass the elven ball and bank card to Oki, and the magnetic sound full of charm sounds in Oka's ears. This is your belongings, I hope to come back next time. Their name is Rose. Remember. When she said oh, she deliberately prolonged her voice. Listening to his words, Oki could not help but pumped, feeling a little headache. If you are a general purchaser, you may be affected by the charming appearance and sound of the rose, and do something extraordinary, but knowing that Oki, who she really is, will not touch her with one finger. The name Qianqianwei is also good. She is almost thorny all over. Anyone who is really close to her is more than just being stabbed. The strong man of the Zunshan level will let those men with spermatozoons know why the flowers are so red. All appearances are just her disguise. I didn't pick her up. Oki took the bank card and the elf ball from her, and hesitated for a while before saying, I want to register as a member of the Hunters Association and take a few tasks by the way. Hearing Oki's words, Qianwei's movements of applying lipstick were stagnant, and the charming smile on her face gradually disappeared, as if she had seen Oki for the first time. After carefully looking twice from head to tail, she murmured coldly, said, Hunter? The Hunters Guild is an underground organization, but the degree of cohesion is not very high. Except for some members of the guild who have been cultivated since childhood, most of them only registered an identity in the guild and completed some tasks issued by the guild. But there is no need to perform any duties. So the members of the guild are located in various areas, and there are some joints in each area. In addition to selling some wild spirits, this shop is also responsible for connecting some hunters and by the way issue some hunting elves. Oka's first contact with the elf hunter profession in previous lives was in this store in Golden City, but at that time the store manager was not Rose. Registering as a guild hunter is only a trivial matter, because even if it is not a registered hunter of the guild, you can sell the hunted elves directly to the guild. But after registering as a guild hunter, you can access some of the directives published in the guild. Task. As a career in which Oki earned the first bucket of gold in the previous life, of course in this world Oki will not give up. As long as you have enough strength and discerning qualifications to become an elf hunter, becoming an elf hunter is really a very fast career. Although Oki is not short of money right now, after the elf level is high, the resources needed will be larger and larger, and the consumption of money will be larger and larger. Now Oki just made an advance preparation. Oki nodded silently, without speaking. Amorous Style gave Oki a white look, and Rose continued to put on lipstick. After she finished painting, she said angrily, I thought it was a chick, but it was still a hunter. Really boring. As I said, I led Oki out of this room and went deeper into the store. I walked away for almost 5 minutes without any communication between the two. At the end of the room, after pushing a huge iron door, a spacious hall appeared in front of Oka's eyes. It is not as dark as before. www.untlenovel.com. The decoration in the lobby is very gorgeous. There are many people coming and going, and everyone has a medal on his chest. Some people have 3 stars on their chests, some people have 1 star, and others have a sun on their chests. As can be seen from the dreadful eyes around them, this person is definitely the strongest in the hall. There are some teleportation points around the hall. Almost every point will come out within 1 minute, and some people hurried up to the teleportation point and disappeared into the hall. This is the correct means of transportation for registered members of the Hunters Guild, using the teleportation of the elves to create the fixed point. It's just that these teleportation points are only some specific locations that will be known only after becoming a registered hunter and completing a certain mission. For example, after registering as an elf hunter, you will know 3 of the many teleportation points in this hall. This is the most basic teleportation point, and the distance to gather in this hall will not exceed 3 kilometers. The medal on the chest of each person represents the rank in the Hunters Guild. 1 star represents 1-star hunter, 2 stars are a toaster hunter, and the highest is 7 stars. These are the hierarchy in the Hunters Association. Different star levels can receive different mission levels. The 7-star hunter is the highest level that can be achieved in the Hunter Guild. The person who saw the sun before is a member of the Hunters Guild. They enjoy different treatment from star hunters, and can accept all star tasks, ranking second only to those in any branch. The chairman is the honorary elder of the hunter's household. Seek collection. Please recommend it. Chapter 94 Sun Dog. However, unlike star hunters only need to complete tasks and sell elves, and there is no obligation. But these chests are distinguished from the honorary elders of the sun. While enjoying the treatment, they must fulfill the corresponding obligations. The Hunters Guild has the right to call them to fight for the guild, so these people are often members of the guild's sire, and are jokingly called by all star hunters in the back, the Sun Dog. Means the Sun Medal running dog of the Hunters Guild. But their strength is very powerful. To become the owner of the Sun Medal, the minimum is the strength of the Quasiski King. After Kian brought Aoki into the hall, she aroused a little attention from others, after which everyone continued her own business. The wearer of the Cold Medal of Sun, who has been sitting on the sofa, seeing Rose coming in, his eyes brightened, showing a smile that looked very sunny, and walked up quickly. "Rose, why are you here?" Rose saw her frown, and frowned. There was nothing like the charming look in the store before. There was only a kind of indifference that was thousands of miles away. "What am I to do with you here, Yangdu? Why are you everywhere?" The rose was spoken with thorns, and the man named Yangdu with the Medal of the Sun did not mind at all, but said with a smile, "Oh, this is not to know that you have been transferred here to be the store manager. I will apply for transfer from the guild now. It wasn't just a day or two that I was entangled by this person." Rose was helpless. The identity of Yangdu was not simple, but she kept pursuing herself. But still came over. He did not answer him again, and continued to say that Rose was really afraid of being stuck. Ignoring his earnest smile, I walked directly to the front desk. Aoki followed silently, without speaking. Li Yangdu saw that Qianhui ignored him, but she was not angry. She pursued her for so long and knew her personality well. She continued to talk and wanted to find a suitable topic. "Give him some registration procedures," Qianhui said to the staff at the guild window, and walked away, giving up the location to Aoki. "Who is this person?" At this time Yangdu finally noticed the existence of Aoki. His smile gradually disappeared, and he frowned and asked. Qianhui ignored him, took out her own mirror, and continued to apply some lightened lipstick. Aoki chose to ignore him and said to the staff at the window, "Troubleshoot me to register some hunter status." When Yangdu saw that Aoki was just a hunter who was about to register, he even dared to ignore him, and suddenly a heartless fire appeared in his heart. As Qianhui, who is also the strength of the Quasiski King, and is still pursuing her, she is often ignored and he is used to it. But Aoki, a newcomer to the hunter who is just about to register, dare to ignore his existence, which makes him feel the depression that he has accumulated in the rose. Suddenly burst out. "Hello, who are you?" A tone of coldness was already in the tone. Aoki still ignored him. At this time, it is the best choice not to answer. He can be seen. This is completely a delusion. The trouble brought by the woman Rose makes Aoki feel deeply helpless. However, Aoki is not very worried, because this is the mission hall of the Hunters Guild. No one can do it. As long as you leave here, the momentary movement of the dumb beast can make Yangdu unable to find his shadow at all. And most importantly, Aoki still wears a human skin mask. "Yangdu, enough. Don't affect others, and bring bad influence to the guild." It is Rose who is talking, because she noticed that people around her have gradually shifted their sights here. If so, I'm afraid it will drop the tongue and bring bad influence to the guild. Yangdu also noticed his condition, and Aoki almost became his punching bag. What to see? Do your own thing. Yang Du shouted at the people around him. The people watching around him converged under his roar. However, Yang Du did not continue to do anything extraordinary, staring at Aoki deadly, saying in a voice that only 3 people could hear, "Boy, I remember you." After saying that, she continued to return to the sofa she was sitting on, closed her eyes and began to reconcile her mind. Well, excuse me, are you going to register an elf hunter? After a period of silence, the person in charge of that window asked quietly. He knew the identities of Qian Qianhui and Yang Du, so when Yang Du was angry, he did not dare to speak, and he whispered only after Yang Du left the meeting. Aoki nodded, but didn't expect to just register for a hunter's status, and actually encountered such a thing. After seeing Aoki nodded affirmatively, the staff member was slightly relieved. He did not dare to provoke anyone who dared to ignore Yang Du directly. The original loose working attitude immediately became serious. In fact, the registered hunters of the Hunters Association did not have much effect when the star rating was not high, but if the star rating comes up, the benefits are still great. The first point is that high star tasks can only be picked up if they reach the corresponding star level, and high star tasks are often very rewarding. At the same time, star levels also have a certain discount when they buy elf, which is a more practical benefit. So, what's the registration code? The staff continued to follow the process. Hunters basically do not use their real names. After all, the elven hunters are not a fair and honest profession, and they are also one of the objects that the Alliance strongly resists. Many elven hunters actually have their own identity in the Alliance, so they have their own. The code name can make the task much easier. You are reading book www.uukanzu.com. After groaning for a moment, Aoki said, "Joker." This is the hunter code of Aoki from the previous life. After rebirth, Aoki did not intend to take a new name. The staff doesn't feel much about the code of Aoki. There are so many people registering every day and there are all kinds of names. This code is a normal one in his opinion. Enter the name in the computer, then click the mouse a few times, and press enter. A card slides out of the machine. This is your hunter card. It will record the tasks you perform and the success rate, as well as the role of storing guild points. You will need this card each time you receive a task. Put a green card. Handed it to Aoki, the staff said. I took this card with some temperature, and Aoki stood up. Today he is already an elf hunter registered by the Elf Hunters Guild, and his star rating is 0. Okay, you've finished the registration. I should go. After Aoki stood up, Rose, who was next to her, was painting her nails and said nothing without raising her head, then turned and left. Yes, pay attention to Yang Du, he is not the one to talk. Before leaving, he also reminded Aoki. Whispered, Aoki and her are just strangers. Although the cause of the matter is her, I can remind you that it is already the limit she can do. Aoki nodded silently, without speaking. Seek collections and recommendations. Recently, the author's mentality has some problems, so almost all the previous manuscripts have been eaten. From today on, I have to work hard to write books and prepare to save manuscripts. Let me forget the date or something. Next week, I will send some ideas and build a group. By the way, thank you for your support. Group number 480,489,327. Thank you in advance for your support. Let this book come here. Hibiscus is a new author. The reason for writing this book is also because of a brainstorm. You may not believe it when you say it. When I finished the first chapter, it was purely because I read a novel and saw that the book was deserted. I tried to write a book chapter, and then it took a long time to start writing the second chapter. At the beginning, Hibiscus did not keep this article, because when the book was issued, it was not expected to sign a contract. Writing a book is a book shortage. Read it to troubleshoot the depression in his heart. Pull away. I will be recommending the 6 frequency next week. To be honest, I didn't expect this book to come to this step. Thanks to everyone's support. Hibiscus, thanks again. There are really a lot of big guys who pushed me in the same period. I was a little flustered watching my results. Fortunately, The editor gave me a 6-band recommendation. 6th frequency recommendation is really a very important recommendation. It is related to whether there is a recommendation at the back, so I hope everyone can click on the ticket and collection. Then it may be a common problem of newcomer authors, focusing too much on data, and sometimes writing a book will be unstable. If there is something bad in writing, I hope everyone appreciates it. There are no matter what kind of comments. In fact, Hibiscus will read it carefully in front of the computer, and then some comments do not know how to answer. So there is no answer, but the author of the newcomer is easily affected by the comments. So before Hibiscus looked at some reviews, he might be sitting in front of the computer, and he could not write a word for an hour or two. It is the newcomer writer who easily breaks down his mentality, but I will definitely finish this book, because it is an explanation of my own reading for more than 10 years. Finally, I will explain some of the issues that readers are more concerned about. Problem to test the island's first use and gear. In fact, the trial of Trial Island is not over yet. The protagonist just went out to run the branch line, so he will go back again. Because the speciality of such trials has been emphasized many times before, the outline of the plot of Hibiscus at the beginning of the book it's already settled. I hope everyone can be satisfied. 22. The question of whether it is spiritual. To be honest, before writing this book, I really did not consider this issue, because it feels a bit distant. But the book friends reminded me that the elven food chain does exist in the elven world, so this book will not directly write about the situation of the spirit, nor will the protagonist eat it, but for example, items such as dragon scales, dragon teeth, and horns of Haruga may be used by powerful elves after death. There are wild animals. If so, the picture of spirit may not appear. 3. About the rainbow color qualification division that everyone has been voicing. In fact, I used rainbow colors at first, because I didn't use my mind, and it was easy to remember. When I was a reader myself, each author had a set of schemes I had to remember every time I read a book. I don't remember. I have to go forward when I read it, and then read a few more books. It was completely messed up, so I used the most basic rainbow color, but in fact I often vomit. Haha, I hope everyone can spray it lightly. 24. Questions about updates. First of all, the update time of this book is generally at 8:01 in the morning. There is an update at 12 to 2 noon, and then there is an update at 8 o'clock in the evening. To be honest, I think the new book is a little faster every day, because the new book period will soon pass, but since it has been agreed to 6,000 words a day, I must do it. So before the shelves are still 3 times a day, stable constant. Depending on the situation after it is on the shelves, it may be changed 4 days a day, it depends on fate. Haha. 5th, about some writing and description. By the way, the author is a science student of Iron and Steel. The writing is all subtly mastered when reading novels. It may be normal. I hope everyone can understand it. There are also some poison points that I often say when I read books. In order to increase readability, everyone should say less in the chapter review, and give Hibiscus a little retreat. O_O. 26. That is to reply to Hibiscus. Alas, don't make me feel like a standalone. I am done. I am done. I am going to recommend it next week. Please ask for some collections and recommendations here. Thank you. Then everyone is welcome to come and spray me at any time, or discuss some books or games with me. Finally, thank those book friends who rewarded Hibiscus. Thank you for your support! Chapter 95. I remember you. Aoki walked to a row of computers in the guild hall. Here is where the Hunters Guild releases missions. Each hunter can use his own identity card to pick up the corresponding mission. There is a person sitting in front of each computer. Luck is good. When Aoki was approaching, one person was using up and left without holding his card. Sitting on a chair in front of the computer, swiping the identity card you just got on a special card reader, and the computer screen starts to change display. Hunter, Joker. Hunter points, 0. Rating, sporadic. Task completion rate, none. Note, You are just a novice. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hunt the elves. Looking at the final comment, Aoki was a little speechless, and the Hunters Guild still liked to make some weird things. Click the mouse to open the taskbar, and tens of thousands of sporadic tasks appeared all at once. Quests in the Hunters Guild cannot be accepted until they meet the star rating. Aoki has just registered and is just a sporadic hunter, so the tasks he can take are only sporadic. Sporadic tasks are generally relatively simple, and the corresponding returns are relatively small. If you want to receive high star missions, you can only increase your hunter level. Hunter Guild controls hunter star rating based on hunter points, and hunter points are judged by the value of capturing elves. For example, if the hunter captures an elf worth 100,000 union coins and submits the corresponding task, the hunter will get 100,000 hunter points. Hunter points correspond to hunter stars. 1 star corresponds to 100,000 points. 2 stars correspond to 500,000 points, 3 stars correspond to 1.5 million, and 4 stars correspond to 5 million points. It can be said that as the star rating continues to increase, rising stars will become more and more difficult, but again, the task rewards that can be received after the star rating is higher and higher. The roll of points in the Hunters Guild is equivalent to the Alliance coin. That is, after submitting the task, not only can get a certain union coin, but also get points of equal value, which can be directly exchanged for other spirits or items of equal value directly in the Hunters Guild. This is the main reason why Aoki wants the Hunter Guild to register as an elven hunter. However, this does not mean that the Hunter Guild will lose money because it is just the value earned by a large number of hunted elves every year, so that they make a lot of money. It can be said that, in addition to the Elven League and the Rockets, the Hunter Guild is the most money-making organization. From the division of Hunter Stars, we can see that the level and strength of the hunter are not completely linked. If you are lucky, you can even directly upgrade the star. Aoki carefully looked up in the task list. There were a lot of sporadic tasks, but Aoki did not forget that there were still shadowy tasks on his body. So he set his target on the elves that could be encountered on the way to perform the tasks. In the end, Aoki chose a relatively difficult task in a sporadic mission. Scattered missions, capture an Nidulon with a medium or higher qualification. The higher the qualification, the higher the reward. Nidolang, if Aoki remembers correctly, in the field of Manjin City, there are several small Nidokings. If you look carefully, you must be able to find a good Nidolang. I think it is to earn a little extra money while completing the shadow task. After all, as the level of the elves increases, more resources will be needed. Don't look at Aoki now has more than 1 million alliance coins, but this money is just a waste of money for the cultivation of elves. Click to accept the task. The task disappears from the task list, and then a new entry appears under Aoki's identity information. Mission: capture Nidoran in progress. Skill to get off the machine and return the card. After Aoki left the computer, the person waiting behind immediately sat up and looked at the tasks he needed. Hagai stretched his hand and pulled the hood on his head. After Aoki tidied up his clothes a little, he walked towards the teleportation hall in the hall. When Aoki turned and left, I felt a gaze kept on him, and I didn't need to think about it to know who it was. Puyangda has been sitting on the sofa, closing silently, but when Aoki was about to leave, he opened his eyes, and the light in the corner of his eye looked at which teleportation array Aoki was heading towards. Aoki went straight until the sporadic hunter was able to use one of the 3 teleportation arrays, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. After swiping his identity card on the card reader next to the teleportation array, with some faint light, the teleportation array started. When Aoki started the teleportation array, Yangda stood up, and after confirming that Aoki chose the teleportation array, a cold smile appeared on his face. He has always been the #1 suitor for Rose, but Rose has ignored his love, and the sullen anger finally found a perfect vent. Aoki's disregard for him made him find an emotional vent. He needed a brutal killing, let's vent. Old people of the Hunters Guild who understand the character of Yang Du are sympathetic to Oki. Although Oki did not reveal his identity or his strength, if he only looks at the dark crow on his shoulder, he obviously does not have any resistance ability in the face of Yang Du, a quasi-permanent king. Also, hunters are born with their own unique tracking methods, so the black robe on Oka's body is not important to Yang Du. He does not need to look for Oka's traces by appearance. After a while of white light, Oki disappeared into the hall of the Hunters Guild. www.mentalnovel.com. Yang Du mouth smiled slowly, and slowly walked into the same transmission array of Oki, and then the golden identity card representing the identity swipe on the swipe card reader. Oki appeared through a teleportation ray in a tree hole. This is the destination of the Hunters Guild. Generally, the hunting guild's teleportation arrays are spread in different forests. The higher the level, the more teleportable arrays can be used to transport the farther. Oki is now a sporadic hunter, so this is a small forest outside Golden City. After a certain period of time, the hunter's teleportation array will change locations in order to avoid being tracked by people in the Alliance. However, in such a short period of time, the teleportation is usually in the same place. So Yang Du will wait for Oki to leave and enter the same teleportation array. Come out, dumb beast. After Oki walked out of the tree hole, he released the dumb beast. At this time, a white light appeared again in the tree hole, and a tall figure came out slowly from the tree hole. We're meeting again. Yang Du saw Oki, who hadn't left for a moment, then said with a sneer, "Dummy, move instantly." Oki smiled, and then said to the monster, "The stupid beast directly activates its superpowers, and Oki emits some great distortion." Grass. "Come out, Helluga, use jet flames." Hearing Oki's order, Yang Du's expression flickered and he threw an elf ball and shouted, "I remember you, Yang Du." Oka's hoarse voice carried a hint of coldness, and returned him to Yang Du before. Seeking collection? Recommendation. Chapter 96. Nazi Yang Du is worthy of being a quasi-permanent king, and Helluga's strength is also superior. Before the dumb beast's instantaneous movement has not fully started, a hot flame burst out from Helluga's mouth. The goal is Oki and dumb beasts. Dark Crow, ghosts. Use hold. All this is still expected by Oki. The dark crows and ghosts that had been prepared for a long time appeared in front of him instantly. The light green energy shield brought by the ability blocked the attack path of the jet flame. Oblivion Luga's strength is obviously very strong, and the holding ability could last for 2 seconds, but only persisted for half a second under his attack. But this is enough. The momentary movement of the dumb beast has started, and Oki and his elves disappeared directly into this forest. After the jet flame of Black Hugo was no longer hindered, the attack of Peng in the woods behind him brought a huge explosion, and the woods were instantly burned into large trees. Grass. Seeing that Oki successfully disappeared from the attack of Helluga, Yang Du burst out again, and the cook duck just flew away, making his anger that was about to vent even stronger. It was a pity that those innocent wild elves in the forest became the undead souls under Helluga's claws. After Xun vented for a period of time, Yang Du reluctantly took Helluga to disappear into the woods. With belated siren sounds, some Golden City policemen appeared here. The leader was the well-known Miss Junshaw in the League. In a spacious room in Golden City, a woman with dark green hair and a red robe is sitting cross-legged in this room. It is amazing that this woman is suspended in the air, and the room is full of various dolls, making the whole room look very girlish. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes violently, and a pale green light flashed in her eyes, murmuring with a hint of doubtful eyes, "Oh." This feeling. If someone knows her, she may exclaim directly, "Nazi." The owner of the Golden Pavilion, one of the 3 cadres of the Rockets. On the other side, after the dumb beasts used the instant movement, Oki and the Dark Ravens appeared again on the black market, but in a remote corner. Here is the marked place that Oki let the dumb beasts record in advance, in order to deal with some sudden situations, originally just for the sake of accident. It is still used. Well done, Dumb beast. You have become more and more proficient in the release of the instant movement. Aoki smiled and touched the dumb beast's back and said, yeah. The dumb beast squealed with squinting eyes. The instantaneous distance was not very far, so his consumption was not great. With the current strength of Aoki, in the face of a strong man like Yang Du, he has no power to fight back at all. Fortunately, due to the ability of the beast to move instantly, this place can only be found after the future strength. Yeah. Suddenly, the dumb beast that had been squinting and enjoying, stood up instantly. The originally relaxed body was instantly tense, and even a shiver appeared. Aoki felt the change of the dull beast, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. He had never seen this dull beast, and to his surprise, the dull beast seemed to show a feeling of encountering natural enemies. What's wrong, dumb beast? Aoki asked in a deep voice. The stupid animal failed to answer Aoki's question, but the body shivered even more unconsciously. Dark Crow seems to feel something, and wants to take off, but the body is somewhat uncontrolled. The most serious thing is the ghost. The purple gas surrounding him is dissipating madly, and he wants to return to the shadow, but finds that he can't do it. Is this dumb beast? It's fun. A crisp voice suddenly appeared around. No specific source of the sound could be found. Who? Aoki fought, searching for something, but no one was found. Slowly, a figure gradually appeared in the air. I saw a young woman who was floating in the air, with a smile on her mouth, her eyes looking at a foolish beast, and her eyes seemed to see something interesting. Seeing the figure appearing, Aoki's pupil suddenly contracted, and a terrible name appeared in his mind. Nazi. Nally Iren is the former Nazi in the Golden Power Super Hall. She felt the superpower fluctuation of the dumb beast's instantaneous movement, and then appeared here with the spatial fluctuation of the instantaneous movement. This can also explain why the stupid beast is suddenly tense and even trembling. The dark crow oozes its flying energy, and the ghost is almost disappearing. Superpower Queen. Nazi. His superpower talent is bursting, and the superpower strength is comparable to that of the King-level superpower department. Now Nazi ignored the problem of Aoki directly, and slowly floated to the dumb beast, looked at him subtly, and asked with a smile, "Little guy, should you change your master?" There was a hint of playfulness in the voice, but it was very harsh in Aoki's ears. Yeah? Hey. The dumb beast's body is still very stiff, and Nazi's huge superpower energy makes him have a kind of fear that comes out of his heart. www.mentalnovel.com. But with stubborn eyes and spitting out his teeth, 2 syllables illustrate his reluctance. Huh? Hearing the sound of the dumb beast, the smile on Naz's face gradually converged, and the green light in the eyes above his hands gradually condensed. Nazi floating in the air, blood-red robes automatically without wind. Nazi, who has always been self-centered, is the first time she has felt such a strong intention to resist. Yeah? The sound of the dumb beast was louder, and gradually adapted to the breath of Nazi. He was able to make a smooth voice. The stupid voice made Nazi finally look at Lee Kingma's body, and she said coldly, "You are his trainer." Aoki felt Nazi's cold gaze and felt a sharp dagger stuck to his body, making his hairs stand upright. "Master Nazi, dumb beast is my companion." Hesitated for a moment, Aoki said loudly, "Do you know me?" Although Nazi is very famous in Golden City, but there are not many people who can recognize her. After all, she has been practicing in the Taoist temple for a long time. Aoki dragged his black robe down, exposing the rocket's uniform under the black robe, and then took out a black cloud-like medal from the rocket's belt. When Aoki revealed the rocket's uniform, Nazi was just a little surprised and unmoved, but when Aoki took out the medal representing the reserve member of the Shadow, she could see a trace of Nazi's expression. Surprised. "What is your relationship with the movie?" Nazi asked. The coldness in her voice dissipated a little. I want to collect and recommend it. Everyone tap. Chapter 97. Awakening subordinates are performing a task for Lord Ying. Aoki said carefully, saying that even for a strong man like Nazi, his resistance ability would not be too great, let alone now. And in the face of the strong, some respect is still needed. This is not cowardice, but all for strength. When I heard Oki's answer, Natsu was silent, but from the gradual fading of the green light in her hands and eyes, she could still see that her playfulness was gradually dissipating. The shadow guy, it seems that the last mission failed, and the damage was really serious. I actually let you be a weak boy to help him do things, and live more and more. After a short while, Natsu said lightly, and her body fell from the air. I glanced at Oki, respectfully, with a scornful cut. It's boring. I finally found a fun toy. Natsu pursed her lips, slowly showing the girl's posture. Now Natsu's strength is strong, but the moody character and the temperament of the little girl are very famous among the Rockets. With some small jumping steps, Natsu went to Oki, crooked his head and looked at him from beginning to end, and suddenly smiled, and said, "So, I will give him a shadow face. I will ask again, stupid beast, as long as he is willing to follow me, I will give you a compensation. How about it?" She didn't wait for Oki's answer, and she said, "Just so." Then squatted down and looked at the dumb beast and said with a smile, "Little guy, give you another chance to choose. How about following me? Your talent is not just the way it is now. Your weak master cannot be completely liberated. You'll let your strength rise quickly, should you? That looks like a strange sister holding a lollipop to kidnap a child." Natsu's words make Oki's heart move slightly. The talent of a beast. But Natsu's words were not attractive to the dumb beast. She shook her head silently, and then the blue light in her eyes appeared. Correspondingly, the green light in Natsu's eyes also appeared. Apparently, the two superpowered users directly started the ECG induction communication. Oki couldn't know what they were communicating with, but after seeing it for a long time, Natsu stood up with her mouth pouting, then looked at Oki with a hint of jealousy, as if her beloved toy had been snatched away. The look of now Oki's girl, Oki, also looked at her nose and her heart, and she dared not make the slightest expression. But judging from Yuguang's expression, she should still be rejected by the dumb beast. "You guy has good luck. This dumb beast is also very powerful, but I have a bit of understanding." Natsu gradually recovered to the original appearance. The girl's heart is only her temporary performance. After saying that, Natsu turned and left, and muttered in her mouth, disappointed, "Go back and get a few more dolls to play with." Cut. When she saw Natsu, she was about to leave, and Oki quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ying's name had some effect, and it seemed that Natsu's relationship with Ying should be better. Otherwise, with her moody character, absolutely I won't just give up so easily. While Oki was relaxing, Natsu suddenly turned around, and a bad smile suddenly appeared in the corner of her mouth. How easy is that? I saw that there was a thick green superpower energy on her hands, and when they didn't respond to the Oki dumb beasts, they hit Oki's chest with one palm. For a moment, Oki felt a burning energy on his chest that slammed into his body, apparently without a strong force, but as if being hit hard, his body flew out and fell directly to the ground. The stupid beast and the dark crow wanted to move, but found that their bodies might not even have a trace of movement. Although the dark crow, as an evil spirit, can be immune to superpowers, how could Natsu as a super queen not have the means to deal with the evil spirits? So the dark crow also has no resistance in front of her. In a state of weakness, it is even more impossible to move. Clapped her hands, Natsu nodded with satisfaction. The superpowers used on Oki's body were not many. It only made his body unable to move within half a day, and only in this way could she vent the depression in her heart slightly. But, what Natsu didn't expect is that a little blue energy fluctuation appeared on the body of Oki, who fell to the ground. This kind of fluctuation is very familiar to Natsu, and it is a superpower fluctuation. With an unbelievable expression, Natsu flew to Oki's side, rubbing her eyes as if she couldn't believe it, and murmured after confirming that it was not an illusion, Was this awake? As a super talented Natsu, of course, She is very familiar with this phenomenon. The light blue wave on Oki's body is the phenomenon of superpower awakening. Close your eyes and fully open the superpower perception. After a while, Nazi opened her eyes again. What a good luck boy, with 5 times the mental power of ordinary people, just satisfied to be a superpowered conditions. I was awakened by a single blow. I couldn't help but be speechless. I was just trying to punish him slightly, but I didn't expect to help him wake up superpowers. Although the talent is average, it is estimated that the upper limit of growth in the future will not be very high. But after all, it is superpower. As long as you exercise hard, you will have some ability to resist as a human in the future. As one of the 3 major abilities known in the elven world, superpowers may have an awakening person among hundreds of thousands of people. It can be said that it is quite rare. The basic condition for being able to awaken superpowers is to meet the mental power, which is ordinary 5 times as many people. Aoki has the experience of the 3rd age, so there may be some advantages in spiritual power. www.mtlnovel.com, which should have been difficult to awaken, but under the unintentional attack of Nazi, the external superpowers stimulated his body to awaken his superpowers. Since then, he has also become a member of the elven world with special ability groups. Because superpowers belong to a minority group in this world, there is an unwritten rule circulating among superpowers: as long as conditions permit, they must support each other so that they can better base themselves on the elven world. In the original elven world, before the Alliance appeared, it was a superpowered country. Most of its people, regardless of their qualifications, were superpowered. But success is also superpower, and failure is also superpower. The surpassing ability of ordinary people caused them to be extremely arrogant, and eventually caused a war all over the world, after which the superpowered country disappeared into the long river of history. Therefore, future generations have learned lessons, and the superpowers have begun to keep a low profile, and some elders require their descendants to provide some help when they have the ability to meet other superpowers. Although Nazi has a weird personality, she is still very competent as a superpower. Now Aoki awakening has become a superpower. Even if her talent is not high, Nazi still left him a simple cultivation manual. Humphrey. I still have some angry Nazis. After dropping the manual, she immediately moved away. I am afraid that there are more puppets in her collection today. 6 Frequency recommendation in the afternoon. Ask for collection and recommendation. ! Thank you for your support. ! If there is a recommendation ticket, give this book a little. Thank you all. Chapter 98 Weakest Superpower. He didn't know how long he had been lying on the ground. When Aoki woke up, he felt that his head was about to explode in general pain. Gritting his teeth, he slowly sat up with the support of the foolish beast and the dark crow. Pressed the temple on his head with his hands, so that the pain eased a little, and the tightly frowned brows eased a little, and opened his eyes barely. I looked at a pair of worried dumb beasts and dark crows, and opened their mouths gently, with a dry and hoarse voice. Dark beasts, dark crows, are you all right? Ghosts. Guise's voice was also weak, appearing from behind Aoki. The original rich purple gas on his body has now become much thinner, swaying in the air, a little frivolous. Ghosts can be said to be the most affected of Aoki's selves. Although Nazi did not target him, the aftermath caused by Nazi's superpowers caused his body to almost dissipate. After all, Ghost's level is too high now. I saw that Gizzy was okay, but his body was weak, and Aoki was relieved. But when he relaxed, the severe headache started again. The dumb beast saw Aoki's painful expression, hesitated, stretched out a front hoof, and slowly put it on the temple position of Aoki, then accompanied by some blue superpower ripples, slowly transported superpowers to Aoki's head. For a moment, a cool and comfortable feeling appeared from the temple, and Aoki's headache was greatly relieved. The numbness made him groan a bit, but fortunately he finally resisted. A surprised look at the stupid beast. When did the stupid beast's superpowers have a healing effect? After a short while, most of the pain in the brain had finally disappeared. Although low-frequency throbbing sometimes occurred, it no longer affected his actions. Aoki slowly stood up, shook his head, and could not help but say, "Nazi, it's moody." Hagai originally wanted to say some swear words, but then thought of Nazi, which had just appeared suddenly. When the words came to his lips, he became a helpless Moody. The expression of the dumb beast was a little hesitant, as if thinking about something. Aoki noticed the strangeness of the dumb beast and asked, "What's wrong, dumb beast?" Hearing Aoki's question, the drowsy beast's electrocardiogram was activated, and a glutinous voice sounded in his mind. "Master, you seem like should be. Wake up, awakened?" "What do you mean?" Ambush's words made Aoki directly stunned. "Awakened? What awakens?" At this time, a book was also carried on the Dark Crow's mouth, and flew to Aoki. Aoki subconsciously accepted the booklet brought by the Dark Crow, and then saw a thin book with the book Superpower Training Manual Volume 1-inch on the cover. The Manual of Superpower Training? Awakening Superpowers? Aoki couldn't react, but was Nakata slammed hard and awakened superpowers? Listening to Aoki's self-talk, dumb beasts, dark crows, and ghosts, the three elves nodded at the same time. When Aoki awakened, they had no ability to act, but they had a sense of their superpowers. Indeed, a weak superpower emerged from Aoki itself. Although the superpower is very weak, it is indeed awakened. "But why don't I feel anything?" The elves who saw themselves confirmed that they were awake to superpowers, but why didn't they feel anything? This matter, dumb beasts are also confused. The Dark Raven and ghosts don't have superpowers at all, so they have no right to speak. Although the dumb beasts can have superpowers, they are born, and he doesn't know much about such acquired awakening. At this time, I suddenly remembered the booklet in my hand. This was supposed to be a practice manual left by Nazi, and maybe there was the answer he needed. Fortunately, although this booklet is very thin, there is no nonsense in it. The first page introduces the use of superpowers in the initial stage. In fact, the simplest use of superpowers is to attach superpower energy to an item, and then perform simple movement or deformation. For someone who has just become a superpower, the best way to check it is to move an item. As soon as I finished reading Aoki on the first page, I could not wait to close the book. Then I stared at a fist-sized stone on the ground, thinking in my head, and trying to move the stone. Blood was going to appear in his eyes, and both eyes were about to become cross-eyed. There was no movement at all in this stone. Is this stone too big? Aoki was not convinced, replaced a small stone the size of the thumb, and focused again. Finally, a light blue wave of superpowers appeared on this little stone. With the will of Aoki, it floated slowly. A glimmer of surprise appeared in Yan's eyes, and then the concentrated will dissipated, and the small stone dropped to the ground with a snap. It really seems to be a superpower of awakening, but it's so weak, it doesn't seem to have much effect. Awakening Superpower www.metalnovel.com gave Aoki a little excitement, but thought of such a weak superpower ability, not to mention Nazi, even the dumb beast can't be compared, and my heart can't help but feel a little stunned. Forget it, you are very lucky to be awake. Maybe you can improve after practice. Superpowers have nothing in common, whether in life or in future battles. They can play a great role, provided that Aoki's superpowers need to be further. In fact, Aoki did not know that he had no conditions for awakening superpowers, but after experiencing the life of the third life, no matter time or experience, his mental strength was better than ordinary people. But even so, he only had the conditions for awakening. Superpowers are even more difficult to awaken. In the end, Nazpam with great superpowers made him awaken, because Nazi was only to punish Aoki and wanted him to lose his ability to move for several hours. He concentrated his superpowers on Aoki's brain, and finally unintentionally opened his ordinary person's shackles to help Aoki awaken. Already, awakening superpowers was an unexpected delight. But in the face of Nazi's helplessness, Aoki was very aggrieved, and once again felt his weakness. Put the manual into the belt. Now it is not the time to study superpowers here. Although the movement was not great before, it has stayed for a long time, so it is better to leave. Put up the foolish beast with a super ball, and let the weak ghost hide into the shadow. In the eyes of the dark crow hesitant, put on a black robe to let him stay on his shoulders and leave the area. Recommendation for 6 frequency. Please collect. Please recommend. Chapter 99 Purchase materials. Returning to the black market again, Aoki first went to the elf sales office, randomly found a shop, and sold the 4 elves who had forgotten to sell, and received a total of 50,000 union coins. Although not many, it was better than nothing. Then went to the largest grocery store in the black market and bought ring with a storage capacity of 5 cubic meters, which was carried on the right index finger. The appearance of this ring is very ordinary, and it cost 50,000 alliance coins that Aoki just got. The belt issued by the rockets on the trial island before had only 1 cubic storage space, which is still too small for Aoki now, and the rocket logo on that belt is too obvious to walk in the alliance status in the future. I still use that belt, so buying a new storage tool is imperative. I have to say that in the Elven world, research on such space storage props is still very developed. This 5 cubic space ring is worth only 50,000 union coins. But if you think about it, it also makes sense, because the elf ball is also not a space prop. One of the most common elf is just 200 league coins. I transferred all the items in the rocket's belt to the newly purchased ring. If there is no accident in the future, this ring will be his main storage tool. Then non-stop going to the shop of elf food, not to buy power cubes, but to make some advanced energy cubes. The materials needed are not just some ordinary tree fruits and medicinal materials. And Aoki wants to make some energy cubes that match the conditions of each elven, and needs to configure some special foods, so rare items are essential. Ignore the variety of energy cubes in the shop, even the high-level energy cubes in the shop. There is not much interest. But when I saw the price of those high-level energy blocks, Aoki still sighed unconsciously and really made money. One of the most common universal energy cubes that can be used by all the elves. The value of one is 500 union coins. This is only the price of one. You must know that a normal elf can eat up a meal, dozens, and the higher the level, the larger the appetite, so a meal that consumes tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of union coins is sprinkled with water. Every time I see this price, Aoki is a little stunned, but with his current strength, the high-level energy block is not something he can sell. If you let others know that his current strength actually has the ability to make advanced energy blocks, it will not bring wealth but disaster. This store was opened by several incubators based in Golden City, and there is a senior incubator among those people, so no one dares to make trouble in this store even in the black market. In the eyes of the salesperson looking at the fool, Aoki spent a whole million alliance coins. People usually buy power cubes in the elven food store, but Aoki turns a blind eye to those hot energy cubes, but is very interested in those weird and strange items, which is why the salesman looked at Aoki with strange eyes. But this is only for an ordinary clerk. If those who really know how to cultivate, see what Aoki buys, they will definitely guess what level of breeder he is. Aoki bought the powder of a dead Quasieru level High Lugia, which contains the most evil energy, and a feather powder of the dead Quasi-UI grade, which is more important than the energy of the Dark Crow. It plays a vital role. The superpowers and water preparations for the foolish beast are a powder of inferior sage stone and a piece of scales from the Tyrannosaurus tyrannosaurus. Mengizi needs special energy, which is also the highest value among the items purchased by Aoki, a small piece of poisonous black mud making material, and a ghost cloth that has been following the ghosts of the ghost for a long time. As for the unborn scorpion, Aoki will also prepare energy blocks in advance, so this time I also bought items that match his attributes. A Heracrosian armor that is as poisonous as ghosts. It is precisely because of these strange and weird materials that are expensive and cost a total of 1 million Aoki Alliance coins. But if these materials are matched with suitable tree fruits and medicinal materials, the advanced energy blocks made will definitely be worth more than 10 times. After purchasing these materials, other special tree fruits plus medicinal materials also used Oki 100,000 Union coins. When leaving the store, Oki had only 700,000 Union coins left, and then with the help of the clerk, all these Union coins were transferred to the bank card bound to the Union identity card, and the anonymous one discard the black bank card. Although the bank card is anonymous, I don't know if the rockets did anything on it. It is better to discard it directly. The original amount of 3.6 million was just earned, and in less than a day, there were only 700,000 left. From this, we can see how expensive it is to cultivate an elf. This is only Oki himself. Under the premise of making energy blocks, ordinary people really want to cultivate an elf, which is really a huge investment. And these are just the consumption of the elves for a period of time. After the energy blocks are eaten, www.untlenovel.com will be purchased again, and as the level of the elves increases, the required materials will become better and better. Haggai dragged a little tired body, and Oki walked out from the black market exit without attracting much attention. As for the momentary movement of the foolish beast, here in Golden City, Oki no longer dared to let the foolish beast use it easily. Nazi left him enough heart shadows, even if she was awakened by her superpowers. But I also don't want to face a strong man who has no resistance. After getting out of the black market, I found a remote corner and changed all of my costumes back to the previous members' costumes. He hit a car and drove directly to the elf center in the city center. When I reached the center of the elves, the sky was completely dark, and the time was relatively generous, but was suddenly unconscious for 3 or 4 hours by the sudden appearance of Nazi. After showing the Alliance ID card, he opened a room in the Elf Center, and then spent some Alliance coins, allowing the staff to send their and elf food directly to the room. After a big meal, I lay down in bed, and I experienced a lot of things and chaos today, which made Oki tired physically and mentally. In addition to the headaches of the awakening superpower, it has not been completely eliminated. A huge sense of exhaustion spread to the whole body with the body relaxing in bed, and finally fell into a deep sleep. Sleeping in the Elven Center, although the room environment is normal, it is almost absolutely safe. As long as there is no war or terrorist attack, the Elven Center is a symbol of alliance and represents safety. I recommend it in the afternoon. Ask for collection and recommendation. Chapter 100, Making Advanced Energy Blocks. When AI woke up again, it was already morning, and Oki's biological clock formed on the island of trials let him open his eyes on time at this time just before dawn. The headache caused by super ability awakening finally disappeared after a good night's sleep. As Oki got up, the foolish beasts and dark crows woke up one after another. After asking the staff at the Elf Center to send a hearty breakfast, one person and 3 elves hurriedly settled for breakfast, with the elves doing some indoor training. After all, it is now in the Elven Center, and Oki's identity is an alliance trainer, so the dark crows and ghosts cannot be exposed without exposure. It is better Oki still wanted to hide his rocket's identity. While the elves are doing some simple indoor training, Oki temporarily sets today's plan. First of all, the production of energy cubes is definitely necessary, and it is necessary to make them. The intermediate energy cubes of the Dark Crow Black Dwarf have almost eaten up, and since Gizzy joined the team for so long, the material restrictions have not been suitable. Energy cube. In addition, the Scorpion Tail Scorpion will be born in 2 days. Although the energy block is not used for a period of time, as a worm of the insect system, the growth rate is fast, so the preparation of the energy block is imperative. I also have the big milk cans I bought in the black market yesterday. I haven't taken it out yet, and I haven't released any elven balls. I must have been hungry for a while, so conquering a big milk tank is also something that needs to be done today. Finally, Oki decided to make a part of the energy cubes in the morning, and then take out the big milk tank before lunch. In the afternoon, perform some more important indoor training, and finish the remaining energy cubes by the way. I took out a portion of the tree fruit, medicinal materials and special materials bought yesterday and placed them on the table in front of them. Then took out the set of medium configuration energy block making tools worth 1.2 million alliance coins. This set of tools has a total of 5 parts, and each part has its own unique function. Finally, I took out a prepared container of uniform size, and used these containers to form a condensed energy cube. This was bought by Aoki in the black market yesterday, and the price is very cheap. Will be ready together and production will begin. Pounding, separation, stirring, fusion, cohesion, and a series of steps in one go. Finally get rid of those rude tools on the trial island. The overall production process is more than 10 times faster. Under the sneaky observation of the elves, along with the occasional swallowing behavior, Aoki couldn't help laughing. The smell emitted by the high-level energy cubes is indeed much richer than the intermediate-level energy cubes. In addition, each energy cube is specially tailored to suit the attributes and growth direction of each elf. It is naturally more attractive to them. Strong. These high-level energy blocks are not made through a specific formula, but through a large amount of database information in the chip, combined with the characteristics of each elf, specially customized, and only by the elves of Aoki, can achieve the maximum effect. Name, unknown energy block. Materials, contains evil energy powder, contains flying energy powder, evil fruit, orange fruit. Efficacy, it can increase the growth speed of the elf faster. The lower the elf level, the better the effect. Note, suitable for use by dark crows. Basically, every kind of energy block made today is like this in the day 2 of the chip. Energy cubes suitable for dark crows, black and white, and energy cubes suitable for dumb beasts are light blue with a layer of clear outer film. Ghostly energy cubes appear a grey frosted appearance. Although making advanced energy blocks is difficult, having new tools makes Aoki faster than making intermediate energy blocks. In just 3 hours, I made nearly 1,000 energy cubes of each type. This is the food for half a month of the Dark Crow, and it also consumed nearly half of the purchased materials. When Aoki took the time, he also found a medium-level energy block suitable for a large milk tank through the chip. Because the definition of the big milk tank in the team is an absolute aid, it does not require much combat power. The function of this energy block is to increase the speed of milk production, so that milk contains more trace elements. Of course, some of the effects can be improved. Physical fitness of big milk tank. One of the main reasons for not making advanced energy cubes is that Aoki did not find the right ingredients yesterday. If he can meet them later, Aoki will also make special energy cubes for big milk tanks. Aoki will try his best to treat the elves who join the team equally. The premise is to join the team wholeheartedly. After making the right amount of energy cubes, Aoki will then prepare to conquer the big milk tank that was purchased. At the center of the elves, I rented a training ground in the corner directly, and brought the dull beast to this training ground. Although the flashing dumb beasts have attracted some people's attention, it is only just attention. After all, the Golden City is the largest city in the Kanto region. Although the flashing elves are rare, they can still be seen occasionally here. Already, Aoki is happy about this situation and can save a lot of trouble. Take out the elf ball of the big milk tank. You read the book www.uukanzu.com, turn on the lock switch, and then throw it away. After a red light, the big milk tank appeared in the field. Big Milkcan is worthy of being a relatively strong elf. Even if he hasn't eaten a meal or two, he is still very energetic. The two bulls stared at Aoki deadly and did not speak, but the repulsion in his eyes was not concealed at all. To Aoki's satisfaction, this big milk canister seems to only repel human beings, but it is not hostile to human beings and may not be caught for a long time. Big Milk Can, I know you don't like humans, but now you are not my opponent. Aoki and the Big Milk Can looked directly, without concealing their true thoughts. This big milk tank is an elf living in the wild. It may have a small ethnic group or she may be one, but the wild elf has a feature that it respects the strong. Wild elves are often more independent than those raised by trainers or trainers. If you want to survive, you must learn to fear the strong. Hearing Oki's words, the big milkcan was stunned, and then he moved his eyes to Oki, a warrior foolish beast. After coming out of Trial Island, the dumb beasts haven't fought well yet, and now it feels itchy. I was silent for a moment, and the big milk tank shook her head slowly. She knew her own characteristics, not the kind of elf fighting directly, and her skills were learned because she didn't like fighting very much. 26 recommended. This is an affirmation of this book. Newcomer authors may be more poisonous, so the author is not too afraid to read book reviews now, but thank you for your support! Exclamation mark. Continue cheeky for collection. Please recommend.